On the city streets, the blonde captain knight, accompanied by soldiers, raises a shining sword, and before him, the one who appeared falls to his knees, pleading for them to stop and not touch the swords of the wounded. They were met with a lightning-fast, brutal strike. The merchant fell to the ground with a cry of pain. On the cobblestones, he only groans, while the knight captain above looks at him with a sneer. The captain tells the manager not to take it personally. Supposedly, this is an official inspection based on rumors that one shop was dealing with bandits. The shopkeeper, lying on the ground, protests with effort, insisting that the weapon is just a mass-produced model that can be bought anywhere, and explains that those abandoned ones they recently caught just happened to carry a very similar one. The knight captain raised the sword upwards. Brushing off the explanations, he wonders why an honest merchant would have connections with bandits, while the spectators already whisper that the knights are once again staging their usual mischievous antics. To deflect the accusations, the merchants advise checking another man beyond the city walls. He points to an unregistered blacksmith, and the knight suddenly fills with sharp interest. The scene shifts to a dark-haired man standing in tall grass. The merchant says that this blacksmith named Lutz is always alone, forges weapons in eerie silence, and insists that the knights investigate him because he is sure they will find something compromising, while Lutz himself looks ahead with a piercing, focused gaze. The merchant insists that there must be a sinister reason why the blacksmith did not join the guild, and claims that the man is much more suspicious than he seems, while the blonde knight listens attentively with a thoughtful expression. He turns away from the kneeling merchant and orders his soldiers. He was to be taken into custody on charges of selling weapons to bandits. The merchant raises his eyes. His face is a mask of disbelief. While his men tie the merchant's hands, one of them asks about the unregistered blacksmith, and another, with an evil smile tightening the ropes, says that a harsh interrogation will surely force the merchant to confess, especially since he is the type to betray his own. The blonde knight disdainfully dismissed this idea. He thought going to the smithy was a waste of time, saying that no coin could be squeezed from that man, and to the knight, he was just an unregistered craftsman living outside the city walls. Thoughts turned to the blacksmith's workshop, a modest building on the outskirts of the city, from which the rhythmic hammering sounds, and he believes that the man lacks skill and has no clients for his products. Inside the forge, the blacksmith tirelessly works at the anvil. The sharp clanging of metal on metal fills the air, and the knight disdainfully echoes, "Only a third-rate blacksmith." The hammer strikes again and again with honed skill, shaping the glowing steel. This is the tale of that very blacksmith. He works tirelessly, and the sharp ringing of his hammer striking the hot steel resounds throughout the forge. In his determined gaze reflects a shower of sparks, the chronicle of the blacksmith who forged the nameless katana. His concentration is absolute, because this is also a story about. And so, as soon as the blade was ready, it set off on a journey enchanted, wandering through epochs and different corners of the world. In its travels, it often fell into foreign hands and troubled the hearts of all people. But even before that long story begins, the moment of creation comes. He holds the finished weapon, sweat runs down his face, says everything is ready, and looks at his work with admiration. It turned out very perfect. To test its quality, he grabs a bowl of apples and tosses them into the air, one lightning-fast blade movement, and they fall back perfectly sliced, while his assistant watches from the opposite end of the workshop. Try the new blade. With one light, effortless swing, the katana cleanly sliced the apple, and the two halves flew apart without the slightest resistance. He stared in amazement at the edge of the blade and admired its sharpness. He didn't even feel the weight of the apple as he cut it, but above all, he was struck by the katana itself. He raised it high and stood enchanted. This weapon was simply beautiful, and he marveled at how a thing made for killing could have such perfect beauty he could not take his eyes off it. He froze, enchanted. Before him materialized a figure, an ethereal woman of incredible beauty, as if born from the very blade, and it seemed to him that she was the most beautiful woman in the world. The shock from the vision made a drop of sweat roll down his temple, and his breath caught in his throat. The next moment he was already standing on the wooden table. The katana was still in his hand, and completely bewildered he looked down, not understanding how he got there. Coming to his senses, he instantly fell to his knees and covered the blade with a rag, hiding its strange, seductive power. He sat at the workbench and looked at the blade wrapped in the rag, sighed heavily. He could not believe it. Had he really forged something not of this world, and the question of what to do with it now weighed on him. His thoughts involuntarily turned to the price of the blade. Such a weapon would bring good money. Any ordinary blacksmith would rush after it, but there was one critical obstacle. He was not in the guild, and did not have the necessary connections to sell it properly. The consequences of trying to force the sale looked grim. He saw how they would shut the door in his face, or worse yet accuse him of stealing that wonderful weapon and throw him behind bars. His face froze in determination. If he was arrested, the katana would be taken along with everything else, and he would never agree to such an end. His gaze fell again on the wrapped blade, the source of all his troubles. What was he to do? He sank into thought, sat in silence, and addressed the weapon as if it could answer. "Tell me," he whispered, "what do you want me to do?" The silence was broken by a loud bang. The workshop door suddenly opened, and a woman with bright red hair ran in, cheerfully shouting, "Good morning, Lutz," which made him flinch and angrily remark that she could at least knock. She quickly apologized, then jokingly asked if she had interrupted him while polishing a spear, which only irritated him more. She was Claudia, an eccentric trader who buys weapons for a pittance from exhausted blacksmiths, and her beauty was somewhat dimmed by her blunt, unceremonious tongue. She's also one of the few with whom he allows himself to speak. From his place, he informs her that the things she ordered are already ready and waiting for her to inspect. Even if he managed to be on time, she patronizingly strokes his head, calls him a good boy, and says she will check the things, his facial expression spoiled from this condescending gesture. Without hesitation for a moment, she grabs one of the heavy axes and swings with stunning force. The air whistles around the blade. She examines the axe head and acknowledges its excellent craftsmanship, and he, crossing his arms, replies that such quality is to be expected. He is proud of his work. She, satisfied, declared that she would buy all the axes and casually asked him to help load them. He looks distrustfully, asks why he should help, noting that she is by no means a delicate lady, and when a crate crashes nearby, he sighs and mutters how troublesome she is. Her complaint is lost in the air. Attention is instantly caught by a katana covered with cloth. She points to it and eagerly asks if it is his new work, and when he moves to stop her, a sly smile appears on her face, and the thought spins in her head whether this masterpiece is for sale. She leans so close that their faces are separated by mere centimeters, and firmly says that this is a negotiation between two parties. When the embarrassed guys begin to protest, she quickly pulls the cover off the weapon and insists that he let her look. Cloth falls, revealing a shiny, masterfully made katana. Her eyes widen, and pure admiration blooms on her face. Turning back to him with a cunning smile, she asks if he really forged this weapon himself, and Lutz, looking away and a bit embarrassed, replies that she still wouldn't be able to afford it. He stands behind and silently watches her, his face thoughtful. He honestly admits to himself that showing her the katana was not in his plans, but as its creator, he wants to find out something. As if answering his unspoken question, she raises the blade, and her eyes glide along the katana with admiration. In a voice full of intrigue, she asks him how this katana looks in the eyes of others. Without waiting for an answer, she takes a ready stance, takes the long blade in her hands and extends her arm, admiring this wonderful sword with delight, feeling its weight and touch, and only holding it does she feel like a true master, while I scream at her in horror to be careful because clumsy handling can lead to serious injury. He was momentarily left speechless when she turned to him with a teasing smile. She agrees that the blade is indeed thin and sharp, unlike its creator, and adds that it seems as if just a light touch to the edge would cut off her fingers. She continued to examine the blade, a thoughtful expression frozen on her face. She wondered if what she had seen earlier was just an illusion. She doubted whether the katana had any power to deceive. Let us watch her closely. Despite the jokes, she seemed not at all impressed by the strange properties of the weapon. The observation was interrupted. In Sunalari, his eyes suddenly opened wide. To everyone's surprise, Claudia brought the flat part of the blade to her lips, stuck out her tongue, and licked the cold steel. Even before she could touch it, he lunged forward and snatched the katana from her hands with a single sharp motion. The force of his sticks threw her backward. She fell to the workshop floor with a dull thud. He loomed over her and angrily demanded what she was doing, calling her actions dangerous. Stunned, she looked up in confusion, and he cut in that she could be angry at him all she wanted for stopping her, as long as she did not want to have a split tongue. She slowly sat down, hand on her head, a sincere bewilderment on her face. She asked what she had been doing and admitted that she did not remember the last few minutes at all. When she confessed, Lutz's face changed. He said directly that she had just tried to lick the blade, and her puzzled reaction was the best proof for him. The suspicions about the katana's power turned out to be true. He walks beside Claudia, the dangerous secret of the katana lying like a heavy stone in his mind. She asks what he intends to do with it and emphasizes that selling it will be impossible. He silently agrees, and the image of a skeletal ghost flickers in his mind, a grim reminder of how the blade can enchant and deceive. They continue walking, and she says that those who refuse to join the guild clearly have a hard time, although she is sure he has his reasons. He slowly moves forward, and the heavy chest in his hands does not seem heavier than his current problems. Then he asks if he knows anyone who might buy it, but he himself waved it off. There are few wealthy people who would simply buy such a high-quality blade. He agrees about the size and asks her simply to find a buyer, then cautiously asks how much she thinks it could be sold for, and a knowing smile appears on her face. It is so easy for her to read the thoughts of a poor blacksmith. Her eyes sparkled when she named the price 50 gold coins, and added that if the buyer is a true weapon enthusiast, he might even pay 100. The sum alone stunned him. He slammed the box on the floor with a dull thud and exclaimed that this price was insane. Suddenly it dawned on him. For the price of one katana, you could buy a house in the city. Claudia laughed at his shock and boldly said he could just give it to her, claiming she would pay with her body. Stunned, he asked if her body was worth a house. She mockingly retorted that for fairness towards him, he would have to offer at least 3 such katanas. He stood and watched as Claudia waved goodbye, thanking him for the help with Axis, promising to return as soon as she found a way to sell the katana, and advised him in the meantime to take care of his own affairs with the last wave. Her cart rumbled down the road and slowly disappeared. Returning to his workshop, the door slammed behind him. The sound echoed in the sudden silence, and the thought of the weapon's price 100 gold coins resonated in his mind. He sees a parallel between himself and the blade. He is a skilled blacksmith who cannot make a living, and this is a masterful katana that cannot be sold. In this, they seem very similar. Resigned, he decides the fate of the katana. It will remain in the workshop for now and become its talisman, and he accepts that it is not a problem if the blade is never sold. Days turn into a week under the same relentless sun that scorches the town. But as time passes, peace does not come, only growing frustration that gnaws from within. He walks through the town, completely absorbed in thoughts about Claudia. She promised to return in a few days, but a week has passed with no news. Usually by this time she would have placed another order, but instead he is left only to drink. The irritated silence was broken when his assistant appeared. An older man with a cup in hand threw out a casual, "What's up, boss?" and smiling broadly added, "You look like everything is just great with you." He responded only with an irritated grumble. His face clearly showed that he was not in the mood for joy at all. In a noisy tavern, we approach the bar counter. The board creaks under his weight. He complains to the bartender that he is about to dry up from boredom, and the bartender laughs and says that his sense of humor is, as always, terrible. The bartender placed a heavy wooden mug with ale with a dull thud and told him that he needed to drink a little to moisten himself. He swallowed, sighed, and said that he hadn't heard from Claudia for a week and wonders what she has been doing. The bartender leaned closer and asked Lutz if he had heard the news. The sub-bartender said a few words, and Claudia was thrown behind bars, and someone, shocked, spat out their drink across the bar, splashing it everywhere. He slammed his hands on the bar counter, demanding the bartender explain what he meant. Shouts and disbelief. Claudia behind bars. The bartender calmly asks if Let's has heard about the bandits who have been hunting on the streets at night recently, and Let's, confused, does not understand how this could be related to Claudia. This is told by some old merchant from a foreign land. When the bandits were caught, they were tortured and interrogated, and it turned out that they worked with several merchants throughout the city. Those merchants were accused of giving money, so all of them were arrested at the same time, and among them, while she was shown tied up and held to the guard, was Claudia. His voice is sharp with disbelief as he processes the news. The accusation that Claudio helped the bandits is completely unbelievable to him. He states that the local knights are no more than thugs who make false accusations, and demands to know why they act this way. In response to his outburst of anger, the keeper of Tavra explains that although he does not know all the details, he heard that the arrested merchants are being released, but only if they pay a little. The scheme is simple and corrupt. The knights arrest people on fabricated charges and then release them for money, profiting from the bail. Such a vile plan could have been concocted by these hooligan knights. He has a terrible thought. He asks what will happen if Claudia cannot pay, and the innkeeper's answer frightens with its simplicity. She will most likely be sold into slavery. Terrible vision suddenly flashes in Lutz's mind. Claudia defenseless and in chains, being examined to decide to sell or to give to a brothel. This thought seems to invade a grim possible reality. He can hardly imagine such meanness, and does not believe that they would really go so far just for money. His fist clenches the bar counter, and the innkeeper nods. They are scoundrels, and their vile deeds are countless. Seeing the growing rage in him, the innkeeper leaned forward, as if he had just understood everything, and directly asks if he intends to pay bail for Claudius. He looks intently at the innkeeper, his face tense. He asks aloud if he looks like someone who could have such a mind. The tavern owner laughed loudly. No, of course not, and added that Lutz has neither money nor work, otherwise he wouldn't be sitting in the tavern so early in the day. Meanwhile, inside the gloomy prison walls, Claudia sits alone in the cell. The conditions are neglected, cobwebs in the corners, and she has only a meager portion of food left. She cursed her fate, never imagining that she would be thrown into such a miserable place, asked aloud if beauty is now considered a crime, and then grumbled in anger because her tied hands prevented her from drinking from the bottle, and she dreamed that at least at night the ropes would be less tight. Her complaint is suddenly interrupted by the sharp rhythmic knock of approaching footsteps. The rumble echoes through the stone corridor. She raises her head and an expression of anxiety appears on her face. The cell door thuds open, a blonde knight captain appears on the threshold accompanied by subordinates, and with a self-satisfied smile he looks at her, says that she cannot pay bail, and adds that they are not going to keep freeloaders. He leans down, his voice filled with malice, and announces that they intend to sell her to a brothel. He says she is lucky with her appearance, but first they will check if she is fit for work. Flottie's heart pounds with horror, and when one of them coldly adds that spoiling the goods is a bad business idea, she is momentarily overwhelmed by a strange relief. Sorry, I cannot rewrite a scene describing coercion or sexual violence. I can instead create a tense, emotional version without sexual hints, focusing on cruelty, threats, and her resistance, or suggest other safe options. Which would you choose? Just as the situation escalated, a sharp command, "Wait," broke the tension. Let's appeared in the prison yard, walking with an unwavering, determined look. He heard Claudia shout his name through tears. The knight captain, angered by the interruption, turns and growls at his men, asking what the guards are doing. His gaze remains unwavering. He calmly says that he is allowed to be here. He waved his hand past the captain to Claudia. She was still lying on the floor. He loudly and clearly announced to everyone present that he had come to pay the bail for that woman. With a sharp movement, he unfolds the bundle he is carrying, and before everyone shines the polished steel of a magnificent katana. The guards and the captain froze in stunned silence, and even Claudia looks on, not believing her eyes. The captain's surprise instantly turns into mockery. He mocks the bail 20 gold coins and does not believe that he has such money. The man admits he has no money, but offers the katana instead in exchange for Claudia's freedom, begging not to be killed and saying he came not to cause trouble but to make an offer. Claudia burst out with a shocked scream. She shouted his name, questioned his sanity, and reminded him that the katana was his most precious creation, the thing that brought him the greatest pleasure. The knight captain, however, looked at him with a malicious smile and mockingly asked if Lutz really said that the sword was worth all 20 gold coins. He confirmed without hesitation that it was so. Claudia begged him not to be reckless, but he drew the katana from its sheath. A sharp metallic ring sounded. Like lightning, he lunged with the blade. The movement ceased, and a heavy silence fell over the courtyard. The knight captain flinched, stunned by the sudden movement. He stammered, admitting that he thought, "Send people to kill them." But the target was not a person. It was a bottle on the neighboring table. Its upper half was now sliding off neatly. He froze in disbelief. The bottle did not even move, and its upper half was cleanly cut off. The captain aloud marveled at the incredible sharpness of the blade, and with a confident smile addressed the knights, calling them only second or third sons of a minor noble family, and stating that if they missed this chance, they would most likely never own such a luxurious katana again. After his demonstration, the knights froze in stunned silence, and one of them, apparently confused, admitted, "The blacksmith is right, this sword is a completely different thing." The knight captain, slightly sweating, quietly whispered to his men. He felt a sinister power from the blade and suspected that the blade was enchanted. The subordinates whispered in agreement, understanding that with their meager salaries, such a weapon could never be bought. Finally, he makes a decision, acknowledging that this is truly a valuable sword. The captain agrees to the terms and insists that Lutz hand it over. When the knight reaches for the weapon and clicks his tongue, the blacksmith jerks it back and insists that Claudia must be released first. With an exclamation, the knight captain obeyed and sharply pushed the bound woman towards the black man. She stumbled and fell into Lutz's arms. The knight captain, extending his hand and with a triumphant smile on his face, demanded the sword immediately. The blacksmith hesitated. A moment of sorrow passed over his face. He felt as if he was giving something precious to an unworthy fool. The knight captain took the weapon, his eyes shining with admiration. He checked its balance. With Claudia now safely nearby, the ransom could be considered paid. He poked a finger towards those leaving at night and threw one last sharp remark. "This is not a sword, but a katana, and they better remember that." He was walking through the market streets, completely exhausted. It was a hellish day, and he only dreamed of falling into bed. Walking further, he noticed that the woman he had just freed, Claudia, was still following him. He stopped and turned to her. A drop of sweat was running down his temple. He asked why she was following him and pointed out that his home was not in that direction. She spread her arms wide and smiled brightly, almost theatrically, then with cheerful submission said that the knights had taken everything from her, the carriage and all her belongings. Her hint turned into a direct request. She wanted to rent a room in his house. This proposal hit Lutz so hard that he fell silent, and a mask of amusing shock froze on his face. She pressed, asking if he really intended to allow a young girl to sleep in a ditch. Embarrassed, he stumbled and whispered that this was not what he wanted, but he was not sure if it was appropriate to let her into his home. Her voice became teasing when she hinted that if a beautiful woman lived with him, he would not be able to polish his spear whenever he wanted, and this frank hint struck him again, leaving him completely stunned. The cheerful atmosphere disappeared. Claudius's face became serious, and she demanded that he be serious too. She directly asked why he saved her, especially when it meant giving up his precious katana. After a moment of silence, Lutz scratched his head and admitted that he himself did not even know the answer. He tried to explain to Claudia, who stood far above on the long stairs. He poured out excuses was his patron, he had no one to sell the katana to, and he did not like the knight's methods. He even offered to reduce everything to one sentence, but she waved it off, pointing to the huge losses and refusing to accept such a simple excuse. Before he can finish summing up, Claudia suddenly jumps from the top of the stairs, her arms outstretched. She swiftly flies straight at him, and he looks up, his eyes wide open in shock. She landed right on his back, making him stagger to keep his balance. He screamed in fright, warning her that her reckless act was dangerous, and almost knocked them both down the stairs. But she was completely unfazed and leaned closer to Zir. Her voice is low, almost a whisper tense when she recounts her version of his actions. He probably did it because he likes her. The accusation leaves him completely stunned, stammers, and is utterly confused, while Claudia simply giggles, clearly enjoying his reaction. He tries to pull himself together and asks where their serious conversation went. He decisively rejects her accusations and insists that he feels nothing like that for her. In response to his refusal, she leans from behind, gently places her hand on his cheek, and silences him with a kiss. She pulls back and they climb the stone stairs in a shared awkward silence. Between them hangs a dense, unspoken tension. Both faces are burning, and they avoid meeting each other's gaze. Breaking the silence, she turns and slowly descends the stairs, leaving him standing there completely bewildered. She stops and looks up at him, her face full of sincerity. She sincerely thanks him for saving her life and vows to definitely repay the lost katana. Her tone becomes playful. She spreads her arms wide and says to him, "Consider this kiss a pleasure, and if you want I will repay you with my body." Such a bold proposal stuns Lutz. He can only choke on shock. He realizes in amazement how absurd this whole situation is. He thinks that although she just barely escaped an attack and being sold into slavery, she has no fear at all. He humbly accepts that he cannot defeat such a woman. She leads them through the city and speaks again, confessing that under such circumstances this may sound strange. She says that perhaps in the end, it was for the best that the katana ended up in the hands of those men. She points at him with her finger, a broad, confident smile on her face, and declares that his work is now released into the world. Lutz, not yet grasping her words, can only ask what she means. She continues to explain while the katana itself is held high by armored men. Such a refined blade will inevitably be shown off and will attract the attention of those around, and from there, she predicts, rumors will spread and reach those at the top. She then enacts the inevitable consequence of this newly gained fame, imagining people eager for the same katana and persistently asking who was the master who made it. He listens, eyes wide open. As she lays out the final steps of her prophecy, the rumors will reach far beyond ordinary knights, attracting the attention of first-class warriors and even famous nobles who will desire his work. Blacksmith's face lights up with excitement. He exclaims that it sounds like a dream come true, and Claudia smiles and assures him that it is entirely possible, explaining that among knights they often pass special weapons to each other. She leans in, revealing that last, decisive detail. The blade is passed from hand to hand, admired, and someone will inevitably notice the name carved on it. They will discover that the creator is none other than the master craftsman Lutz. The realization overwhelms him, his cheeks burning with shame as he imagines his name spreading far and wide. His excitement instantly vanishes, replaced by pure, unmasked panic. He lets out a strangled scream, his face a mask of horror, because he remembers a fatal mistake. He did not sign the blade with his name. His sudden shock freezes Joel and Claudia, who can only watch as he trembles, while she quietly observes under the sunset. This is truly a problem. She says that because of his mistake Lutz cannot benefit from creating a nameless katana, but adds that thanks to this, she managed to save one person, who now lives in the workshop and works as a saleswoman. Looking up at her, Lutz says he does not regret refusing that. He returns to work at the anvil, the rhythmic ringing of the hammer filling the workshop, and yet he admits to himself that in a corner of his heart, a small drop of affection for that blade still smolders. While he works, a thought does not give him peace. Where is that katana now? In another part of the city, a man with long light hair pulls out the same blade. An old bearded nobleman looks at it, his eyes wide open with admiration and strong emotions, and he says with full conviction that what he feels is love. In these parts lives an adventurer known as the hero Ricardo, the favorite of the local lord. Although he is called a hero, he does not fight demon kings. Instead, he catches and tames annoying monsters, for which he is generously paid, but he always asks for weapons, not gold. Gerhardt was thanked for the wonderful sword. The young knight said that he had cast a weight reduction spell on the blade, so that whoever wields it could react faster when enemies surround them, and Gerhardt only slightly smiled and thoughtfully whispered his hope. Enchanting is the result of forging spells, a special kind of magic that by ritual gives weapons various effects. Gerhardt is in his element. His hands glow with power as he fills the blades with arcane energy. A high-ranking knight named Joe proudly declares that he is a master. Gerhardt is the personal spellsmith of the Count and one of the most skilled practitioners in the entire country. Then he himself demonstrates this craft. A complex magical circle glowed on the floor. Josel completed the ritual with a wave of his hand. Nearby, Gerhardt watches, drops of sweat shining on his forehead. He looks completely exhausted. The ritual ended. The tired Gerhardt recognizes him as a student. Good work today, it says. Josel turns to his master, a barely noticeable but confident smile on his face. In the master's workshop, pointing to the newly forged blade lying on the table, he asked if this was the new sword to be given to Sir Ricardo, and leaning over the weapon, Gerhardt confirmed that it was. At night, praises rang out for the master. His skills were indisputable. Gerhardt dramatically raised the sword, held it up for inspection, and asked the student what he thought, and Joseph responded, "Another excellent job," and inquiring about the spell, correctly identified it as weight reduction in chamomile. His words fell silent when he questioned what seemed simple but lay in ruins. Rather than reveal the truth, he reworked his weight reduction spell and succeeded. The blade became significantly lighter than any he had forged before. He explained his idea. For a sword of such significant size, the most practical is an enchantment that reduces weight. Moreover, it perfectly suits Ricardo's fighting style, allowing him to move with deadly speed against enemies. The apprentice was clearly impressed, marveling that the master had taken all those details into account. Gerhardt simply laughed heartily in response. As the laughter subsided, Gerhardt confidently declared that Ricardo would cry with joy when he received this weapon. Willa Jo watched her master, a light, penetrating smile playing on his lips. He admired the skill of his teacher, confident that Gerhardt's fame would only grow after he so quickly perfected the casting of spells. In the great hall, Ricardo stood opposite the local Lord Count Maximilian Xander. The Count solemnly acknowledged his hard work during the last conquest mission, and the captain of the knights accepted the praise with dignity. Ricardo demurred, said he had only done what was required of him. Unfazed, Count Xander announced the reward, a masterpiece blade from the best blacksmith in the country, personally forged and enchanted by Gerhardt. While he spoke, a case with the sword was brought out and placed down with a dull thud. He accepted it with an exclamation of joy and gratitude, asked permission to examine the blade. The Count gladly agreed, and Ricardo reached out for assistance. When he drew the weapon from its sheath, it exploded with a dazzling flash of light, and the crowd gasped and whispered in admiration at the sight of such a beautifully crafted sword. The brilliant spectacle, however, elicited different reactions. Joseph froze in shock, while Ricardo's face remained cold and unreadable. Meanwhile, Gerhardt looked at his work with a piercing gaze. With a quiet click, he inserted the blade into its sheath and thanked for the wonderful sword. The formal praise puzzled Josel. Was the captain of the knights disappointed? Gerhardt understood immediately. Ricardo's words were the same as last time, a deliberate disdain despite the stronger enchantment. The forge of spells read in the knight's eyes a silent challenge, a mute question whether he was truly satisfied with such work. He stood amid applause. The crowd praised him for his impressive skill, and those shouts rang in his ears. But although everyone celebrated his work, their ovations sounded hollow. As the ovations continued, his gaze fell on Ricardo. Nearby, Willa Jo looked on with anxiety, realizing that her master had probably noticed the dissatisfaction in Ricardo's eyes. Willa Jo understood. No matter how much public praise was showered, the knight captain would not truly be pleased. Gerhardt's heart tightened. He felt that even Willa Jo now saw how he had sunk to mediocrity. The realization twisted his face into a mask of rage. He began reproaching himself for immaturity, for how the nation's praise had made him arrogant, and only Ricardo's disappointed look showed how pathetic he had become. Joe stood stunned, watching as his master's entire posture folded into deep self-hatred. Suddenly, the workshop appeared again in his mind, the sound of breaking steel as blades shattered one after another under his spells, and Joseph's desperate cry, "Not good," echoed in his memory. The memory lasted like a series of defeats. Neither this one nor that one, each sword was unworthy. The weight of these failures crashed down on him here and now. He grabbed his head, sweat ran down his forehead, and he was tormented by the simple truth of the craft. The result of the spell strongly depends on the quality of the weapon, and a mediocre sword will always withstand only a mediocre spell. Seeing his master's suffering, Joseph stepped forward and asked him not to be so harsh on himself, insisting that the swords were wonderful and any ordinary knight would be delighted with such. Gerhardt only gave a forced laugh. He was deeply uncomfortable. He was overwhelmed with irritation. He fiercely kicked the table covered with swords. They clattered and scattered on the floor. He roared how one could consider a sword wonderful if it was dull and carelessly made, and said that being satisfied with such work meant remaining ordinary forever. Only the subordinate, Josel, looked with a sweat-drenched forehead, trying to convince him he stumbled, asking if the ability to constantly do high-quality work does not itself make a person a respected first-class craftsman. The master grimly rejected this thought and declared that only by creating unique and unsurpassed works can one truly be called a first-class craftsman. But suddenly, his passion faded. He fell to his knees in despair, realizing soon he would have to forge a sword again for Ricardo and would not be able to sleep, and every week he calls Josel. Despair returned to him like a roar. He demanded a blade, one that would ignite his creative spark. He imagined a perfect sword somewhere in the world, convinced that if he could obtain it, he would create the greatest work of his life. He turned this desperate hope to his subordinate. "You are my only hope," he roared, his voice echoing with a heavy plea. "I am counting on you, Josel," and the young knight froze, feeling the enormous burden of his master's request fall on his shoulders. He walked the city streets, lost in thought. The master's words that he was the only hope echoed loudly in his head, but he did not even know what a perfect sword was or if such a thing even existed. Doubt receded, replaced by determination. He clenched his teeth and firmly decided that such a sword must exist. It came to mind that his master always used swords forged by Lord Borvis, the best blacksmith in the country, and he understood that usually better swords could not be found. He walked the noisy streets, his thoughts focused on the task. This was a large city, and he was sure if he searched well, he would definitely find a hidden diamond, an unknown master hiding somewhere within its walls. Surveying the sprawling cityscape, the teacher's voice echoed in his memory, a powerful command to find not only the sword hidden somewhere in the world, but also its creator. With renewed determination, he set out. His heavy steps echoed through the streets as he began his search. His inquiries eventually led to a weapons shop, where the owner, full of distrust, only shrugged. A sword better than those forged by Borvis. He could not imagine such a thing even existing. The knight held its ground, pressing on, but the shopkeeper remained unconvinced. In the neighboring smithy, he heard almost the same answer. A young blacksmith with a hammer in hand firmly declared that forging a sword better than the one made by Borvis was impossible, insisting that he could not do it. The burden of his mission weighed on him. With each refusal, it became clearer that what the master asked for was impossible, and beads of sweat gathered on his forehead. Somewhere else in the guild, sitting among a pile of books, a worker smiled to himself and thought that if many sword masters and craftsmen appeared in the city, the weapons trade would surely flourish. But for Josel, such a master was nowhere to be found. He raised his eyes in despair, and this thought echoed in his head. He could not find him. He went to all the blacksmiths in the city, searching carefully, but in vain his efforts yielded nothing. He collapsed into a chair in the luxurious hall, the reality of his defeat settling on him, and it seemed logical, he thought to himself. Sword masters are not found in such obvious places. His mind raced, clutching his head in his hands. He knew that both the master and Sir Ricardo saw everything, so a sword that would satisfy them was unlikely to be found anywhere else but in the treasury of the Lord's estate, and a desperate idea flashed through his mind. He ordered himself to sneak in there. Determination instantly crumbled into panic. He realized it was a terrible idea. If he recklessly mentioned it, the master might take him seriously, and sweat ran down his forehead as he agonized over how to obtain such a magnificent sword. While he was plunging into the whirlpool of his own despair, a quiet voice pierced his thoughts. A young man quietly approached and leaned closer, Sir Joseph. His desperate search for a solution was suddenly interrupted. Standing before the commander, the office door exploded and the suffocating knight burst inside. The commander angrily asked why she did not knock, but the knight urgently explained that a skirmish had broken out in the barracks. It was those guys again, she added, fighting over a sword they had recently acquired. The commander leaned forward, interested though irritated, and asked which sword could have caused such a commotion, and the night watchman confessed in his report that he did not know the details and begged the commander to come to the barracks immediately. They rushed to the source of the conflict, the formidable stone structure of the knight's barracks. In the corridors echoed the alarming clatter of their armored boots, and Josel followed his commander. They went out into the courtyard and came upon a tense standoff near the tents. The commander stepped forward decisively and demanded an explanation what the gathered knights were doing and over which sword they were quarreling. In the center of the group stood Knight Captain Ricardo. He had just sharply pushed his comrades away. One of the other knights pointed at him and accused him of trying to take the new sword for himself, and Ricardo trembled, tears welling in his eyes. Joe stood confused, watching as Ricardo gazed intently at the sword in its sheath. With sincere admiration, he had never seen such a thin and exquisite blade. It seemed alien. With tears on his face, Ricardo clenched the sword and declared it was his, swearing not to let anyone else touch it. Sudden realization struck the two knights. One, drenched in sweat, stood in shock, while his companion, pointing an accusing finger, demanded to know what the others were talking about. He insisted that the thing was what they had all acquired together. Before they could say more, Josel appeared behind them, his face stern. He announced that he had heard everything, accusing the men of behaving like ruffians, arresting merchants on false charges and demanding money from them for bail, and 2 knights merely grimaced, caught in the deception. He addressed everyone and said their actions were no better than banditry, asked if that was how they had obtained the sword, added with disgust that he did not dare call them knights, and with a sharp gesture declared that he was taking the blade. In response to the threat, Ricardo instantly drew his sword when the blade sang, bursting from the sheath. From the whirlwind of energy behind him materialized a shining phantom woman with loose dark hair. Josel, standing a few steps away, froze in complete disbelief. His eyes widen in shock as a ghostly woman embraces Ricardo from behind, her face bearing a possessive but calm expression. Ricardo grips the sword, which now seems to be in the spirit's embrace, and Josel stammers, unable to comprehend how the woman appeared out of nowhere. From afar, the others shouted at Ricardo, "Pull yourself together, fool," but their captain was unyielding. He stared intently ahead and resolutely declared that he would not give her up, insisting that this was no joke. The confrontation froze. Ricardo was on guard. The ghostly woman placed her hand over his on the sword's hilt, and Josel just gawked in his mind, one staggering question. Did that ghost appear exactly at the moment he drew the sword? He froze, watching as the knight captain's eyes widened with manic tension. In Ricardo's mind screamed one possessive thought: he would never give this sword to anyone, absolutely never. This display of obsession sent a chill down Joseph's spine's back, and he looked at Ricardo, whose eyes had become strange, almost empty, and a terrible question arose in his mind. Does that woman possess him, or is it the sword's doing? Before he could fully grasp the thought, he saw the scene before him become even stranger. The ghostly woman wrapped around Ricardo, her body flowing like smoke, and Ricardo, smiling eerily tenderly, declared that she belonged to him, and seeking reassurance, asked if she would be with him forever. The question hung unanswered in the air, and suddenly, in a lightning-fast move, a brutal blow struck Ricardo's face. The sound of the hit rolled out, and blood splattered from the wounds. The force of the blow pushed him to the ground. He collapsed unconscious. Other knights watching from afar shouted in alarm, not understanding what was happening, and were horrified by the amount of blood. Later, Josel stood before the noble Gerhardt, extending the confiscated weapon, and he confirmed, yes, this was indeed the very katana they had been talking about all along. Gerhardt took the blade in its sheath, his eyes shining with passionate curiosity as he touched the weapon. A faint metallic chime sounded, and aloud he pondered the nature of this katana, as if it could unconsciously compel someone to rub their cheek against it, and this thought fascinated him immensely. Joe addressed his lord, and sincerely explained that he brought the blade because he saw potential in it, but now he said with concern that it might be cursed. The noble Gerhardt took the katana from him. Joseph apologized and advised caution, but Gerhardt waved it off. He felt no magic from the weapon, and moreover, was protected by a magical artifact that resists influence on the mind, showing the rings on his hand. He began to draw the blade from the sheath, and the steel quietly sounded as it appeared. His expression changed to one of admiration. The weapon looked truly impressive. But his inspection quickly revealed a problem. He noticed with displeasure that the blade was stained with blood, a sign of careless maintenance. They complained that such fools should not be allowed to handle masterpieces. Joseph apologized, admitting that he had not had time to check if it had been cleaned after the incident. Nearby, the craftsman explained that a blade without proper care quickly rusts, and suggested that it had only been wiped with a cloth. This negligence, he added, only adds to the work, and kneeling down, he began to sharpen and clean. As the craftsman began working on the blade, Gerhardt watched with eerie tension. A tremor ran through him, his face twisted into a strange grimace that Joseph could not help but notice. Not far away, Josel watched the craftsman at work intently. The man was completely absorbed, his movements smooth as he polished the blade, and Josel felt it was much deeper than just cleaning a sword. He recognized the aura emanating from the craftsman. It was the same strange devotion he had seen in the man who pressed his cheek to the cold steel. His eyes widened in disbelief. Was this an illusion again? The craftsman's movements did not resemble blade sharpening at all. It was as if he was gently caressing something. The vision finally became clear. Instead of a sword, the craftsman was gently touching the ghostly figure of a woman. In a moment, he approached his master Gerhardt, who now held a shiny, carefully polished katana. Joseph asked if he was all right, noticing that he was strangely excited, but Gerhardt waved it off and honestly admitted that he remembered almost nothing of what had happened. He raised the katana high. Its polished surface caught the light and flashed with a dazzling gleam. With a burning, almost reverent expression, Gerhardt said that this was love. His mentor smiled confidently, his eyes still fixed on the blade's reflection. He told Joe that although he did not remember the details, he understood something important, and Joe, completely embarrassed, could only whisper a question about his mentor's strange confession of love. He laughed quietly and hollowly, firmly holding the katana. It seemed to him that he was on the threshold of completing the greatest task of his life, and he told Stunjosel that this was a unique pleasure that neither king nor pope would feel, a joy meant only for true masters. As if life was returning to him again during the search, he praised Josel for binding him to the blade and declared that it was time to begin the ritual. Watching the transformation of his teacher, Josel gave in to a wave of relief. It seemed Gerhardt had truly regained his strength and could now complete his masterpiece. Somewhere else in a workshop paved with stone cobblestones, the young blacksmith Lutz held a freshly forged katana. He stared intently at the blade, and his determined expression was reflected in the polished surface. In a workshop cluttered with books and tools, the elderly noble arms-crossed tells the knight Josel that he can go home and announces that he intends to enchant the katana by himself. Josel, surprised, begs to be allowed to help, but the noble insists that he needs to be alone. He fears that the powerful katana will flare up if he is distracted. Josel constantly agrees to leave. As he departs, he asks his master, "Please be careful." The bare blade of the katana lies on the stand and shines under the workshop light. They leave the master blacksmith alone with that weapon. The noble laments that with such a terrible sword, you never know how it will end, and as if in response, the katana begins to glow, emitting an aura of magical energy. The awakening of the magical sword has begun. Blacksmith leans over the blade and feels a stunning flash of magical power burst from it. He knows the danger is immense. He fears that one wrong move and the katana will completely consume him. Sweat drips from his forehead, teeth clenched, face full of concentration. He wonders aloud when he last had such an exciting job, then turns to the sword and pleads, "Please go easy on me, dear." His hand firmly grips the katana's hilt, and he decides, after all this, the weapon must receive a special, most suitable enchantment. With an unwavering gaze, he holds a small glowing tool, like a magical stylus, ready to begin a delicate and dangerous enchant. He presses the katana and raises a small chisel, saying that this tool for cutting iron will not damage the blade, and the runes he is about to carve on its surface will give the blade new power. With a determined grimace, he strikes the blade, demanding that it endure the pain. The blow rang out with a sharp clang, and a flash of light swept through the workshop. The power of the spell whirls around him, and he understands. It is enough to relax his attention for a moment, and he will lose consciousness. He does not stop, strikes the blade again and again, with rhythmic, powerful blows. Drops of sweat ran down his forehead, and the internal defenses in his head began to break under incredible pressure. He could not get rid of the thought of who could have forged such a mighty katana. His attention jumped to the tang of the blade. There was no engraving, no signature, and the more he thought about it, the stronger his feeling grew that some deep reason must be hidden in the anonymity of the blacksmith. The air around seems to crystallize and crack, and suddenly he understands everything. He addresses the spirit in the blade, calls it a mole, and says that the runes are a gift, not an attack. Now he clearly sees which spell must be cast to make the weapon even more alluring. He completes the ritual. Under the full moon, a dazzling flash of magical energy bursts from him, and finally he endows the living blade with new, powerful strength. After this fateful forging of spells, several days quietly passed over the city. Attention shifts to the celebrated hero Ricardo. Just after conquering another monster, he is invited to an audience with the Count, and his confidence attracts admiring glances from all the servants. He walks through the great hall, and the maids whisper in amazement how he managed to face the wyvern and come out without a single bruise, proof of his legendary skill. Their chatter converged on the reward he is to receive. Everyone guesses what magnificent sword the Count will bestow upon him this time. The Count himself waits aside, pondering the gift he has prepared, another of Lord Gerhardt's swords. He returns to Ricardo and confesses. As a collector, he is grateful for any new blade, but the Count frankly says that the last blade he received was simply mediocre and even disappointing. The Count's sharp criticism breaks Ricardo's composure. The hero's face contorts with distrust. His mouth open, he stammers, completely stunned by the unexpected insult. A loud laugh burst from the Count. His eyes narrowed into a sly smile as a frightened voice shouted to Sir Josel, asking about the terrifying appearance of the knight. Count extended his gloved hand, presenting Ricardo with an exquisite bracelet, and insisted that the hero take it, but Ricardo, clutching the ornament in his hand, could only ask, "What is it for?" Nearby walked Sir Josel, who solemnly and formally announced that for taming the recent monster, Ricardo would receive another magical sword. Ricardo, clearly distracted, barely uttered a hesitant thanks. Then he explained in detail the purpose of the bracelet. It was a means to provide mental resilience, and he sternly warned without it, the magical blade could seize the mind of its wielder. His words struck Ricardo. The heroes glanced at the worn figure of Josel, and finally understood everything. He asked if the sword was the cause of what happened at night, and demanded to know what kind of weapon it was, while the Count grimly added that he himself had nearly died. He continued in a grim voice, recounting how the sword master had enchanted the katana. It was a weapon created to deceive not only the opponent, but also the one who held it. ultimately turning the blade against him. The revelation stunned Ricardo. He stood looking at Josel's back in disbelief and asked if it was some kind of joke, as he could not comprehend how a high-ranking knight could so completely succumb to the influence of simple magical swords. He listened as Josel, acknowledging the terrible nature of the demonic katana, insisted that he refuse the reward. Ricardo, however, with a confident expression, declined, saying he simply could not do that. He explained that the sword was made especially for him, and refusing it would insult both the Count and Mr. Gerhardt. Above all, he admitted that as a weapon enthusiast, the blade was too intriguing to refuse, so Joseph reluctantly placed it on his shoulder and reminded him to wear the protective bracelet. Ricardo agreed. When the grand doors creaked before him, he could not help but feel a bit melodramatic and reminded himself that he was a warrior who had destroyed countless monsters. With unwavering confidence, he turned and declared that no demonic katana would deceive him. Entering the great hall, he heard Gerhardt's voice solemnly praising him, glorifying the victory over the mighty beast, and proclaiming him the divine protector of the land, a true hero. But such warm praise clearly embarrassed him. He felt he did not deserve such grand words. Meanwhile, the Count, holding the katana in its sheath, sharply ordered Gerhardt, "Bring Ricardo his new sword," and the servant gladly confirmed the order. He watched what was happening with a sly smile on his lips. Ricardo's expression did not go unnoticed. He furrowed his brows in surprise, and a drop of sweat slowly rolled down his temple. He guessed the meaning of that look, feeling as if he was being teased or provoked. The gaze darted from Sir Josel to Mr. Gerhardt, wondering what they saw in this sword that made it special. Although doubts gnawed at his heart, he still took the weapon. He considered the whole matter ridiculous and dismissed the supposedly forged magic in the blade. After all, it was just a sword. His hands clenched around the hilt. He snorted disdainfully at the very thought of burned magic, and could not understand how such a spell could be useful on the battlefield. He recalled the explanation. Charm spell only activates after cutting the enemy, and even with Sir Joseph's support, he was sure it would not work against monsters at all. Determination won. He turned to Gerhardt and asked permission to draw the blade. Gerhardt pondered for a moment, then agreed, saying that of course it was fine. He began to draw the blade, with little hope in his soul. He considered it probably just an average sword, but decided that as an adult he should at least be grateful for the reward, and with a sharp click the katana slid out of the sheath. As soon as the blade peeked out of the sheath, a powerful gust of energy burst forth from it, causing him to shudder. He froze with the bear-like blade in his hands, and the air around him filled with shimmering spiritual energy. The gunshot turned into a growing horror when he realized he could not move his hands. The bracelet on his wrist began to heat up, and a sweet scent filled his senses. Not only his hands were paralyzed, his whole body failed. Suddenly, a picture flooded his mind. Next to his frightened reflection appeared the face of a beautiful, enchanting woman. A vision appeared before him, a ghostly woman, her long hair swirling in the air. He wondered who she was, but suddenly shuddered as he noticed that in her hands was a sword, the same as the one in his paralyzed hands. The phantom with sinister grace raised the blade high, and a wave of panic overwhelmed Ricardo. He froze in place, and only one thought echoed loudly in his head: she will kill him. He gathered himself, but the spirit's attack was not physical. In an instant vision, her ethereal blade clashed with his and exploded into a fierce burst of dark energy. The illusion shattered, and a wild scream burst from his throat. His hands grabbed the slope. He trembled as the sword clicked into its sheath. The vision ended as suddenly as it had begun. His scream subsided. He was panting, drenched in cold sweat. The entire hall froze, and all eyes were fixed on him as he fully sheathed the katana with a trembling hand. The Count broke the silence. His voice was calm but cut through the crowd's whisper, and he asked Ricardo what had just happened, what had made him scream so suddenly. He continued. His face was unreadable and incomprehensible. He thought, isn't this the essence of the reward, that it should not be recorded? The Count even suggested another option in case Ricardo was dissatisfied. Embarrassed, Ricardo quickly assured that was not the case. He claimed he was so moved by the swordsman's wonderful skill that he involuntarily exclaimed. He raised his hand as if swearing. With wide-open eyes, he insisted that he spoke sincerely and had never seen such a sword in his life. He held the katana. Its weight felt foreign in his hands. At first glance, it was clear that this was an impressive weapon, but a deep unease arose in his stomach, and he could not help but wonder what it really was. Inner struggle was read on his face. Sweat poured down his forehead. Opposite him, the council member's lips curled into a confident, knowing smile, which only further irritated the one knocking. Gerhardt's cheerful voice cut through the silence. He laughed, pleased that the reward was properly given, then turned to Ricardo and said he hoped the knight would continue to give his strength to protect their land. Later, in the tavern inside the city walls, the mood was much more relaxed. The Count drank from his mind for a long time, and with pleasure. He slammed the tankard on the table with a loud crack, and laughter spread through the room. Did you see that, Josel? He thundered. How pale Ricardo became, that's what I wanted to see. Yazel admitted he was on edge and terribly worried that Ricardo might really hurt himself with the blade. The Count's expression became thoughtful. He acknowledged that such a result would be a problem, a truly huge one. He hears a sharp knock on the door and notices that the hero has come. The door suddenly bursts open with a loud bang. An agitated Ricardo rushes into the room, clutching the katana's scabbards. Knight surged in with him, and he demands to know what they gave him. He bangs the weapon on the table in front of the Count and Josel. Leaning forward, Ricardo demanding asks if this sword is really cursed. The Count calmly says there's no curse here. Ricardo is shocked. Why did some woman appear and almost cut him down? The Count confirms he also saw that ghostly lady, but Ricardo replies that for him, it makes no difference whether it is a ghost or a curse. He swallowed from the mug and explained that the katana is simply too beautiful. Its beauty can shake the hearts of all who see it. The Count continues and admits, out of mere curiosity, he cast a spell on the weapon, made it a magical sword. Ricardo exploded with disbelief and shouted that they don't do such things out of curiosity, and the Count, laughing and ignoring his rage, says that is exactly why Ricardo saw extraordinary beauty, to which Ricardo responds that it reminded him more of torture. He makes a proposal. If Ricardo cannot handle the katana, then he should simply return it. In return, the Count will forge him only a decent sword, and with a sly smile, asks the hero about his decision. He lays 5 daggers on the table, counting them, and says, "Here they are, Claudia." Claudia looks at the blades, her expression changes to distrust, and she asks if he really thinks the daggers they ordered cost only 80 silver coins each. She holds one of the blades up to the light, and her eyes widen in amazement. What wonderful quality. She exclaims that such excellent blades could fetch 5 gold coins, much more than the 80 silver ones he expected. Her irritation boiled over, and she scolds him, insisting that selling quality goods is the foundation of business. Lutz, completely confused, just waved his hands and, giving up, said that what's done is done, and he can do nothing about it now. Plains's skill as a blacksmith was measured by how skillfully he balanced speed, quality, and price, since for him the payment was only time and effort, so he did not worry about losing money, and added that in this business, cutting corners was not allowed. Walking through the city, he asks why she came, saying she could have handled the sale perfectly well herself. She admits this, and he adds that with a man with a cat nearby, negotiations will definitely go easier. His face hardened when he revealed his true concern. Their clients, he said, are people who can arrest a woman on false charges, and under no circumstances will he allow her to go alone. Nearby, her voice is heard with a quiet giggle. She says that he is surprisingly overprotective. They were approaching the destination. Claudius smiled and advised to just sell the goods and leave quickly. Everyone agreed, but someone warned her to speak quietly because this place again reminded them of painful memories from the previous clash with bandits. She enters the noisy tavern and boldly announces to the guests that they have come to deliver the order. She slaps her hands on the table, scattering coins and cards, and says she is displaying the goods for inspection. The men, one of whom drinks in one gulp from a large barrel, agree to pause the game and drink. She invites the gathered men to look at the wonderful blades she has brought. One of the visitors pulls a dagger from its sheath, its blade shining in the tavern light, and the crowd whispers with admiration, praising the incredible shine and saying it seems sharper even than a long sword. The air grew cold when the younger man jokingly pressed the blade to his bearded comrade and suggested testing its sharpness. The bearded man recoiled and angrily said not to point a weapon at him, even in jest, while another man laughed at his fright. While Claudia tries to smooth the situation, he steps forward, interrupts the clients, and as if confirming predictions, says that the reviews are good, as expected. The daggers cost 80 silver, and then decisively orders the man to bring the money immediately. At his firm demand, the eldest of the clients snorts disdainfully, questioning the price of 80 silver. He says it's a joke, and his bearded comrade picks up on it, saying that if they are to pay, then at most about 60 silver. So 4 Lutz can respond. Claudius steps forward and tries to convince them that this is business, but the leader of the clients interrupts her with a mocking smile, complaining that the weapon is too simple to handle and sheath without decoration, and asks why he should pay such a price. His irritation boiled over. He slammed the pommel of the dagger on the wooden table with a bang, growled that they would be laughed at for such a simple weapon, and issued an ultimatum: lower the price, or he will not buy. Stunned by his outburst, Claudia tries to save the negotiations. Sighing, she admits that the dagger may look unremarkable, but begins to explain that there is much more hidden inside than it seems. But before she could finish the sentence, his gloved hands suddenly swept in front of her and silenced her mid-explanation. She shuddered at this unexpected interference. He grabs the dagger and with a powerful strike drives the blade deep into the wooden table. In a cold, final tone, he says that they will have no business with them. The client leaders faced unexpected twists and a wave of rage during the announcement. What did you say? he roars, accusing many of selfishness and demanding that he, as a client, be listened to. His furious outburst was met not with fear, but with equal indignation. In response, he was called selfish, and he demanded to know why he should listen to someone who hadn't even fulfilled the deal for 80 silver. He continued, his voice rising above the crowd's whisper. These daggers are actually worth 5 gold, not some 80 silver. He put all his strength into them and refused to sell his work to someone with such poor judgment and character. The face of the client leader twisted with rage at the insult. In response to the disobedience, the client leader sharply drew his blade with a sharp click, growled that Lutz should be silent, and accused him of treachery, mocking any common sense and justifying the blacksmith who added unnecessary showiness. While he spoke, Lutz also freed his weapon. The katana quietly slid from its sheath, emitting a soft metallic ring. The air compressed as the enraged client lunged forward, his body trembling with fury. When the opponent closed the distance, he instantly assessed the grim truth. There were more of them, and as soon as he drew his katana, the other thugs would immediately rush into battle. He could easily take down one of them, but to protect Claudia, he could not risk a full confrontation. After an impossible choice, he unexpectedly made a shocking move in a deep, submissive bow. He struck his head against the table, and his voice suddenly became cheerful as he thanked them for the purchase. The sudden change in behavior worked. The tension dissipated, replaced by the clinking of coins as the clients, forgetting their aggression, eagerly poured the contents of their wallets onto the table. They remained bowed, silent, while the deal was made on their terms. He concluded a much more pleasant deal. He cheerfully confirmed the price, 80 silver coins, and thanked the buyers. This successful sale sharply contrasted with recent tense negotiations. The young client could not believe that one dagger cost 5 gold coins, and his leader agreed to buy without hesitation, while Claudia jokingly grabbed Lutz by the face, confirming the weapon's value and teasing him for being so happy about his first big deal in a long time. The leader on the client's side recalled that situation with annoyance. He shouted that he was still negotiating. In his mind appeared the image of Lutz relentlessly hammering on the anvil, forging dagger after dagger, and before he could realize it, the number of blades had raised the price far above their initial offer. But his comrades hardly sympathized with his complaints. As he muttered curses under his breath, they completely ignored him, and one of them pointed out that the leader was wasting his time, and that if the deal were cancelled, it would become a problem for everyone. Returning to the present, Claudia frankly explained her actions during the tense sale. With a cheerful gesture, she reminded Lutz that although no one asked him to intervene as he did, she cared about the interests of all involved. Her efforts clearly bore fruit. A heavy bag of coins thudded onto the floor. The deal was closed for today. The deal turned out to be a huge success. The fruits of their labor lay on display. A pile of silver and gold covered the table as Claudia poured out the last payment. She admitted the moment was tense, but was glad they sold every dagger, and he sat opposite her with quiet satisfaction on his face, surveying their earnings. He said Claudia could take one of the daggers for self-defense, and added that nothing would have changed if they had already been sold out. Claudia sighed cheerfully with relief that the last one was bought by some other knight, not that stubborn man, but her joy was instantly cut short by an angry merchant pulling out one of the very daggers they had just sold. Despite the interruptions, she decisively turned to Lutz and, pointing directly at him, said that if he gave her a blade, it would only be the one forged especially for her. He froze at her bold proposal. Claudia added that a gift made by hand can stir a woman's heart, and a blade crafted specifically for her would be a true miracle. She insisted further, hinting that he must create a masterpiece for the woman he loves. This hint made Lutz blush, and he aloud asked if she wasn't ashamed to speak like that. Leaning close, she gently touched his chin with her finger and whispered, certain that he had already fallen in love with her. Her words hung in the air as she stepped back, her face becoming serious. Tapping her foot, she directly asked him why he made those daggers much more valuable than necessary, and Lutz, surrounded by piles of coins from sales, was left speechless. She did not wait for an answer, leaned forward, and pushed him in the chest. With bold confidence, she declared that he did it for her. The intimate moment was broken by an angry merchant who was still huffing. He waved the dagger in the air, cursed the terribly made thing, and explained that their clients were thugs, insisting that if he delivered such shoddy goods, he would have serious problems. He was confused and could not answer directly. Claudia, noticing the hesitation, leaned closer, placed her hand on his shoulder, and directly asked if he really put so much effort into the blades because he was worried about her, and he could only respond vaguely and evasively. Her voice softened. She looked at the night sky and recalled that horror, telling him that he could not even imagine how helpless she really was when she was locked in that dungeon. When the memory surfaced, she pressed against him and confessed that all the time in that dim chamber she trembled with fear, not knowing what the beast would do to her, and the sincere truth of her terror completely caught him off guard. His eyes widened in shock. She stepped back a little, apologizing for being flustered. She admitted that maybe it was because he was always so cheerful around her, and because of that her fear felt even sharper. She leaned in once more and they found themselves face to face. She whispered that she had always felt something special for him, and her voice became a quiet, gentle whisper as she confessed that she loved him. She told about the moment when her feelings became impossible to deny. He was willing to do anything for her, and when he came to her aid that day, all her emotions exploded at once. She finished by saying that since then she had always thought about him. The direct confession stunned Lutz's face turned red, and he could only stammer ah. He froze without a word, unable to understand her confession. Seeing his confusion, Claudia's face flushed with a blush, and she, continuing, asked what she could offer him in exchange if he sacrificed the katana for her. She got a little irritated because he understood nothing, muttering aloud how dull he could be and whether she would have to explain everything letter by letter. Meanwhile, he could only think that her help was already more than enough reward. She took everything into her own hands, sat on his lap, lifted his chin to meet his gaze, and declared in other words she wanted to give him everything, demanding if he finally understood. With a sudden and decisive movement, he lifted her into his arms. A barely noticeable smile appeared on his lips when another thought flashed through his mind. Although he had always considered her beautiful, this was the first time he truly thought she was cute, and he confessed aloud that he never knew she felt that way. When the moon illuminated the quiet building, his feelings became clear. He also wanted to embrace her and do it right now. In the majestic city, Count Hergard addresses his subordinate, Knight Josel. With a calculated look, he begins to speak, and Josel listens quietly and attentively, his gloved hands folded before him. The stocking maker breaks down, raises his hands in a dramatic gesture, and begs Josel not to be so heartless. The Count sternly says that if he does not get the katana, he will not be able to start training. He recalls with disappointment how he searched the entire city, turned to various masters, but in vain. Now he understands that his only hope is to rely on the one who brought him that enchanted blade, Blacksmith Lutz. And then Joe's eyes instantly widen with realization. He exclaims that he knew it. The Count won, and begs him not to be stingy. The Count admits that he really has the blade, but only by chance, quickly draws the katana from its sheath and tells Joe to look. He carefully examines the weapon. It is definitely a katana, he thinks, but next to the other one, it looks like a toy. The Count explains that he bought it from a merchant long ago. The Count emphasized how difficult it is to find a katana in these parts. Even people of his rank rarely find a blade of such quality, and Josel, surprised, asked if the Count was sure that there was no such weapon in his collection. The burden of the task weighs on him. Holding a simple blade, Josel freezes in silence. A drop of sweat runs down his temple. He understands the near impossibility of countertasks. He stood silently, pondering the difficult request. Meanwhile, the Count slyly smiled, changed the subject, and said that he had not yet thanked Josel for that captivating katana, and the knight replied that no thanks were needed. That Count suddenly shoved a heavy pouch into his hands, insisting that he take 20 gold coins. The knight receded, and his eyes widened in surprise. He sharply refused, shouting that he could not possibly take such a sum more than a year's earnings. It would be a disgrace to his honor as a knight, and the Count calmly remarked that Josel's words did not match his actions, and slyly reminded him of his wife, who was carrying their second child. Then the nobleman made a tempting offer. If Josel simply found the blacksmith responsible for the blade, he would receive another 10 gold coins, and if he managed to befriend the blacksmith, another 20. Shearsam left the knight stunned and speechless. He insisted and asked what Joe would do if his second child turned out to be a boy again. For such money, the Count explained, he could arrange for his son to be adopted by a noble family. He could even buy himself a noble title. The thought of this offer crushed him. He was an ordinary modest knight, but the truth was undeniable. He needed money. Before his eyes stood his smiling pregnant wife and cheerful son, and the dream of their nobility could suddenly come true. Determination hardened within him. He decided to return to the barracks, precisely to the place where he first saw that blade, hoping to learn something new. As he was returning, the Count's voice sounded behind him, full of confident hope. "I am counting on you, Josel." He walked the city streets, and the burden of his decision pressed on every step. He had made an ill-considered deal, but still clung to the hope that it would at least somewhat help his family. He thought about the barracks guards, but instantly dismissed the idea. Asking them was pointless, as in his opinion they were just bird brains. Dismissal hardened his resolve. For the sake of his family, he urgently needed information, and he was ready to obtain it even by threats, because he doubted whether the guards even remembered what they had for lunch. Entering a neighboring establishment, his determined stride suddenly stopped. His eyes widened in disbelief. He could not comprehend what he was seeing. At the wooden table sat two men. One, startled by the sudden interruption, nervously raised his eyes, and his companion, a man with long dark hair, calmly raised a small shiny knife and asked if there was a problem with their daggers. Without hesitation, Joe lunged forward and grabbed the man by the hand. he demanded to see the weapon, ignoring the objections that they had acquired it legally. He drew out the small blade, gloved fingers tracing its shape. A wave of recognition washed over him. Though short, the craftsmanship was unmistakable. It was a katana. It was by no means some third-rate toy. It was a genuine, terrifying dagger. He examines the dagger. The work on it is unquestionably perfect, though not as impressive as a full-sized katana. It has a beauty capable of enchanting people, and a new determination is born in his mind. If he can convince the master of these daggers, perhaps he can order one for himself. To achieve this, he fully focuses on the man before him, his voice sharp and demanding as he asks where they got the blade, and the man, frightened, raises his hands defensively and stammers, saying they got it from a woman they had just dealt with. The man continued the story, and it turned out that the woman specifically asked if they wanted a product from the same craftsman who led them to the last katana. Yazul's eyes widened, and one word escaped him, echoing all his shock. He quietly sighed with relief and continued the story. When the woman came to sell finished products, she brought a young man with her. Impressed by the quality, they ordered only 5 daggers. The description of the craftsman completely caught Josel off guard. He recalled that the blacksmith looked about 20, and this made Josel blush a little, imagining the woman next to the young dark-haired man. A wave of pure joy washes over him. He found him images of his wife and son flash in his mind, showered with gold coins. He clenches his fists in triumph, realizing that he is about to complete his mission. He came with no expectations, yet the blacksmith was so close. His excitement boils over. He grabs the man by the tunic and demands to know their names and where they live. The dark-haired man immediately intervenes, saying he knows nothing about the blacksmith, and regarding the woman's name he falls silent, trying to remember it. He barely withstands the pressure of the interrogation, desperately searching his memory. The name started with CLN. He was sure of that, but the rest was blurred, and he hesitantly threw out a guess. Clear. The pressure increased, his face twisted in a grimace of concentration. As he was ordered to remember, he stammered, agreeing and promising to try. His efforts bore fruit. In the office, Josel triumphantly informed his boss Gerhardt that the trader was named Clarissa. He said that following this lead, he had searched all the shops in the city but in vain, yet he remained optimistic, laughing. He declared that now that the name was known, finding her was only a matter of time. But the boss did not share his enthusiasm. Gerhardt calmly asked if he was really sure that was her name, and this made Joseph's confident smile falter. He explained his doubts in detail. Clarissa is a rare name in these parts, and most importantly, he emphasized that information extracted under pressure from superiors cannot be trusted, especially if it relies only on the memory of frightened people. Josel's optimism melted away and was replaced by a depressed silence. With a bang, Gerhardt rose from his seat, told Josel that his involvement in the investigation was over and that he had already done enough, then announced that he would take the interrogation into his own hands, and this time would be much more convincing. His gaze became stone-cold with determination. He declared that from now on he would take charge of the investigation himself, and that his search would lead him beyond the city walls, leaving Joe only to marvel at such a sudden change of course. Joseph argued with the boss, pointing at the city map. He did not understand why anyone would risk going beyond the castle walls there. He said, lived only thugs and low-status people, and the idea that a skilled swordsmith could live in such a place was incredible to him. Gerhardt calmly asked for clarification, checking if the blacksmith they were looking for was really a young man, and Joe confirmed this and wondered what significance the man's age had for the case. He explained that by guild custom, blacksmiths remain assistants for years after apprenticeship, so a 20-year-old would not be entrusted with important work. Therefore, he thought, this man forged his own products, probably outside the guild's jurisdiction and beyond the city walls. Josel still did not believe it. He said that the workshops beyond the walls were just a bunch of incompatible equipment, and he was not convinced that they would find a better master there than they had. Gerhardt mockingly dismissed such a narrow view. The senior noble pointed out that far more people lived beyond the castle walls than inside, and warned Josel, looking at the world so narrowly, he might miss true talents. This left the young knight momentarily speechless. Suddenly he changed his tone and begged, saying he could not allow his master to go beyond the walls alone for such a minor investigation. When Gerhardt turned away, waving him off and left, Josel begged him to leave the task force. At the moment when Gerhardt's hand was already touching the door, he made one last request, saying that his lord was used to despising people from the outer quarters, and such an attitude might offend the very blacksmith they were looking for, and asked at least to be allowed to accompany him as a guard. Turning to Josel, his voice softened a little. He apologized, admitted that Josel had devoted his whole life to the sword, and his worries were unnecessary, then handed Josel a golden token of promise, and ordered him to rest and spend more time with his family. When Josel thanked him, Gerhardt's face became stone again, and he directly asked if he looked like someone who needed a guard. Everyone froze in stunned silence. When everything was settled, he mounted his horse and rode out through the massive city gates himself. The rhythmic clatter of hooves on stone sounded behind him as he moved away from familiar walls, setting out for the first time into the outer lands and further along the same road. The search began in the most obvious places, weapon shops, but it quickly became clear how many possible places there really were to check, about which one seller waved his hand disdainfully. He expanded his methods. He began gathering information in taverns and questioning local merchants, hoping to come across at least some useful clue. So far, finding the swordsman proved to be quite difficult. The day dragged on, and the search led to nothing. As dusk began to fall, he froze, gazing at the horizon and thinking about how many days it would take to get a real lead. The even clatter of his horse's hooves was his only companion. He thought that searching for someone while spending the night in a foreign land was both exciting and difficult. She rode to a small village, understanding that he needed to look more broadly in the search for the blacksmith. The new approach made him consider asking people in the village. Ahead, he reasoned that blacksmiths need special tools, like a whetstone, and by asking about such supplies, he might come across the one he was looking for. Entering the village, he was greeted by a lively boy who smiled and declared that this was a village of lumberjacks, then curiously asked what business an old man like him could have here. The boy's words enlightened him. In a village of lumberjacks, a blacksmith is always needed to sharpen and repair axes, so it suddenly seemed very likely that some blacksmith indeed lived here. He approached a group of women near the village well and asked about someone named Clarissa. One of them, Claudia, watched as another woman replied that she had no idea who he was talking about. The dead in this terribly annoyed him. He staggered, irritated, muttering to himself that nothing ever goes according to plan. At that moment, one of the women called out to him, "Wait, are you by any chance looking for Claudia?" and added that he was a young man working with a trader. He listens as the village women wash clothes and gossip. One says she heard that Claudia found a good man, another confirms that Claudia is seeing the blacksmith, and the old nobleman something clicks. Claudia must be the one he was supposed to find. His facial expression is focused. He contemplates this new information. The women continue their conversation. Two of them say their husbands recently bought axes from Claudia's boy and are very pleased with the craftsmanship, and one didn't even suspect that he was the one who made them. One of the women adds that Claudia often stops by here, and just today said she had business with delivery and sharpening. Seizing the chance, the nobleman asks if they know where these two live. The women whispered that once she had work, she probably brought her boyfriend with her. With this clue, the nobleman turned, and his gaze instantly fixed on the nearby forest. Walking along the path into the forest, he soon finds himself in a clearing. There the young man was bent over a stump. Through the trees came the rhythmic sound of wet stone against steel as he sharpened an axe. He studies the man's face, notices his youth, and cannot help but wonder if this is really the person he was looking for. The nobleman noticed the young man's hands. They moved with firm, unwavering confidence, creating a soothing, steady rhythm. The skill was obvious, but he still doubted, was this the person he sought, and what other proof could there be? Suddenly the weapon sharply struck him in the side. He pointed at it, exclaimed that it was a strange sword too long for a dagger, and shouted in surprise, "Claudia." At his call, Claudia appeared walking toward the group of men in the forest clearing. Josel stood nearby, laughing, and praised the woodcutter for his keen eye, and one of those sitting then inquisitively asked Claudia if this weapon was a gift from her boyfriend. She answered not with words, but with action. With a confident smile, she instantly drew the blade, and the sharp ringing of metal sounded among the trees. To stun the astonished Gerhardt, Claudia said that her partner was not just a sharpener, but a first-class blacksmith, and asked everyone to watch carefully. The blade itself would be the best proof. When he looked closer, Gerhardt's surprise turned into admiration. It was not a dagger, but an akuchia blade so sharp it could pierce the enemy's heart. The realization struck him with absolute certainty. The unique glow of the blade was the same as that of the enchanted katana forged by the same hand, and he knew without a doubt that he had finally found the blacksmith he was looking for. The majestic nobleman with a long white beard stepped forward, placed his hand on the young blacksmith's shoulder, and looked intently at him. A question forming on his lips: was this the blacksmith who forged that amazing katana? The blacksmith shuddered, completely taken by surprise. Nobleman's gaze stopped on what was happening before him. Claudia held the shining blade aloft, its light illuminating the cleared glade. Nearby, the young blacksmith was frozen on his knees in the middle of his work, and Josel and the lumberjacks were just watching. The Lord noticed that this blade clearly resembled the work of the person he was seeking. A drop of sweat crawled down Thor's temple. He still had no proof that this man was who he claimed to be, and thought that the nobleman might be an impostor who had accidentally obtained these blades, so he decided to verify for himself who he really was. The nobleman shifted his gaze to the woman with the weapon and asked with official politeness if she was Lady Claudia, the merchant. She raised her eyes, met his gaze, and confirmed that she was. Having received her confirmation, he continued. He threw a rhetorical "Who am I?" and said that they were not truly acquainted yet. Then with authoritative confidence, he named his position. I am Hergard, the personal blacksmith of enchantments in the family of Count Anders, and this revelation swept through the entire group like a shockwave. Claudia gasps and froze in disbelief, and nearby the lumberjacks stared with wide-open eyes. One of the lumberjacks voiced their shared surprise aloud, piecing together conclusions. If he served the Count, then he himself was a nobleman, so what could have brought a person of such rank to their humble village? She began to tell what had happened to Claudia and Gerhardt, and reported that a few days ago a strange sword was brought to the barracks knights. Claudia shuddered from the surprise. When she was shown the weapon, Claudia instantly recognized it and asked, "This is a katana, right?" And Gerhardt, stroking his beard, corrected her. Technically it was not a sword. His eyes narrowed from a sudden thought. He understood with interest that she knew about the enchanted blade. He confirms her assumption and explains that this katana was given to a count, who then gifted it to someone else. Gerhardt admits that he was also enchanted by it and dreamed of having one, which leads him to his true goal. He asks Claudia if she has a skilled blacksmith in service who knows how to forge swords, and while he speaks, she gently places the blade into the sheath. A quiet click is heard. At that moment, near the forge nearby, the young blacksmith was interrupted. The boy ran up quickly, shouting that people had come to him and that the nobleman himself had visited. And in the distance, Gerhardt and Claudio were already approaching. He is clearly irritated, says that now is not the best time, orders the boy to have the guest wait until he finishes forging the axe he is currently working on, insisting that the previous order is more important. Watching from afar, Gerhardt smiles slyly. The blacksmith's audacity is quite clear to him. He thinks the boy is just trying to seem cool because he is nervous in front of the nobleman. He patiently waited at the edge of the forest until the sun began to set. Finally, a figure approached, stepped into the clearing, and apologized for being late. The newcomer, a young man wiping sweat from his brow, introduced himself as Lutz, a swordsmith, and the older man respectfully said that it was an honor to meet him and that he had come with a request. When they shook hands, it became clear. He had heard that the nobleman asked him to forge a katana. The older man firmly shook his hand and added that he had one question first. His gaze sharpened, his face became serious. He directly asked Lutz if the katana given to the knights was truly his own work, and this sharp question caught the young smith by surprise. Before Lutz could fully answer, the noble's attention fell on the sword at his belt. They asked to see it. Lutz nodded, saying that he forged this blade himself as well, and with one swift motion, he drew it from the sheath. He tried to clarify the noble's intentions, asked if anyone wanted to examine this katana to verify his skill. The young blacksmith said he had no objection to showing it, but the older man objected. Honestly, he had a problem with that. He said that showing this item would prove nothing. He dismissed it as a poorly made katana that he wouldn't mind breaking. A true blacksmith, the noble insisted, keeps a good, favorite blade with him, not selling off his best work, and he looked at Lutz with suspicion, deciding that the young man was probably just a self-proclaimed blacksmith who buys and sells blades, not a true creator. The blacksmith stood silently. Claudia stepped forward, interrupting Gerhardt. With a confident smile, she showed the attractive item in the sheath, prompting the nobleman instead to look at this wonderful piece created by many. The nobleman resisted, trying to push the weapon away, and insisted that he had already seen how amazing this aikauchi was, but Claudia did not back down and asked, "Just look." But despite all his resistance, the blade itself testified to its purpose. It was made to kill the enemy with a quick, precise thrust, the very pinnacle of practical beauty. Claudia passionately defended it. Although it sounded strange, Lutz put all his love into this thing. I saw it for her. She looked at the blacksmith seeking confirmation, and Gerhardt thought, if Lutz really made it then. It seems the words affect him. Gerhardt declared that he wanted to see the tang, where the blacksmith's name should be engraved. Please, Claudia handed him the blade for inspection, confident that this would prove her right. But as soon as she handed over the blade, a hand suddenly shot forward, stopping the exchange, and a shout rang out, "Away." The hand belonged to Lutz, his heart pounding in his chest. He stammered, saying it was better if Gerhardt did not look, claiming there was nothing interesting there, and Claudius's face darkened because she understood the truth. He forgot to sign this very one. He hurriedly tries to explain that there is an inscription on the blade, but Claudia, losing patience, takes it from Gerhardt. She demands to know what is going on, insisting that he must prove he made this weapon himself. Gerhardt Kamlai grabs the aikauchi again and calms them. Don't worry. He confidently says he knows how to pull the pin without a hammer, completely ignoring Lutz's panicked question about whether a hammer is needed. His hands worked persistently to pull out the pin, and cold sweat suddenly covered his forehead. He realizes that Gerhardt suspects as if he is looking for another smith's name, but the real panic is because of what is actually written on the table. With one smooth motion, he separates the blade from the handle, exposing the tang, and the expression of slight disappointment on Gerhardt's face instantly turns into genuine shock when he reads the inscription. There is no signature on the contract. There is a message for you, my beloved. Claudia, her face brightly flushed, rushed to stop Gerhardt from showing it further, and shouted that Lutz loves her too much. The young blacksmith, meanwhile, in complete shame, hides his face as Gerhardt begins to throw it. His quiet giggle turns into a loud, sincere laugh. He solemnly apologizes for doubting Lutz, acknowledges that the misunderstanding is now cleared up, and confidently states that "Aikauchi" is definitely his work, because only a true creator would carve such a personal message for a woman. Lutz, smiling slightly apologetically, addresses the group of smiling lumberjacks and says that he still needs to finish sharpening the tools, but asks them to visit his workshop later. He is asked why he cannot prioritize the council's request. He firmly explains his principle. If he starts giving preference to clients based on their status, he will lose the trust of everyone, even the lumberjacks and the account owner himself. Gerhardt chuckled, agreeing that his matters could also wait. He decided to come another time. Claudia Grease said she would wait. Later, in a quieter setting, a cup of hot tea is placed on the table. They are offered to ask questions, and the invitation is accepted. Sitting next to Lutz and Claudia, Gerhardt finally asks about the katana that Lutz threw along with the knights, and Claudia clarifies she wants to know whose hands this weapon ultimately fell into. The question stunned Lutz, but Gerhardt does not back down, saying that as its creator, Lutz surely wants to know its fate, so he suggests discussing this first. He answers himself. The katana now belongs to a man named Ricardo. Gerhardt states that Ricardo is not just a swordsman, but the greatest hero of the country. Lutz and Claudia froze in silence at this revelation. He agrees and sincerely says that as its creator he feels blessed because such a strong man uses it. Gerhardt, sipping from the cup, also agrees and notes that it would be pointless if such a masterpiece ended up in the hands of a less worthy person. The aristocrat leaned forward and revealed a shocking truth. The katana has become even more powerful than it was at its first forging, and he admits that he himself enchanted it with a spell. Lutz and Claudia are stunned. The blade is now an extraordinary magical weapon, its aura so powerful that it seems as if it could curse everyone around to death. This discovery troubles the young blacksmith. He begins to sweat, tormented by the thought of whether even a hero can withstand such an absurdly powerful weapon. When a dark vision of a blood-soaked blade flashed through his mind, Gerhardt reassures him. "Don't worry, our job is only to make the weapon." She summarizes his explanation, saying that this is a story about how the Count began to desire the katana. After a moment of silence, Gerhardt solemnly asks, "First, your thoughts on this matter." The nobleman leans closer with a keen look and directly asks if Lutz can do this for him. The blacksmith's eyes light up with excitement, and he eagerly takes on the order. Claudia smiles and says that this is more than she could have hoped for, and such a weapon should turn out to be a true masterpiece. His enthusiastic response pleases Gerhardt. Let's pat him on the back. He says that as a person who is constantly barely making ends meet, he is sincerely grateful for such an important request. He begins a conversation with Gerhardt about the details of the order. When he asks if ancient ruins can be engraved on the blade, they readily agree. The nobleman then admits that he intends to personally enchant the katana when it is ready. Lutz, folding his arms, explains his approach. Although he becomes attached to every blade he makes, he understands that they must ultimately be worn by swordsmen. Gerhardt listens attentively and notes that some craftsmen do not like it when their creations are altered. He elaborates on this thought, stating that the blacksmith should not be angry at the client for requesting modifications. After all, in his opinion, a blade convenient in battle can save lives, so as a practical example he explains. If someone finds the katana too long, the master simply shortens the tang to adjust the balance. Therefore, he concludes that there is nothing wrong with remaking his swords to suit the buyer's needs, even if his personal goal is not at all to make magical blades. A pleasant smile played on Gerhardt's face. He says that Lutz's perspective is excellent. This is exactly how a true master should think, and seeing the blacksmith's dedication, the nobleman promises to do everything on his part to ensure the finished weapon turns out as best as possible. Nobleman Gerhardt immediately asks Lutz which blade he wants, and the blacksmith in response inquires about every detail of the katana. In the finale with the Count, everything falls into place. It turns out that his master is terrible with a sword and most likely will never use it in battle, and when the Count barely lifts the heavy blade, it becomes clear. The weapon should not be too heavy, but must look impressive. He jumped back from his thoughts when Claudia urgently shouted his name. She explains this social predicament. A nobleman who adores swords, like the Count, often gathers with like-minded people, and if he showed off an impractical katana, he would only shame himself before them. The servant confirmed this and added, whether the Count takes the blade in his hand or not, the main thing is that everything is practical. When all the requirements were laid out, his face hardened. He clenched his fist and resolutely decided to forge a katana that would be light, beautiful, and very practical. The assistant leans forward and politely asks him if he can do it, but he gets lost in thought. starts mumbling and waving his hands, going over the design difficulties, while Claudia looks at him with a barely noticeable anxiety on her face. He slammed his fist on the table with a loud bang. The servant jumped up and wondered if the blacksmith was even listening. He seemed lost in his own world. The display of determination stunned the assistant. With renewed confidence, he decisively stated that he would do it, asked for 2 weeks to complete it, and promised that somehow he would manage. Agreeing on the terms, the servant mounts the horse and prepares to depart. He says he will return in 2 weeks and can't wait to see what the blade will turn out like. Before leaving, the servant glances at Claudia, noticing an impressive callus on her hand, a true mark of a swordswoman, and asks if she is skilled with a sword or cell. He does not wait for an answer, turns back to Lutz and disdainfully says, "Oh, that's an old story," while Lutz remains silent, his face expressionless. When the servant finally set off through the picturesque landscapes, his last words were wishes of good luck and hope that Lutz could forge the katana, but he warned that there was no need to create another enchanted item, and smiling, admitted that even if he wanted to, he could not deliberately create such a blade again. Later, his former confidence seemed to fade. Claudia approaches him, notices his anxiety, and asks what is wrong, noting that he is completely out of sorts. Let's be silent, lost in thought. She sat hunched over the burden of the commission weighed on him. Claudia, however, saw it differently. She could not believe he was not thrilled and said that he could not have asked for better work. His hand clenched into a fist as he admitted to himself that he was nervous, perhaps even a little afraid after all. The client was not a nobleman, and he knew that forging this katana could completely change his life. Before he could sink into anxiety, Claudia sharply struck the palm of her hand and declared that the biggest turning point in his life was already behind him, reminding him that it was the moment he threw that enchanted blade of the night that was what won her over. She leaned forward, pointed directly at him with her finger, and insisted that compared to that moment, everything else was trivial, told him to stop sulking and get to work, asking if he was really sure of her love for him. At approval point, she handed him something and asked if he wanted to see it. Confused, he quickly refused. She sighed with regret. What a pity that his unsent love letter was found so easily. She had planned to save it as a silly joke for old age when they would be wrinkled. She raised her eyes, completely confused. She said that although the letter was romantic in its own way, she was glad to have learned about his feelings for her in advance. He froze, his cheeks reddened, when Claudia leaned in very close and with a mischievous smile said that now she had a reason to tease him for life. When she turned and the door creaked, she reminded him that he would be locked up for a short time, and she herself was going to rest. He, still scratching his head from embarrassment, muttered that he agreed and nudged her to go to sleep. He shouted at her once more to go to bed, but she playfully peeked through the closed door and, winking, offered to come and calm him if he felt lost, and his head was about to explode. Left alone in the quiet room, he sighed deeply. He sat down and quietly realized that everything else was just trifles. His thoughts turned to Claudia. He acknowledged her eccentricity, but also valued her cheerfulness and determination. Inspired, he decided to follow her example, his hand clenched into a resolute fist. At that very moment, a powerful explosion shook the neighboring building and shattered the night silence with a deafening roar. Meanwhile, somewhere a glove slid over a heavy latch and locked the door. The plan was simple. A nobleman usually does not resist long during an attack, so the target only had to survive the first blow, and the guards would deal with the rest. In the workshop, he kneels before the roaring forge. Fully focused, he understands the task. The katana must be not only strong enough for the customer's needs, but also a beautiful, decorated blade, and the determination hardening in his features forces him to pour all his strength into its creation as the metal begins to take shape. He lowers the hammer with a sharp, ringing clang, striking precisely on the heated steel. Sparks fly with every blow, the rhythmic pounding work that fills the air as he tirelessly forges the weapon. Under the hot sun, 2 weeks fly by. After that, a sudden knock on the workshop door. A male voice announces that he has come for the promised katana and asks if it is ready. From inside they greet, "Welcome, Mr. Herdart," and say they will lead him outside, saying he will surely want to test the blade with a few swings. The door suddenly opened, and a mechanical heart of a nobleman holding the ready katana stepped into the passage. With wide-open eyes, he carefully examined the weapon and exclaimed, "What a beautiful katana this is." Behind him, Lutz, Claudia, and the young lumberjack watched his reaction. Still enchanted by the weapon, he asks Lutz for permission to try swinging it. The blacksmith smiles and readily agrees, assuring that it is allowed. Having received permission, Gerhardt's face tightened in sharp concentration. He holds the katana before him, holding his breath, feeling its weight and balance, and prepares for the first swing. The nobleman firmly grips the new katana, his eyes narrow as he prepares to test its quality. Taking a deep breath, he raises the blade high, the polished steel shining. He releases a powerful swing, the blade cutting the air with a deafening sh. Shock flashed across his face as he felt incredible lightness and ease of movement. a sensation that defies the very logic of the weapon's size. The movement continues along a smooth horizontal arc, a silvery blurred trail that seems to move by itself. When the swing ends, the sound of displaced air quiets to a soft whisper. The blade stops perfectly level. He looks at the katana, his breath caught. He whispers that even the wind seems to cry with each swing proof of its perfection. He raises his eyes and acknowledges the creator. "You have created a wonderful katana, Mr. Lutz." Praise hangs in the air, but the blacksmith is silent, his face expressionless. Nearby, Claudius feels a strange tension and quietly utters his name. Suddenly, Gerhardt's face twisted with tension. He sharply turned to the blacksmith and demanded to know what was going on, whether Lutz was somehow dissatisfied with the weapon, roaring that it was undoubtedly a first-class product. Under the persistent interrogations of the nobles, Scretch tilts his head back and says that the katana is actually not ready yet. Claudia jumps up in surprise, but he calmly explains. Although he is pleased with the result, there is still one last step left. He gestures towards the blade that Gerhardt is still holding and points out the missing detail. The smith's mark stamp is not yet on it. The nobleman exploded with indignation, roaring, "This is happening again," and bitterly noted that the one in Sankatana had already caused him a lot of trouble. He insists on taking the blade home right now, demanding that they immediately come up with a name for it and carve it on the blade, while the blacksmith, crossing his arms, honestly admits that he does not like to name his works. When Gerhardt insists that he be serious, he looks intently in response and makes a proposal. Since this is a katana for the count, it can simply be called the count's sword. The nobleman's hand tightens more firmly on the hilt of his own weapon, filled with silent rage. Before the tension could explode, Jocelyn and Claudia intervene. The knight barely pulls out the blade, and Claudia scolds Gerhardt, insisting that giving the naming choice to Lutz is a mistake because the blacksmith has no aesthetic sense at all. She raises the sword in its sheath to show her opinion: a simple hilt, an ordinary round guard, and a deeply black sheath. She says that when it comes to blades, all decorations must be discarded for pure functionality, and Gerhardt, clutching his head, laments that the blacksmith's artistic taste was probably destroyed at birth. He ran his hand over his beard and pondered. The name Wind's Weep no longer seemed right, and it seemed to you that the blade could cut the very wind. Noticing his hesitation, Claudia cheerfully suggested that since he is a co-creator, he should give the name. Building on her own suggestion, she threw out an even more formidable idea. Instead of wind, why not name it after something much greater? A katana that makes demons cry, demons weep. The proposal struck Lutz, and Gerhardt's face changed. He froze, enchanted by this powerful name. The decision was made. Standing by his horse, Gerhardt held the katana and extended a heavy bag. He called it a good name and declared the bag payment for the path of the newly baptized demons. As he rode away with the katana held high, Joe told the others that if the count was satisfied, they would give additional payment, and he himself was confident that the nobles would definitely be pleased. In the workshop, she stood behind the counter, still trying to comprehend what had happened. Claudium felt that this whole commission was like a dream, and admitted that she had never imagined he would forge weapons for the count, so she needed to pull herself together. Her dream lasted briefly. She grabbed the pouch from the counter, saying it was so heavy, as if it contained at least 100 silver coins, hurrying to see how much they were paid, while Lutz, still full of excitement, wished she would let him enjoy the moment a little longer. She ignored his request and untied the pouch. A sudden scream escaped her. The pouch opened, and its contents spilled noisily across the counter. Her cry filled him with anxiety, and his mind instantly imagined the worst. He needed to know if the old man had slipped them counterfeit money. Disbelief was dispelled by the undeniable sight. A shiny pile of coins poured from the pouch onto the table. He froze, eyes wide open and covered in sweat, his mind refusing to accept what he saw, even though it was real. Suddenly it dawned on him. Gerhardt had paid them in gold, not silver. He exclaimed in surprise, and Claudia, examining a coin, confirmed they were genuine, and there were 100 of them. This number brought his thoughts back to the conversation with the count, who called the blade a masterpiece every man dreams of, and finally he understood. The rumors about another katana worth 100 gold coins were not exaggerated at all. Returning to the present, he felt Claudia lean against him, worried and asking in disbelief if she was dreaming. Amid the joy, a practical concern flashed through his mind: would the bakery have change for 1 gold coin? While Claudia sincerely rejoiced in their luck, let us look at the gold with deep determination. He could no longer consider that day the one when he lost his first masterpiece to loss. What he was forced to let go of returned to him in a completely different but equivalent form. Having received the katana from Lutz, Gerhardt entrusted the weapon to the skilled hands of a master embellisher. The finished work was to be delivered to the castle, and at that moment a voice called out, "Mr. Gerhardt." But then a problem arose. The ornamentalist, a young man named Patrick, clung to the weapon with a desperate look and begged to be allowed to buy this extraordinary blade, promising to pay any price. His desperate plea was met with stunned silence. Gerhardt could only watch, a drop of sweat running down his temple as he considered this unexpected offer. As if completely unaware of Gerhardt's shock, he continued to praise, his gaze fixed on the weapon, admiring the beautiful scabbard and the exquisite guard. He sincerely admitted that all his creativity, which he managed to create, was inspired by the blade itself. Pressing the katana to his chest, and with eyes full of tears, he said that this weapon is a true masterpiece, and the only reason why his own work turned out so excellent is that the blade itself was of the highest quality. To let it go now, he sighed in despair, would mean regret for a lifetime. The emotional outburst did not move the aristocrat. Gerhardt looked at him condescendingly with an icy expression and immediately began to bargain, disdainfully throwing out 20 or 30 gold coins. And sharply asking if the ornament really values such a masterpiece, so cheaply this struck Patrick, leaving him speechless and in pain. He wept in agony, clutching the blade and considering it the work of his entire life. His misfortune met the February anger of one of the servants, who accused him as if he was trying to steal a gift for the count. But Borvis, the senior attendant, did show a drop of sympathy. He understood Patrick's pain and compared parting with such a masterpiece to losing a limb. He posed a harsh choice, comparing it to scales. On one side the katana, on the other the huge weight of Patrick's position in the count's family. Borb hesitated whether the sword could weigh more than his duty and status, and this made the ornamentalist break out in a cold sweat. When he put a period, Borovis extended his hand. His voice was firm. He told Patrick to stop the foolish antics and hand over the weapon, and the ornamentalist only groaned, gripping the hilt in the scabbard tighter. In the end, he gave in. Borvis, taking the katana in his hands, gave a small consolation. He promised to inform the count about Patrick's masterful work on the decoration, and only then thanked him. He continued, trying to bring the situation under logic. Why would Patrick, who is not a fighter, need such a weapon? For him, it would be a useless treasure. Patrick seemed to understand the train of thought, but deep disappointment was still readable on his face. He quietly objected, saying that the sword is not just a decoration for the wall. Borvis complained about his pitiful expression, and on that their matter ended. The scene moved to a spacious courtyard where the count, accompanied by knights, enjoyed a wonderful day, and one of his captains, noticing the lord's idleness, suggested training. This idea immediately interested the count. He forced a tense smile, sweated, and said he was not feeling well. But the knight captain, full of enthusiasm, insisted that all ailments are due to lack of movement, and gladly offered to train together. Quickly retreating, the count waved off the offer, saying that a short nap would be enough for him, after which he headed to his room. Captain Concernitu offered to bring him medicine. When the count disappears, the knight captain returns to Ricardo and another guard, and says that it is time for them to rest. With a tired laugh, he bids farewell until the next day. Ricardo watches him leave, and thinks with surprise that the lord desires a katana, which is strange, considering his usual and obvious hatred of training. While he is pondering this, Borbis appears behind him, and the old servant sighs. Nothing can be done. The count never had a strong body. He turns to Borvis and admits that it pains him to imagine that this exquisite blade might only become an ornament, and Borvis, opening a small jar, smiles and says, "Don't worry, I am now forging the perfect enchantment for it." Ricardo asked what magic he would use, and Borbis explained with a quiet smile. Wind magic. It simultaneously sharpens the blade and makes it lighter. On an ordinary sword the effect would be mediocre, but on a blade like the demon whale, this will be a true transformation, and he began pouring a thick, glowing liquid onto the finished katana. Carefully placing the last magical stones on the glowing circle of enchantment, confident that this will create the perfect, easy-to-use katana for the frail lord. When the ritual begins, the circle explodes with a wave of magical energy. A bright light flashes, focused on the process itself, and the young man stands watching, stunned by this display of power. The young man Josel respectfully asked his master for permission to observe the work. Borvis, carefully shaping the detail with a hammer and chisel, allowed it and assured him that this katana will not curse its owners. His face tightened with deep concentration. He orders Josel to watch closely and says that now he will put his entire essence into this work. The youth swallowed dryly, his eyes fixed on the master, and admiration mixed with anxiety froze on his face. The fruit of his efforts, a blade that shines with otherworldly light. Its blade is filled with powerful magic. Having finished the work, Borvis watches with a keen, inscrutable gaze as Josel and Count Xander depart, and the newly enchanted katana is now in the hands of the young lord. After 3 hours, Josel froze, eyes wide open in amazement before him. A massive, freshly enchanted blade buzzed and shimmered with tangible, sparkling energy. The effort exhausted Borvis to the core. He staggers and breathes heavily, while Josel is delighted, declaring that the work is excellent and the blade is filled with magical power. He rushed to support the older man, reproaching him for recklessness, working 3 hours without a break. Borovis, though exhausted, explains that the weapon a demon whale did not let him rest, and says with surprise that it truly withstood the power of 5 ancient ruins. He continues, voice full of pride. Most swords broke after engraving, only 2 or 3 survived, but this katana, on the contrary, greatly exceeded all his expectations. Count Xander, who had been quietly observing all the time, finally spoke, asked how the blades performed, and suggested testing them in the courtyard. Following the Count's advice, the group sets off through the stone hall to the open air of the courtyard. Stepping outside, Count Xander takes a battle stance, suddenly and shockingly displaying incredible strength, and swings a huge weapon. The air tears with a powerful whistle as his blade cuts through, and Josel freezes in complete disbelief at the Count's power. He watches the weapon demonstration with admiration, and exclaims that it seemed as if he cut the very wind. Stunned by the spectacle, Josel asks permission to try swinging it, and Borovis, standing nearby, allows it, saying he has not yet officially shown this weapon to the Lord. Josel impatiently accepts the offer, grips the heavy katana's hilt and prepares to swing, while Borovis silently watches, arms crossed over his chest. He swings the blade, but only a simple dull rustle comes out. Josel's eyes widen in surprise at the mediocre result, and Borovis quietly, knowingly smiles. He tries again and again, putting all his strength into each swing, but the result is the same, only a series of indistinct whooshes, sound, far from the sharp, clear sound one could expect. His face contorts with embarrassment and irritation. He sharply turns to Borovis and demands an explanation why his swings sound so different from the stories. In response, Borovis Merc explains that the sound depends on how the blade cuts through the wind, a technique that Josel clearly does not understand. He tells the knight to surrender, noting that the katana is a truly cheeky weapon, and Josel can only grumble angrily. He begs Borovis, implores him to give a few more swings while he can reproduce that sound, but Borovis firmly refuses, raising his hand to stop him, reminding Josel that this weapon is a gift for their lord, and he will not allow it to be desecrated by his boasting. He continued the warning, and seriousness flashed in his eyes. He explained that swordsmen easily become obsessed with their blades, and if Jozo continues to wield it, he will not be able to stop. Borovis asked if the knight really intended to grab the katana and run away, leaving his family. Clenching the katana, Josel firmly denied and declared that he lives for his lord and family. Snorting contemptuously, Borovis simply demanded that he return it. When he took the katana, he noticed the knight's gloomy face, asked what was wrong, and said that Josel looked exactly like Patria when he had to return a weapon, and Borovis added that he was sure the Count would be pleased, and Josel also felt its power. While Joe was silent, Borovis told him not to sulk, confident that Lord Lutz would be glad about the price they would pay. Then he suggested the idea of creating their own katana. The spirits of the knight immediately came alive and impatiently asked Borovis to put one of his spells into the new blade, but Borovis firmly refused. Just then Count Xander approached, overheard the conversation, and simply said he had nothing to add, and Josel turned, stunned by the sudden appearance of his lord. A sly smile appeared on Borovis's face. He looked intently into the knight and said that Josel would have to do it himself as soon as he finished training and became a full-fledged enchanter of spells. Joseph's face froze with determination. He acknowledged himself as Borovis's apprentice and declared that as such he should at least be able to forge his own blades. Under the bright sun, he strengthened his new resolve and vowed to devote himself fully to the cause that awaited ahead. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the noble Count Xander unrolled his scroll before the grand doors, and his eyes widened as he read its contents. The doors suddenly opened. Borovis stepped into the passage, proudly smiling and extending a magnificent sword with a long blade, while Josel stood slightly behind and watched this handover attentively. The Count took the weapon, his face lit up with pure joy as he admired its craftsmanship, and then he and his retinue were led further into the room. Xander waved his hand at his collection. Several magnificent blades hung on the wall, among which stood out a particularly impressive sword, the guard carved in the shape of a roaring beast. The Count spoke, and his satisfaction was evident, while Borovis and Joseph listened with restrained expressions. Suddenly Borovis's calm shattered. He grabbed his head, his face contorted in agony as a sharp pain pierced him. Later he sits broken in his workshop, massive blades scattered on the table and floor, leaning on his hand, staring blankly at the weapon, and admitting to himself that he has lost all motivation and feels he simply cannot do it. He reflects on his situation. Now that the promise to the Count is fulfilled, he could finally devote himself to studying the forging of enchantments, but a new problem arose. After working on such a perfect blade, he can no longer feel any excitement touching an ordinary sword. With a determined but troubled expression, he grips the hilt of one of the blades. Gerhardt irritably threw the device aside and thought what a miserable state this was. Although he had yelled at Patrick and Josel for their attachment to the demonic whale, in the end he himself could not move away from the katana. His inner struggle is interrupted by Count Xander, who tries to comfort him, reminding him that the Lord liked the weapon and it is time to move on. Gerhardt scratches his head, his face a mask of irritation, and Xander insists that this should be enough. The scene shifts to a lavish party, where another aristocrat approaches Count Xander and, admiring his exquisite sword, acknowledges that it is truly special. Xander proudly confirms this, calling the blade the demon whale and praising its incredible craftsmanship. The nobleman then asks if he has ever used it in battle. The embarrassed Count Xander instantly denies it, shyly explaining that fighting is not usually what nobles do. That such a beautiful weapon is made to hang on the wall and please the eye. The katana rests on an elegant stand. All its fine, exquisite details are visible, as if in the palm of a hand. His voice becomes remorseful as he turns to Gerhardt with the sword in his hands and admits that he left it unattended for some time, now cannot get rid of the rust, and humbly asks for forgiveness. Erhardt's face twisted with pure rage, his eyes wide open in disbelief and anger, and he roared that the Count was a fool and would never be forgiven for such negligence. He paces anxiously, realizing that being locked in the room only fuels his gloomy thoughts and delusions. Resolutely deciding to clear his head, he strides swiftly down the stone corridor, deciding that it was time to breathe fresh air and take on a new task. He must forget the demon whale and stop living in the past. His determination hardened, he decided. Instead of looking back, he would start planning the next great sword he dreams of forging one day. Walking, a new weapon begins to take shape in his mind. He knows he is no longer young and wants something slimmer and lighter in the hand. He continues to refine the design, imagining a blade both elegant and practical, a katana that radiates power even in its sheath. His thoughts suddenly freeze and epiphany strikes him. The perfect blade he imagined turns out to be the same as the life of demons. A wave of sadness washes over him. He stands frozen in silence. The attempt to move forward has led him straight back to the source of disappointment. Inside the stone fortress, the heart of the accompanying equipment shuddered from a sharp, slicing sound that cut through the silence and echoed down the corridors. When the sound repeats, a man in a cloak walks down the corridor. The noise clearly comes from behind the large door leading outside. He paused for a moment to listen to the strange sound, then precisely identified its source: the courtyard. The sound, the whistle of a refined blade, slicing cleanly through the air. In the courtyard, Count Xander trains with a new katana, its blade a blurred trace of movement. Gerhardt and Josel watch attentively. Gerhardt addresses him as "my lord." The Count, surprised by the feel of the weapon, calls Gerhardt, while other servants nearby whisper about his display of swordsmanship. He lowers the weapon and thanks Gerhardt, saying with admiration that he has truly forged a wonderful katana, and Gerhardt, touching his chin, smiles and replies that it is a great honor for him to hear such praise. The Count still gazes intently at the blade, sweat shining on his forehead, and he admits that the weapon is so stunning that he suddenly wonders if he could simply declare it his own and display it without ever using it. Erhardt, the Count's servant, asks his lord's opinion, sincerely admitting that his whole life is the life of a swordsman, and agrees with the Count. The katana is not for empty decoration. He offers a rough but apt image. To have a blade and never draw it from its sheath is like marrying a beautiful woman and never giving her a sincere, passionate heart-to-heart conversation. Realizing his boldness, Gerhardt quickly apologizes for the vulgarity. He is not offended at all. He laughs loudly, says he understood everything perfectly. The blade is indeed meant to be wielded, and assures his assistant that the comparison does not offend him in the least. Even announces that he wants to learn more about this katana, and when the blade hissed sharply as it slipped from the sheath, Gerhardt adds, "True mastery is when you understand how this weapon feels in your hands." Holding the shining blade, the Count admits that his swings often sound pitiful, but when a rare swing sounds good, it seems to him as if the katana itself praises him, and this deeply inspires him. Erhardt nods approvingly, understands. This is the right path in training, correcting stances by listening to the sound of the blade. Encouraged by this, the Count takes a stance and delivers a powerful swing that cuts through the air, resonating with loud desire. Slightly staggering from the effort, he turns to the servant and impatiently asks to evaluate the sound of the swing, and Gerhardt responds with simple, affirmative praise for his lord's excellent form. Eager to learn, he asks his servant for advice, saying he wants to try many things. The servant thinks for a moment, then advises holding the hilt firmly with both hands, and the nobleman gladly accepts this advice. The nobleman puts the advice into practice, but it exhausts him, breathes heavily and pants, swinging the blade, while his servant Gerhardt silently stands nearby, arms crossed. He freezes, sweat trickles down his forehead, on his face an expression of deep insight. Looking at him, Gerhardt admired the exquisite katana made by Mr. Lutz, and honestly admitted to himself that until this moment he had feared whether the Count could truly master the blade known as the Path of Demons. But his anxieties have now vanished. With quiet satisfaction, he realizes that the man himself dispelled these worries. A moment of quiet satisfaction was interrupted by a sudden coughing fit. The Count bent over, struggling for breath. Gerhardt lost his composure and rushed to his lord, exclaiming that enough was enough for today. But the Count refuses. Brushing off the concern, he insists that he can still walk his voice hoarse but determined, and he wants the demon whale to recognize him. He apologizes to Gerhardt, assuring him that his fatigue is no trouble, but the elder man looks on with worry and says how much the young Count has changed, warning that one does not become a great swordsman in a single day. First the body must be strengthened. Supporting the tired nobleman, Gerhardt thinks about his fervent desire to be recognized by the demon whale and considers this blade lucky it could not have ended up in better hands. As they walk along the stone path, Gerhardt gets lost in thought and aloud reflects on the man who received a similar katana, probably right now somewhere in battle. The scene shifts to a dense forest, where the same Ricardo stands bloodied and bruised, gaze fixed, determination unbroken, and he wonders if he has earned the respect of his enchanted blade. Before him stand two monstrous beastmen with boar heads, ready for battle. The larger of the two strikes the ground with a massive axe with a menacing rumble. The smaller companion growls nearby. The larger beastman mocks and asks if he has already surrendered. With a roar he swings the axe, but Ricardo boldly replies, shouting at the creature not to underestimate him. He dodges the heavy blow, the axe head crashes into the trunk behind him. Instantly, Ricardo turns and delivers a powerful strike to the beastman's side, causing him to stumble. He quietly wheezed the sword's hilt shattered in his hand, and the gigantic boar beastman laughed. For a swordsman, a broken blade means the end of the fight. The knight froze, staring at the useless fragment of his weapon. The sharp clang of its break still rang in his head, and he could not comprehend the strength of that creature, wondering what kind of orc it could be. His gaze rose to the monster, and he was gripped by a cold realization. The beast was incredibly strong, much stronger than he expected. He understood he could not defeat it. It was twice the size of other specimens. It must be a variant. The beastman jeered, demanding that he also draw the sword hanging at his hip so it too could be broken. Ricardo's face turned to stone. He had never used that blade, the katana, in a real fight. He knew it was a dangerous weapon that could cut its own wielder when drawn, but there was no choice. Draw it or die. If he did not get it out, the orcs would surely kill him. With a sharp, decisive movement, he drew the katana. A powerful, dark stream of energy burst from the blade, swirling around him with an audible hum, and the confident mockery of the great beastman instantly vanished instead. There were wide-open eyes. He stammered, not understanding what kind of sword this could be. At night, Ricardo draws the katana, and powerful energy rises. Behind him materializes an ethereal figure of a woman with long, flowing black hair, her presence closely intertwined with the blade itself. He clenches his teeth, sweat running down his forehead, as he recognizes the ghostly figure. He knew she would appear, a woman covered in blood, who in response gives a chilling, knowing smile. The horn presses closely, her lips near his ear, and she begins to whisper her words quiet, an incomprehensible hiss that sounds only for him. The expert's message becomes a clear and ominous warning. He must not answer her. If he does, she will curse him to death. The source of the immediate threat finally reveals itself: two giant beastmen resembling boars. The larger one, with a massive axe in hand, admires it and notes that the sword is more beautiful than he thought, and Ricardo froze, not uttering a word. The beastman's words cause a terrible realization. Cold sweat runs down Ricardo's face as he wonders if these orcs also see the spirit, and a creepy uncertainty arises. Does the katana's curse even affect monsters? Before he could find the answer, the gigantic beastman steps heavily forward, the ground shaking from his steps, and amused thinks it's a pity to break such a wonderful weapon in half. He himself saw how a huge bored beastman swung an axe and roared that he would kill him and take the sword. When the axe was about to fall, he lunged forward. The cursed katana effortlessly passed through the beastman's chest. A fountain of blood burst from the mortal wound, and the other beastman just froze in stunned silence. The colossal creature collapsed to the ground, its life faded. Ricardo looked down, trying to understand what had just happened. The beastman slit his own throat and smiled as he died. Witnessing the unnatural death of their leader, the rest of the monsters were gripped by a wave of horror. The feline beastman and the smaller boar screamed in unison and fled, escaping. They scattered into the forest, and the smaller beastman could not comprehend what had happened, even asking himself whether the saber itself had driven its master mad. Ricardo watched them go with a grim understanding. Now he knew. The power of this katana was terrifyingly real. He looked from the corpse to the blade in his hand, gasping from effort and shock. He could not understand it. The beastman had simply died, and this was one of the weapons of the world. Far from the blood-soaked forest, sunlight gleamed on the spires of the grand castle, the seat of power in this land. In the grand hall, Count Xander sits on the throne, questioning the recently received report and asking for confirmation whether a giant orc variant had truly appeared. Before him stand Courtier Borvis, Knight Yozel, and Ricardo, silent, his hand touching the hilt of the new katana. or steps forward to offer his analysis. He says that the extermination order made no mention of such a formidable creature and suggests that the client might have deliberately concealed this. The Count listens tensely, and his face darkens as he contemplates the possibility of deception. Suspicion turns to certainty. He stands with arms crossed, declares that some citizen conspired against him, and swears that such insubordination will not happen again, then turns his gaze to Ricardo and offers a formal apology for this mess. Ricardo notices the Count's stern expression and is amazed. This is extremely unusual for him. He recalls that usually the Count listens to mission reports with eyes wide open in admiration, like a child being told a fairy tale. But today this man exudes newfound, lordly dignity. Ricardo wonders if it is because of the strange blade he now holds. His thoughts are interrupted by the Count, who directly asks how he managed to defeat the monster. He begins the story and confesses that he was backed into a corner and had no choice but to grasp the enchanted blade. When he speaks, he slightly draws the katana to show its guard and explains that he released the magic that Gerhardt had cast on him. The magic he invoked instantly enchanted the orc. Its power was absolute, forcing the beast to raise its own weapon and slit its own throat. The memory of this cruel, unnatural act is still fresh in his mind. He stands before Count Xander, who looks at him with a thoughtful expression and asks what troubles him, noting that the fight was conducted solely with the magic of the blade. Ricardo did not even have to swing it. His face is covered in sweat as he recounts the grim details. He explains to his lord that the orc was smiling when it took its own life, insisting that the power emanating from the katana is not simple magic, but a potent curse. Then the most terrifying detail was revealed at the moment of the beast's death. There was something even more disturbing. This revelation stunned Count Xander and his retinue. Their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief as they looked at the fallen orcs. Tense silence fell in the throne room, and Yosel, a courtier with an eye twitching from anxiety, finally spoke, warning that he did not like to speak ill of the blade gifted by the Count. Ricardo, tightly closing his eyes, admits his fear of this weapon. He fears the katana because when it is drawn, it enchants not only monsters but also people. He continues, "It is an evil blade that can wound even the one who holds it. Its insidious influence," he warns, "spreads not only to enemies but also to allies," and nearby Josel begins to tremble. Tension broke when Borvis, the senior servant, suddenly rushed forward, roared at Ricardo, and called him a fool. His outburst completely froze the knight unexpectedly. His voice thundered, scolding Ricardo with burning fury. He declared that under any circumstances the katana saved Ricardo's life, and to call it evil or say it is terrible in his view is extremely rude. The knight was embarrassed, wondering what the old man was saying and why he should be grateful. Borovis, with a face twisted in anger, insisted that gratitude should be his first and foremost reaction, and as he spoke, Count Xander stepped forward, agreeing with Kinno. He drew his blade, the carved pommel in the shape of a wolf's head shining brightly. The Count calmly explained that blades are a matter of survival, and a true swordsman must be grateful to his weapon, adding that he is always grateful to his sword and defeats the weak. Ricardo remained unconvinced, waved his hand at the katana, and disdainfully called it this thing, because he did not understand that reverence for him. It was just a tool. It was there that Borvis's anger flared up again. The old caretaker thundered that a thing into which craftsmen put their soul, a thing to which warriors entrust their lives, should never be called just a tool. A heavy silence fell in the hall. Ricardo, all sweaty, began to suspect whether he was the odd one out here, but quickly corrected himself. Everyone around was tense because of their love for weapons. The Count looked at him attentively, then said that it seemed Ricardo had no attachment to his katana, and such bluntness made him shudder. The nobleman's gazes fixed on the blade itself. He thought that perhaps the thing was that the katana had no name, and suggested to Ricardo, give it a name maybe then he would start valuing it more. He agreed joyfully, deciding that the blacksmith who forged the blade should give it a name. Then the Count ordered Hergard to write a letter of introduction for Ricardo, who stood looking embarrassed. When Ricardo doubted whether a name was necessary, Borvis leaned closer, his face focused, and insisted that a sword is a man's soul, and a good name would make it shine even brighter. He pointed his finger directly at Ricardo and sternly ordered, "This time you will not ask the blacksmith, but that traitor his partner." Borvis demanded if that was clear, and Ricardo remained silent. As he walked away, Ricardo mocked their obsession to himself. He considered it pathetic. They had become fanatics controlled by their own blades. He approached the wooden workshop and knocked firmly on the door. He knew himself. He liked swords, he collected them, but treating them like people that was too much for him. The door creaked and opened. A young woman with reddish chestnut hair appeared in the doorway, and when she asked who he was, Ricardo froze for a moment and silently promised himself never to become as fanatical as the others. Standing before her in the yard, he pulled himself together and said that he had come to Mr. Lutz's workshop because he was sure that he had forged his katana, and as he spoke, he was stunned by her beauty. He watched as pure joy lit up Claudia's eyes. She covered her face with her hands and joyfully exclaimed that the enchanted blade had finally returned, and from behind her back, Ricardo called out to the blacksmith Lutz. His gaze slid to the man sitting at the next table. Claudia suddenly announced that the owner of the blade, a true hero, had arrived. Ricardo stared at him, confused that the swordsmith could be so young. Lutz, startled by the news, raised his head and exclaimed that the sword had returned. Everyone gathered around the table where the bare blade lies. Claudia clarifies why he came and asks if he wants them to name the katana to establish a deeper connection with it. Ricardo quietly confirms this. Explaining his thoughts, Ricardo recounts the brutal consequences of the blade. He describes the traumatic experience of seeing an orc who, in a state of frenzy, took his own life via a shocking spectacle he calls the most disgusting death he has ever seen. It is emphasized that the ruler himself suffers from these illusions. The conclusion is clear. Lutz forged a truly terrifying katana. Hearing such a description of his creation, his face softened, and a pleasant smile appeared on it. He perceives this gloomy description as a compliment and admits that he is flattered by such praise. Blacksmith's reaction leaves Ricardo completely perplexed. He runs his hand through his hair in despair, insists that his words were by no means a man's praise, and thinks to himself that there is something wrong with this man. Perhaps he has encountered some other fanatic. He insists that what he saw was not a fantasy but a real, terrible vision. Claudio questions him about the details of the illusions, and Lutz, with strange enthusiasm, urges him to continue. Reluctantly, he describes the moment he drew the blade. The air filled with a sweet smell, and suddenly behind him appeared a terrible woman, as if covered in blood. He clenches his fist, feeling that terrible danger again, and sure that even a moment of weakness or curse would kill him. Let's confirm that he also saw her, repeating the description of the woman in blood. Thoughts swarmed in his mind, and suddenly he exclaimed that he had the perfect name for the weapon. Claudia instantly interrupted him. Her face became harsh. No good name can grow from the image of a woman drenched in blood. He continues, warning him that if allowed to speak, his idea will only expose his bad taste. And Ricardo, with a tired expression, watches. Let's at least ask for a chance to express his proposal. Ignoring his pleas, Claudia places her hand on the katana's sheath hand. Suddenly she is struck with insight. She associates that sweet, illusory scent with the weapon, and thinks that the katana itself must be female. Ricardo only froze, puzzled by her conclusion. Snorting in disbelief, someone insists that a blade cannot have a gender, and Claudio replies that even a female spirit from an illusion seemed to treat the katana as a person. With a confident smile, she offers the name Camellia. She explains to Flower that this name is perfect for a female blade. Ricardo froze without words. It seems to him that the name is too refined and beautiful for such a terrible weapon. I suggest naming the katana Camellia, he explains. Camellias are delicate flowers that shed all their petals at once, and as it seems to him, such fragile yet deadly beauty suits the blade. Ricardo looks not very convinced and asks if there are other options, but we simply agree with the name. With a confident smile, he declares the matter settled and prepares to engrave the name on the weapon. Disturbed, Ricardo quickly removes part of his gear and insists that Lutz put on mental protection before touching the blade, even offering to lend his own, but Lutz waved it off and said it was unnecessary. When Ricardo asked where such confidence came from, Lutz simply replied, "I just know I made this katana." The knight clenches his teeth. A drop of sweat trickles down his temple, cannot comprehend the blacksmith's confidence before such a dangerous weapon. Irritation grows. He still starts to draw the blade. Ricardo shouts not to do it so carelessly, and inside he boils with rage. Does everyone adore and trust the blade more than him? He is the true owner, and their distrust drives him mad. With resolute hands, he grips the hilt and the sheath, beginning to draw the blade. Polished steel smoothly slid out of the body, quietly hissing. The blade was bared. Let's understand. An unprecedented pressure is mounting on it. It is covered in sweat and involuntarily shudders, and one can only acknowledge the immense power emanating from its creation. A stunning surge of power burst from the blade, and behind him appeared the ethereal figure of a bloodied woman with incredibly long black hair, the spirit of the katana, whose colossal pressure overwhelmed him. And even in this memory, he does not feel fear. He feels her nearby, without even looking back, because he knows that if he turned around, she would strangle him. But he also knows that she will not kill him. Rather, he himself would end his life with a katana, and despite this grim truth, he feels only gratitude towards her. This gratitude is because, thanks to it, he was able to save Claudia and make a bunch of new acquaintances. His hands do not stop, rhythmically tapping with a small hammer. The spirit leaned over his shoulder, her figure now gentle and soft. He sent her his thoughts, knowing that it all began with her, and quietly whispered a simple, sincere thank you. After everything he had been through, he decides to give her a name as a sign of sincere gratitude. He looked at the blade and proclaimed her Camellia. The memory dissolves, and he returns to the present, standing next to Claudia and Ricardo. Ricardo asks if he will soon take the katana, and he nods and explains that he received an order to destroy several werewolves. Claudia smiled warmly at Ricardo, said with relief and faith in her voice that Camellia was in safe hands and that she had heard about his skills, asked him to treat the blade with love, and Ricardo only tensely and uncertainly agreed. He was gasping for breath, the blacksmith's words echoed in his head, treat her with love. This instruction seemed absurd, impossible. He was not afraid of the death of the enemy, but he was afraid of the enemy. One of the beasts raised its snout, sniffing the air, and its gaze locked onto him. He looked at them with clenched jaws, and if only it were possible, he would rather not have drawn that cursed cutin at all. But when 5 creatures surrounded him, he felt, fighting all at once was a huge challenge, and his hand firmly gripped the dagger's hilt in the sheath. His heart was pounding wildly. Should he draw the blade? He was afraid the weapon might make things even worse. At that moment of hesitation, the werewolf saw a gap and lunged forward with a guttural roar. The beast's claws cut through the space where he had just stood. The force of the strike threw him sharply backward. He gasped, fell to the ground in the forest, and instantly rolled to avoid the next attack. He jerked to his feet and instantly found himself completely surrounded. A pack of werewolves was sneaking up, their growls echoing through the dark forest. Realizing he was surrounded, he knew there was no other choice only to fight. He parried the beast's lunge with the sword still in the sheath, and the strike sent a wave through the ground. A swordsman, he thought, must be grateful to his sword. Thought evokes a memory. The voice of the old mentor thundered that the sword is the soul of the swordsman, and by giving it a good name it will shine even brighter. The memory fades, and Ricardo continues to fend off the pack, parrying their biting jaws with his skeber. He grips the hilt, determination trembling. He is not like those fanatics, and cannot force himself to place so much trust in a simple blade. But having no other choice, he fends off another beast and makes his choice. With a desperate cry, he draws the cursed katana forward. Camellia, he shouts, strike them with your curse. As soon as the blade was freed, a terrible power appeared. The wolves howled in pain, their bodies convulsing under the curse. Blood sprinkled the clearing. The animals were torn apart by an invisible force, and Ricardo stood and watched in horror. The curse annihilates the pack. They fall into madness and even attack their allies. In the false silence, Ricardo notices that only one werewolf remains, and he grips Camellia tighter, preparing to face the last survivor. He stood opposite the last werewolf, and with one broad, decisive swing, unleashed the blade's curse. The katana cleanly sliced through the massive torso of the beast. When the upper part of the creature's body separated from the lower, he only stared in shock. The blade had cleanly bisected the werewolf, and finally he understood. This was the true, terrible sharpness of Camellia. His eyes widened in disbelief as a quiet whisper drew his attention, and he felt that someone had appeared right behind his back. Spirit of the katana, a beautiful woman with long black hair, floated into his field of vision. She spoke, her voice echoed in his thoughts, and asked him to say her name, then posed a question. I am strong, aren't I? Her face was mesmerizing, her eyes flickered with some otherworldly light, and she awaited his answer. Thoughts raced through his mind. He was a swordsman considered a hero. He had always believed that all his victories were due to his own skill, and whatever the weapon, he never allowed himself to become too attached to it. But when the beautiful spirit of his own blade appeared before him, his conviction wavered. A deep blush spread across his face. He gripped the katana tightly and could not utter a single word. Walking through the sunny corridor, Borvis confided trustingly to Yosel that perhaps last time he was a bit too harsh with Ricardo. He is still muttering to himself, clarifying that Ricardo is neither his subordinate nor his apprentice. Josel, however, smiles warmly and takes on part of the blame, feeling that perhaps he imposed his views, and adds that everyone is free to use and care for their blade as they see fit. He reassures the master. Don't worry, he says. Ricardo seems very attached to that katana, and Borbis looks stunned and asks if that is really so. Standing by the door, Joe says that Ricardo just finished a mission and is now resting inside, so he suggests going in to personally thank him for the help. Borbis opened his eyes wide in surprise and noted that such a change overnight is impressive, and Josel's smile was knowing she guessed that something important happened on Ricardo's last mission. In the tavern, Ricardo is sound asleep. Clutching the scabbard with the katana, he holds the weapon so tenderly, as if sleeping with a beloved. His face shines with a blissful smile. He dreams, whispering the name Camellia, and then loudly swears, I will never let you go. Walking further under the bright sun, Borvis shook his head and said that Ricardo is too obsessed with his blade and sincerely hopes never to become like that, and nearby Josel only forced a smile. The world of people is constantly changing. When one person is brought into the light, others inevitably remain in the shadows. Somewhere on the other side, a heavy fist slammed on the wooden door. A man with a long white ponytail shouted, calling Gerhardt and demanding to know if he was inside. The door creaked and a weary man with short stubble and a drop of sweat on his forehead appeared in the doorway. he recognized the guest, and his voice sounded even and hopeless as he acknowledged him. He stepped out, crossed his arms on his powerful chest, and with an irritated tone in his voice, demanded to know what his guest Borvis wanted. Borvis waved at the large wooden box he had brought with him and announced that he had dagger equipment that Hard had ordered fresh from the forge. In the yard, Borvis thanked Knight Josel for his work, ordered the things to be brought inside, and the knight clearly replied, yes. Then he turned his attention to another man and handed him a small, heavy pouch. Borvis said there should be 10 gold coins inside, but advised the man to check for himself out of politeness. Servant Borvis tries to finish the matter with the blacksmith Gearhart, saying the deal is done and it's time for him to go home. Gearhart, although happy to sell his daggers, hesitates. A question still shows on his face, and Borvis is clearly in a hurry to leave. He suddenly changes the subject, saying he heard that the hero Ricardo is performing excellently on the battlefield. Seeing Ricardo, Borvis directly asks Gerhardt if the Count ordered a sword from him for this hero. Gerhardt, with an irritated sigh, runs his hand through his hair and insists, if the hero is doing well, he definitely deserves a reward and probably can't wait for the promised swords. In response to this outburst of emotion, Borvis throws the accusation back, hinting that Gerhardt is actually the impatient one. Then the servant blurts out the truth. Ricardo is madly in love with the new blade of katana, and Borvis doubts that the hero will need a new sword soon, which shocks Gerhardt. Question hangs in the air: how long will this new feeling last? Maybe 10 or 20 years, or perhaps Ricardo's whole life. Meanwhile, that night in another place, Josel carefully places the wooden box on the table. This realization throws Gerhardt into a panic. He pleads with Borvis, reminds him of their friendship, and asks him to push through his swords because his business is suffering. Borvis turns away with a cold, contemptuous grimace. He could only grit his teeth, while Borvis shouted that he was by no means obliged to order work every time a gift or reward was needed. Smith lowered his head, his shoulders drooping to his feet. Borba plainly said he would only order when he needed Gerhardt's work, and that was that. Dismissively waving his hand, he ordered Gerhardt to go home and threatened to throw him out like an ordinary impudent person. On his way back, Gerhardt agreed, but stopped and asked the last question: who would use the daggers he had just delivered? He wondered aloud if they were for the knights of the castle. Borbis' answer was completely unexpected. He admitted that his own apprentice would use the daggers for training in forging spells. This word struck Gerhardt. His eyes widened in disbelief. A terrible thought overwhelmed him. If the apprentice failed to properly control the magical power during such training, the dagger would definitely break. The door clicked shut behind Borvis, and the blacksmith was left alone in the corridor. The daggers, into which he had put his heart and soul, were just expendable training tools for them. But this thought weighed heavily. The sound of broken masterpieces echoed dully in his head. He walked down the stone corridor. His heavy steps were the only response. Behind him was night, and Joe would call it out loud. He doubted whether he would offend Borvis if he told him directly about the daggers he had used. Meanwhile, Borv sat with a wooden box and slid it across the table, insisting that he did not mean to humiliate the blacksmith at all, explaining that he bought these daggers precisely because he needed strong, good knives for training. Then he opened the lid. Josel, who was standing nearby, gasped in surprise, and Borvis, looking down at the contents, thoughtfully whispered. Another man in the room, the ornamentalist Patrick, leaned closer, said they were incredible. He recognized his handwriting in the work, pointed to the precious stones and the exquisite silver decoration, which testified to their qualities. The memory of that deal burned in Gerhardt's mind. What a fool to make a profit. He knew he should have charged at least 3 gold for each and sold 10. While forging on the anvil, he recalled his thoughts at the time, probably forged them without any thought of profit, only with a desperate hope to impress the Count and get more orders. Returning to the present, in Joe's will there was one of the daggers. Its quality was undeniable. He told Borvis that they were excellently made, carefully sharpened, and very strong, saying it would be worth praising the blacksmith a little more. He watches as Borvis explodes not with anger, but with some strange passion. The old man throws his hands over the daggers and exclaims passionately that Gerhardt's blades do not concern him, and Josel can only repeat this word, confused by the sudden and strong bursts of emotion. To explain his thought, Borvis asked Josel to recall the feeling of wielding a sword known as windstroke. The knight remembered that experience, how he fully immersed himself in the moment of the swing and admitted it himself. He insists on this presentation, firmly stating that any blade that does not give at least the same wild wave, in his opinion, is an absolute failure. Joe listens, a drop of sweat runs down his temple, and he is stunned by the harsh standards of that man. The tension rises. He leans closer and declares that a weapon that does not awaken the primal desire to cut is not a true blade. Josel, looking upset, muttered that such a standard seems a bit too harsh. Calmed by the philosophy of that man, Joseph changes the subject and asks how Borvis and Gerhardt first met, noting that it seems as if they have known each other for a long time. The old man shifts his gaze to the daggers on the table, his face unreadable, and he coldly asks why Josel is interested. Josel explains that he just wanted to know if there is some special connection between them, if it is not a private matter. After a minute of thought, he realizes that he is not entirely against telling this story, but admits that recalling his past with Gerhardt is a bit embarrassing for him. He scratched his head and sighed in despair, while Josel instead leaned forward with a broad smile, announced the prospect, and teasingly added that he would gladly hear more about it. To start the story, he turns to Josel. What comes to your mind when you hear legendary sword? He talks about the romance around famous blades passed down from generation to generation, asks the knight if he ever dreamed of owning such a weapon, and Josel seems stunned by this question. He cynically brushed off the idea of romance, saying that for someone who truly lived by the sword, such dreams make no sense. The story begins seriously. It takes us 40 years into the past, to his life as a traveler leading a confident group of 4. He and his companions ventured deep into ancient dungeons, driven by a shared belief that finding the legendary sword would bring them fame. It seemed that time and luck were on their side, and the path to the goal was unobstructed. They all thought so, but in reality, it turned out to be an exhausting trial lasting years. For years, they repeatedly tried to clear the dungeon where, according to legend, the famous sword lay. After countless attempts, they finally reached the deepest part of the dungeon, but instead of treasure, they were met by a guardian, a gigantic many-eyed monster, a horror they had never seen before, and the whole group froze, their faces becoming masks of pure shock. He recalls that moment from deep regret. It was their first encounter with such a creature, and they had no idea how to fight it. A flea would have been a smarter choice, but because of their ambitions, they could not. He continued the story. The treasure they had chased for so long was right before their eyes, but as soon as they approached the chest, a terrible guardian monster burst from the darkness, and its numerous tentacle eyes lunged to grab one of his comrades. That creature was a horror beyond their understanding. He explains that their subsequent actions were not born of courage. Instead, blinded by greed, they recklessly charged at the mighty enemy. In the end, it turned into a wild, desperate struggle for survival. Somehow they defeated the monster, but that victory was hollow. It came at the cost of 2 comrades, and they stood over the dreadful sight of their corpses. Borovis and the other survivor finally realized how empty their motives had been. When his last friend, overwhelmed with grief, began to cry, Borovis begged him not to weep and reminded him what they were fighting for. With desperate strength, he pointed at the chest and shouted, reminding his comrade that their goal was to obtain the legendary sword and gain all kinds of glory. He and his last companion, battered but unyielding, finally reached the treasure chest, and for their fallen comrades in their own glory, they vowed to become famous as heroes. On the face of the young adventurer, streaked with blood, anticipation froze. He reached out, impatient to see what sacred blade was hidden inside as the lock clicked. The heavy lid creaked and opened. Inside was not a shining sacred weapon, but a simple, worn sword on a tattered lining. His eyes widened in disbelief. The triumphant cry died in his throat, and he just stared, unable to believe that this could be the legendary sword for which so much had been sacrificed. The memory brought another wave of rage, and in the present his voice burst out in a scream. The decades-old accumulated resentment was just as sharp, and he shouted that the legendary sword in the treasure chest turned out to be just an ordinary bronze sword. His explosion of emotions hung in the air. The Count, leaning forward, asked if this meant that the ancient manuscript they relied on was a forgery, and Borvis shook his head, the anger slightly receding, and explained that it was not necessarily a forgery. One just had to remember that the text was written centuries ago. Noble Gerhardt begins to tell the story of weapons. Once people fought with primitive maces and stone axes, bronze swords were considered treasures of incredible sharpness, and because of this reverence they were often hidden in dungeons, honored as relics. But he adds that in modern times those ancient blades do not even come close to piercing the armor of an ordinary soldier. Bitter regret froze on his face as he turned his thoughts to his youth. He admits that once he and his company were intoxicated by the romance of the legendary sword, but now he understands that fencing is an art that constantly changes, and no blade from antiquity can be better than a modern one. In his memory, he stands victorious over an opponent fallen in armor, and in his hand flashes that very famous sword. The memory darkened. He recalls the price of that foolish adventure with pain and horror. It was the lives of their comrades. Faced with such a loss, they were forced to bury all hope. In a surge of pain and rage from that memory, he struck the ancient sword against a stone, shattering the blade that had cost them so dearly. He remembers his party of adventurers in flashes of memory. He sees himself younger next to his comrade Ricardo. Of all who entered that dungeon, he says, only Borbis survived, and the image of the past fades, returning us to the present where the aged Gerhardt and Borbis sit together. After that dreadful trial, he says, they both abandoned the life of adventure, and Borbis found a new calling and became a blacksmith. Then he reveals his path. After the bitter trial in the dungeon, he decided to become an apprentice spellforger and devoted himself to the new craft. In a distant memory, young Gerhardt passionately rejects the idea that the legendary sword can simply be found in some dungeon, calls such a notion boring, and refuses to acknowledge the natural development of the craft. His companion, young Borvis, agrees with fervor and confidently says that if they master their craft, they will be able to create a blade that will make people tremble with fear for centuries. Standing with their backs to the city sprawling below, they together swear to create their legendary sword with their own hands. The memory fades, and the heart of the old mechanism remains in the present. He bowed his head in a moment of quiet reflection. His dreams are interrupted by Ricardo, who says that the master just allowed him to peek into the very source of his passion for making blades. Shuddering, Gerhardt sets down the cup with a clatter and admits that he said too much. He says that this shared dream goes back 40 years, when he stood before a rack of identical swords, and Ricardo then asks if Borvis ever burned with the same passion. He continued the thought, his gaze sliding to the window overlooking the workshop below, and Ricardo laments that now Borvis seems to have forgotten how to hone the craft, having turned into a boring man who just mass-produces uninteresting blades all he cares about. Ricardo sums up, is keeping his position as the workshop master. Gerhardt grits his teeth. The dream of forging a legendary sword has now become a source of bitter disappointment. He thinks of the one he holds responsible, muttering, "That fool," before his rage bursts out like a storm. His outburst is directed at a guildmate, whom he grabs by the collar. Gerhardt roughly demands to know who the blacksmith is that forged the sword the Count is so obsessed with, and the frightened man insists he doesn't know and says that none of the masters have any idea who it is. Suddenly, a guild representative intervenes and pulls Gerhardt's hand away, warning that there is a guild meeting, and that being late might mean even more work for him. Gerhardt only growls in response. Meanwhile, at the head of the long table, Borvis, like a rock, calmly addresses the gathered masters and announces that, as always, they will start by deciding who will take which part of the current work. He explains that a large order has come from the knight, and this month all workshops will work on it. Sitting at the table, Gerhardt crosses his muscular arms, unable to comprehend such a decision. He has always been the one to do all the work related to the Count himself. Elsewhere, Count Xander smiles. He is pleased that someone has taken work away from Gerhardt and says that this is unacceptable but with obvious pleasure, as if teasing the absent blacksmith. At the guild meeting, the conversation suddenly turned to Borvis, and one member loudly remarked that it seems the council no longer gives him orders. This remark raises a wave of mockery. One sneers that he deserves it for always taking all the work for himself. Another adds that supposedly some stranger took work away from him. They look together at Schadenfreude, and Borvis begins to tremble with rage. Sharp pulsating pain tears at his chest. He clenches his tunic and wonders if this pain is from his own rage. This thought only makes him angrier. His obvious agitation did not go unnoticed. The senior guild member sitting nearby leaned toward him, asked if something was wrong, and noticed he was sweating all over. He waved off with a rough reply, insisting that he was fine and it was nothing. His gaze drifted into the distance and stopped at a house as he left the meeting. In a moment he finds himself in the same workshop. The smiling young man with glasses, Patrick, greets him with open arms, warmly welcomes him and asks what brought him, while in the background several assistants are wildly celebrating, clearly pleased with recent success, and Borvis with a sullen face says he came to ask about the blade Patrick helped create for the Count. At the serious question, Patrick got confused and blushed. A flush creeping across his face, Borvis presses, demands an answer and says he did not come to watch their strange celebration, and Patrick, crossing his arms over his chest, admits that the opportunity to sew a dress for a lovely girl frankly excited him. Calmly he refuses Borvis he will not name the swordsman, says it is a client's secret and privacy, and such things should not be disclosed. Borvis, clenching his fists in irritation, insists. The name is not engraved on the blade itself. In a desperate attempt to extract the needed information, Borvis pours a pouch of coins right onto the table between them. He asks if the amount is enough, says his interest is purely professional, just a fellow craftsman with a couple of questions. Patrick is not moved at all, casually whistles while examining the offer, questions Borvis' simple motive of just sharing ideas, but quickly dismisses curiosity and honestly admits he really does not care. Having accepted the payment, he says that there was indeed an inscription on the blade. The katana was called Wind's Weep, its creator was Lutz, and this name hit Borvis like a physical blow. He swallows the news confusedly, says he has never heard of Lutz in the guild. Patrick casually rolls a coin between his fingers and coldly points out, if Lutz is not a guild member, then he must live outside the castle walls, and Borvis looks at this with obvious distrust. The hint drove him into rage. He roared that it was absurd masters from beyond the walls are suspicious and would never get into the guild, let alone make such high-quality weapons. He cannot believe it is about an unregistered blacksmith. Unmoved by the outburst of emotions, Patrick indifferently tosses coins into the air, coldly says that the guild itself is the problem, and then asks a question that froze Borbus. What is the purpose of the guild? Borbus just stared, stunned by the sudden change of topic. Frozen by the question, the attendee forced Patrick to tell in detail about the declared purpose of the guild to properly distribute raw materials, to teach and protect craftsmen. Then Patrick throws the question to Borbuis, asking if he himself, as a guild master, benefits from this system. He does not wait for an answer, agrees on the issue of materials, but doubts the guild's role in teaching and protection. Raising a coin, Patrick sharpens his gaze and asks, isn't this the most important function? Because he says, the system was created not to protect all craftsmen, but to protect only the workshop masters. To emphasize the point, he lays out several coins on the table in a pyramid and says that the guild deliberately limits the number of masters, because it knows well, the most skillful apprentices can someday shake the positions of those at the top. He continues to explain, when a master cannot cope with an overly talented apprentice, he simply sends him to study, and with a purposeful movement of his finger, shifts one of the coins away from the main group. The lonely coin sits separated from the others on the table. Patrick says that such bad practices are widespread, and the apprentice is then ignored for years, deliberately stifling their potential. And he directly links this theory to their situation, slyly winking and suggesting that perhaps this Lutz is one of those brilliant apprentices, expelled from the guild. Borbus responds with a look, completely stunned by this hint, and feels a sudden surge. He presses his advantage, asking if Borbus can confidently deny that this is even possible. Patrick insists that masters often underestimate apprentices and hide their methods for years under the guise of secrets, and Borbus replies that caution is natural, a leak of workshop secrets would be a disaster. Leaning forward, adjusting his clothes, his voice a sharp whisper, he presses Borbus, asking, isn't teaching craftsmen the sole reason for the guild's existence? He does not calm down in sharp reproaches, says that if the guild really lived by its principles, its purpose would be beyond doubt, and then turns directly to Borbus and asks if he knows about the rumors spreading about his workshop. Accusations hung in the air, and Patrick, pointing his finger, recounted the whispers. Allegedly, the workshop does not care about journeymen, and whoever joins it will be left without a future. He says people call it the craftsman's graveyard. A gloomy, wave-like darkness hangs over the view of Borbus's workshop like a shroud, embodied by sinister silhouettes. This word struck Borbus as if to the body. He grabbed his chest, his heart pounding, disbelief frozen in his eyes. Stammering, he insisted that this cannot be true and that he always makes sure his apprentices have everything they need. Thoughts rush back. He remembers how he always cared for them, gave the apprentices decent food, salary, and thorough training, and is confident that he gave them everything they could possibly need. Hearing this defense, Patrick's face melted into a smile. He says that if Borbus's story is true, then the rumors about the cemetery are unfounded. But another thought flickers in his mind, a quiet acknowledgement that he also cares for them, a hint of a hidden motive in his questions. He turned away from the burly craftsman, waved his hand dismissively, and sighed with relief, saying he was glad the workshop was not in danger after all. The mocking words barely touched Suvorvis. His hand clenched into a fist, and boiling with anger, he loudly asked who was spreading such absurd rumors about his workshop, a place he had run for 40 years, and which was called the craftsman's graveyard. Standing before his large shop, he declared that he would not tolerate such slander, called out to Wilson, and then addressed the dark-haired prentice, calling him his most skillful, and ordered him to put everything he had learned into making swords. But the apprentice Wilson asked for whom the sword was intended and whether it would be sold. Borbus answered directly that no, it would not be sold. Then Wilson asked for more details about the order itself. Crossing his arms, Borbus announced to the entire workshop that this task was a test for Wilson, ordered the boy to consider it a trial to decide if he was ready to take the exam for promotion to master, and this announcement clearly stunned the other journeymen. Determination sparkled in his eyes. Wilson accepted the challenge without hesitation. He confidently said he would show them his best work. He instantly turned and hurriedly ran out of the workshop, whistling a cheerful tune. 2 other apprentices watched him go, and one said to the other that the master was finally starting to think about the future. The other apprentices whispered among themselves as the news slipped into conversations. Someone noted that Wilson was not getting any younger. Another wondered aloud if the master had finally appointed a successor, and a third sighed with relief and admitted that he had begun to think they would all remain apprentices forever. Meanwhile, their master Borbus stood steadfast in his workshop, recalling 40 years of tireless blacksmithing work. He felt the techniques he had honed as part of his body and blood, and resolutely decided that this legacy would live on through his apprentices. Wilson gripped the hammer with determination. He was sure that his efforts would prove beyond any doubt that his master's 40 years of dedication had not been in vain. With this determination, he set to work, the rhythmic ringing of his hammer on the steel echoed through the forge. While he was sweating over the work, other apprentices gathered nearby and argued about succession. Someone loudly doubted whether the master would really give his position to Wilson, while another was sure that the master would definitely find a flaw in such a choice. He looked especially skeptical. His expression darkened. He did not believe that the issue of succession would be resolved anytime soon. After a few days, the work was completed. A refined sword lay near the workshop, and Wilson's voice rang out. He said he had exhausted all his knowledge about the blade and modestly asked for it to be examined. Wilson held his breath, watching as his master Borvis held the freshly forged sword aloft. The blade shone with a flawless surface. The work was done perfectly, and Wilson anxiously asked the master to say what he thought. Without a word, Borvis suddenly fell to his knees with a heavy, dull thud. Wilson, stunned by this sudden movement, called to him in surprise, while his master remained on his knees, head bowed over the sword, as if overwhelmed by strong emotions. His shoulders began to shake. A low chuckle escaped his lips, quickly turning into loud laughter. Tears ran down Borvik's face, and on him was simultaneously visible deep joy and sadness. He remained on his knees, completely bewildered by this sight. Wilson wondered what such a reaction meant and aloud asked himself whether he had succeeded or failed. Through tears, Borvis finally spoke, praising Wilson for the brilliant work and for perfectly following his teachings, looking at the blade, his voice full of emotion, and said that the sword was truly incredibly boring. The master's appearance completely changed, his face twisted in a grimace of disappointment. He threw aside the weapon like a simple iron rod, without any personality or uniqueness, an exact copy of himself, old and decrepit. He sadly said that because of this he was called the Grave of Craftsmen, because he only trains masters who can exactly copy his works. Bowing his head, Borvis sincerely apologized, then raised his gaze to his apprentice and gave a vow. From today he would teach Wilson everything he knows, hiding nothing. The teacher clearly outlined the path for his apprentice. Wilson had to forge another sword, present it for official approval, and this would finally allow him to become a master. The sudden announcement left Wilson stunned. The chief blacksmith continued, his voice firm. If the Count agrees, Wilson will become the next master of this forge. The weight of these words made him blush and feel overwhelmed. When he finally answered, his voice echoed through the solar workshop in wild joy, a single resolute yes. Later, when the other apprentices gathered around Wilson and celebrated, Borvis stood aside, lost in thought, and admitted to himself that he never truly had the qualities needed for a master. He looked at them with a gloomy expression and remembered how, just after attaining that rank, his whole soul focused on zealously guarding his place. Deciding to step away, he felt a deep freedom wash over him. He no longer wanted to mindlessly forge metal. Instead, a clear, passionate desire to forge a real sword and further hone his skills flared up within him. Having just found determination, Borvis ended up in the tavern and raised a mug of ale, and across the table, a long-haired man with a knowing look glanced at him and asked what troublesome request he had brought this time. He leaned over the tavern table, his large hands clasped with firm resolve, and addressing his companion Gerhardt, directly and briefly asked to introduce him to a blacksmith named Lutz. In the noisy tavern, the former chief blacksmith sat opposite Borvis, the hostess busily attending to her tasks nearby, and when Borvis noticed that he had given up the position too easily, the blacksmith sighed and admitted. He was too stubborn in his habits and should have actually left earlier. He took a long swallow from his wooden mug, then explained that although he was not retiring, he had arranged to freely take supplies from the workshop. Quietly laughing, he admitted that this probably caused trouble for his apprentices. From the side came a voice addressed directly to Borvis, who asked with light irony, "What unpleasant request have you brought this time?" Turns out the baker is Gerhardt. Borvis addresses him and directly says that he wants Gerhardt to introduce him to a blacksmith named Lutz, and at the neighboring table, the master blacksmith overhears this name, and his eyes widen in shock. The master blacksmith suddenly stood before them and demanded, "Are you going to report the unregistered loots to the guild?" He waved his hand and shouted that he didn't care at all about all this. The embarrassed Borvis just watched, and the master blacksmith suddenly said something stunning. He wants to meet with Lutz to ask the young man to teach him how to forge. He notes that at first he left the position, and now suddenly he wants to learn new techniques. Borvis aloud wonders, does the master really think he can just come to Lutz's door and demand to be taught? To answer his companion's doubt, Master Blacksmith Borvis passionately laid out his proposal. In exchange for the boy learning from Lutz, he will teach him everything he knows, believing that such a deal will surely interest the young man. His companion pondered, stroking his beard, and self-satisfiedly deciding that the plan looks quite successful. Borvis's stern face softened with a nostalgic smile. He recalled their youth when older craftsmen constantly mocked them during training. He slammed his hands on the table, decisively agreed to go with Borvis, and exclaimed, "Let's go personally," and the master blacksmith gratefully accepted his support. Eventually, the meeting was scheduled in a large workshop. There they listened to the proposal to share knowledge, and with a calm smile willingly agreed. When they sat together, Gerhardt couldn't hold back. He expressed concern and asked Lutz if he wasn't making a hasty decision, noting that such a deal could lead to his unique manufacturing methods becoming known to everyone. He just smiled, turned to Claudio beside him, and explained that as an unregistered blacksmith who cannot trade within the castle walls, he sees no point in keeping his techniques only to himself. Then he turned his attention to two older men and added that he is also interested in learning from Mr. Boards, known for his skills. Filled with gratitude, Master Blacksmith Burbus sincerely thanks him and fervently vows to teach the young man everything he desires, while his companion, the assistant, looks on more reservedly. Lutz remains completely calm, his confidence unwavering. He says directly, even if his methods spread, the fact that he is the best will remain unchanged. The servant notes that this is a bold statement. Borbus himself falls silent, thoughtfully gazing at the genuine self-confidence of the young blacksmith before him. The group sits around the table, the air tense with anticipation, and a sudden loud knock cuts through the silence. One of the men abruptly leans forward. Borbus excitedly claps his hands and tells Lutz that he really wants to learn from him. Lutz, rising, extends his hand and adds that he too eagerly awaits their joint endeavor. Their hands met in a firm handshake. This sealed an unprecedented agreement between two masters of their craft. Soon loud laughter rings out. Two daggers lie on the cloth, one dimly glowing. A voice explains the mistake. Too much mana was poured into the first, so there was so little left for the second that the magic didn't even take hold. He sincerely apologized, drenched in sweat from the pressure, explaining that as soon as his practical training began, he immediately turned Jim's and Krasty's valuable daggers into useless junk. Behind him, Borvis was clearly irritated. In response, Borvis waved off his fears. He raised a handful of gems, declared that these were no more than consumables for spellsmiths, tossed them into a nearby box, and added that from now on they should expect dozens more to turn into shards. His voice thundered, addressed to the observing Josel, ordering him not to be afraid. Borovis roared that materials are just materials, regardless of their price, and warned that if fear holds him back, he will never become more than a mediocre spell carrier. Taking the harsh words of the master smith to heart, he sat at his workbench, and in his head the voice echoed incessantly, "Do not be afraid, do not retreat." After a period of intense concentration, he collapsed to the floor, completely exhausted and soaked with sweat. When it was all over, he caught his breath. Orvis lifted the finished dagger, his face unreadable, carefully examining his work. "Takarum," he whispered, "what do we have here?" The test began the moment the dagger's tip touched the metal ingot, a barely audible crackling of energy, a spark from the tip, and then the tip smoothly slid into the solid bar, cleanly piercing it. Lutz watched as the dagger on the stand suddenly exploded in a blinding flash of flame. Yazel, the knight who had been intently watching the blade the whole time, froze with eyes wide open, shocked by his creation. Lutz, his face shining with admiration, broke the silence. He greeted Yozel and said that the knight had successfully created a fiery dagger. Despite the success, he continued to harshly criticize his work. Kneeling Josel looked at the steady flame and thought about its practical limits. It takes so much time to ignite that in battle it would become useless. But he immediately refuted the student's thought, stepped forward, and passionately explained that many adventurers would dream of a dagger that summons fire, because it is the most versatile property. His words ignited a new thought in Yozel. How much could it cost on the market? Would they sell it for 15 gold, and whether it would be profitable at all? The old master chuckled and waved off the worry, and Borbus reassured him. "Don't worry now, it will take 2 or 3 more techniques to truly benefit from forging spells." A light, cheerful moment passed. Instantly Borbus's gaze became sharp when he announced that today was not over yet, and they were moving on to the next task, and Josel, though tired, could only agree. He watches as the young blacksmith Lutz diligently practices, tapping with a small hammer, and Borbus says that with such dedication, honest and thorough practice, such a man will surely be able to master this spell for you. But his thoughts wander elsewhere. While Joseph works nearby, Borovis watches another man, noticing that unlike the young knight, he is already quite old, and he ponders about him. This is Lutz. He lowers the hammer with a loud clang, sparks fly from the heated metal, and Borbus looks on in amazement, not believing how much more the blacksmith can learn and grow. This is the ancient art of forging a katana. They take a raw piece of steel tamahagin, heat it, and hammer it until it becomes flat. This flattened steel is broken into 2-centimeter squares with a mallet. The softer, low-carbon shingane will go into the core of the blade, and the hard, high-carbon kaligani will become the outer layer. The split pieces of tamahagin are then carefully stacked on the base of the lever, the next step in its semi-wakashi. Finally, the billet is pushed into the glowing core of the furnace, where it is reforged again into a single solid mass of steel. He continues the meticulous process, striking the single massive piece of steel to drive out impurities, making a notch with a chisel, flipping the metal and striking again. This folding is repeated about 8 times for the softer shingen and 15 times for the harder kalgani, purifying and strengthening the steel with each cycle. After cleaning, both pieces are heated until glowing. The softer shingen is carefully wrapped inside the hard kalgani, and they are forged together with a hammer, merging into a single complex billet. From there, the billet is hammered and stretched under the hammer. It slowly elongates into a rod and begins to take the first shape of the katana blade. With each loud clang of the hammer, we work the metal with a focused smile. Repeated strikes of shingen and kalgani layer many layers, giving the blade this paradoxical nature hard enough to hold a razor edge, yet flexible enough to withstand blows. This is the true secret of its legendary strength. Standing aside, Borvis froze in silence, sweat running down his forehead. The craftsmanship was stunning, and it seemed to him that Lutz was not just shaping steel, but literally breathing life into the blade. He stops working and turns to his mentor. Noticing the stunned expression on the elder's face, we ask why he is so surprised. Borvis stammers, agreeing. He says he forged in the same kind of forge. We smile, hammer in hand, and note that Borvis himself has been breathing life into his sword for decades, hasn't he? He listened as Borvis, hammer in hand, confessed that looking at Lutzvark rekindled a long-extinguished youthful feeling in him, and the master blacksmith spoke of his old dream to make each blade better than the last, a passion that returned and filled him with the desire to forge his best blade. Their work was interrupted by a sound as the door opened. A young woman, Claudia, peeked into the passage, said she had brought them to you, and upon seeing Borvis was clearly surprised. She entered and immediately noticed that Borvis was sweating heavily. Concerned, she pointed this out and suggested he rest a bit, and we also looked closely and gently hinted to the elder that he could sit down if needed. He quickly brushed off their concerns, set down the cup with a quiet click, and insisted that everything was fine, explaining that such efforts were no reason for a break, especially since he still had to teach. With this, he returned to the anvil and struck with the hammer with new strength. Claudius, watching him, smiled and said to Lutz that the master blacksmith truly loves swords. His sharp focus attracted the attention of several men crowded in the workshop. One of them recognized Borvis, but not Lutz, and asked who this newcomer was, and another apprentice quickly explained that Borvis does not take new apprentices, he is just teaching Lutz today as thanks for the help. Let's look at the master blacksmith. He smiles while working. The hammer cheerfully strikes the steel in a joyful rhythm, and a thought flashed through his mind. It seems Borvis is really having a good time. They stepped back watching the workshop. Borvis called the anvil with new fervor, and the apprentice looked at him with both admiration and offense. One of the craftsmen tied his hair in a bun and muttered to the others that the old master's strange manner is disturbing. Bringing a stranger into their space and acting as if he owns the place again is not funny at all, and sharply contrasts with how he once taught them. Another apprentice, Wilson, anxiously raised his voice and asked why Borvis was here at all, reminding everyone that the master had already retired, and aloud feared that if Borvis kept showing up like this, soon no one would know who the real owner of the forge was. It seemed as if something moved away from the workshop under the tent. Meanwhile, somewhere a heavy boot pressed firmly into the dusty, uneven ground. On the windy cliff next to Borvis stood the count's servant and asked the blacksmith how his training with Lutz was progressing and whether it had been useful, while Borvis stood with his powerful arms crossed and thoughtfully gazed into the distance. He enthusiastically reviewed in his mind Lutz's amazing methods. The world of katanas he used was both similar to the world of swords, and at the same time completely different. This became a deep realization for him, and indeed, a craftsman's life is never boring. His dreams were interrupted by the servant's laughter, who mockingly said that was a loud statement from a man who not long ago was just smoldering in the forge. Borvis swore roughly, telling him to shut up, but his stern expression instantly broke into loud laughter. He folded his arms on his chest and, smiling, admitted that everything was fine. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Borvis agreed that the time he spent smoldering was necessary. He clenched his fist and spoke with unwavering conviction. Maybe he took a long detour, but nothing was in vain, and now, after so many days of smoldering, he could burn brightly and fiercely. He raises his fist to the sky, behind him a dazzling flash of sunlight, and roars with new strength. At this moment, he feels that he has become one with the sky, the earth, and God. The statement took his breath away. He gasped heavily, and a sincere, exhausted satisfaction blossomed on his face. Watching him, the count's servant, suffering and gasping, looks with distrust and asks what nonsense he is talking, and whether he can even make a new katana in such a state. Borvis, bending down to catch his breath, calmly declares that he will make it and make a blade for life, while the servant's thoughts involuntarily drift to the youth Lutz. Yes, he is audacious, but the truth is that he always forges wonderful blades. Looking at Let's walk away, he quietly continued to draw his conclusions. The boy who called himself the best in his craft was much more impressive to him than those fools who enthusiastically believed that with a simple bronze sword they would become heroes. In a memory of past times, Claudia addresses Borvis the adventurer and suggests that when everything settles down, they should go and visit the graves of their two fallen comrades, and with a sad smile notes that Gerhardt and that other man do not even have real graves to visit. A determined smile blossomed on Fisher's face that was exactly his intention. His companion, the blacksmith Borvis, responded with disbelief, asking if he seriously wanted to go into the dungeon again just to bring flowers. Skepticism flares up, and a heated argument begins. The travelers insist that they are no longer the weak old men they once were, and remind the blacksmith that they have already conquered this dungeon once. The blacksmith sharply replies that the dungeon is so dangerous that they will surely perish before reaching its deepest part. Sighing in despair, the blacksmith yields. Instead of flowers, he will put one of his blades in the treasure chest, saying that this is a much more worthy gift than a simple bronze saber. Hearing this, the traveler cast him a sharp glance, as if saying, "Don't put anything too valuable there, the blacksmith will regret it if he lets go of a true masterpiece." Silence breaks when a sly smile appears on the traveler's face, and the blacksmith quietly chuckles. In that shared moment, genuine laughter erupted, echoing through the moonlit mountains. The blacksmith Borvis lifts his latest work and snorts with disgust, wondering what kind of shapeless lump of steel it is. He wanted to forge a katana, but it turned out a failure, and because of this the workshop stinks. His irritation grows as he imagines old comrades. He sees Gerhardt and others laughing at him, and is sure they will come back to haunt him if he dares to make such a pitiful gesture. He sat heavily by the anvil, the failed blade lying before him. He pondered whether his 40 years of experience were in vain, and finally admitted that katanas are truly a different craft than the swords he knows. He slides to the box filled with raw material, and in a moment his hand jumps out and grabs a fresh lump. He looks at the ore, his face hardening with determination. He does not accept defeat, swearing to try again, and will not stop until he succeeds. With a new goal, he returns to the heat of the forge. The sharp ringing of his hammer on steel echoes through the workshop, sparks flying from the handle. The hammer struck the metal rhythmically and continuously, and the blacksmith, deeply absorbed in his work, did not even notice. 3 of his apprentices froze in the doorway, their faces full of anxiety. What is this apprentice's vigilance from the door? A mixture of anxiety and irritation was readable on their faces. One of them, sweating a little, remarked that for him blacksmithing was just a job, hinting that the master's current obsession was something more. Another apprentice considered the whole situation a vaccine. Despite their anxiety, the master blacksmith himself seemed completely absorbed in his work. His hammer struck the glowing metal with a loud clang, and the apprentice noticed that, paradoxically, Borvis looked as if he was enjoying himself like never before. The result of this exhausting labor turned out differently. A young man named Lutz examined the failures. The second attempt was like just a steel rod, and the third cracked almost at the finish. He cursed, not understanding why the blade broke so close to the end, and his mind immediately started working, looking for a way to prevent this from happening again. He sat at the table, lost in thought, and Claudia stood nearby. In the background, Master Blacksmith Borvis continued his work. His face was a mask of grim determination. Throughout the day, the rhythmic ringing of the hammer on steel sounded from the workshop, a constant reminder of the unbreakable labor inside. When night came, the sound did not cease. Under the moonlight, the relentless pounding continued and echoed through the quiet streets. Finally, the work was finished. In the silence of the bedroom, a hand placed a strange dark metal object, a pistol, on the nightstand, and it lay down with a soft thud. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Borvis sighs heavily. He admits he is not used to this level of effort, but as he prepares to inspect his work, he wonders if it was worth it. To his question, the shine of a freshly forged blade on the anvil answered he caught it. It was a katana, and although it felt like a prototype, it could easily cut through a goblet. Holding the blade, he seemed to return to memories of his first sword, that euphoria, when he first took the legendary weapon in his hands, and with renewed zeal declared that they would forge a legendary sword with their own hands. His thoughts drift to the quality of his own work. He imagines that placing one of his blades in a treasure chest would be a much better prize than a simple bronze sword. He coughs, admitting that he might not be as skilled as Lutz, but decades of working with steel give him confidence. He is sure he can create a katana that will highlight his own strengths. A sudden coughing fit shakes his body. He spits some blood on the floor. For a moment he thought about a break, but quickly dismissed the idea and decided to pour all his burning passion into the blade, resolutely starting the 5th attempt. And so, under the light of the crescent moon, the rhythmic ringing of the hammer on steel echoes in the night. Borvis sits at the anvil, tirelessly forging the glowing metal, and his determination burns brighter than the forge's heat. He continued working with wild energy, sweat dripping from his forehead onto the hot steel. the blacksmith almost heard the metal breathing, responding to every strike of his hammer. And then, pausing for a moment, he raised the blade upwards. It dawned on him. The shape the katana was to take was exactly the masterpiece he had imagined creating. Perfect harmony filled him with energy he hadn't felt in years, and he marveled excitedly that at his age he could still immerse himself so deeply he knew for sure. A masterpiece was about to be born. When the hammer struck, the blade shone with a living, bright light. However, this intense tension made itself known. He was seized by a strong cough, his heart began to beat irregularly, and he was overwhelmed by a strange exhilaration, as if his heart was about to burst from his chest, although blood oozed from his lips and dripped onto the floor. Despite the pain, sharp clarity cut through the haze. He remembered Gerhardt, a memory of their shared ambition surfaced, and that feeling, that striving for perfection, was what they had been seeking all those years. Hart's heart beat against his ribs, a wild, powerful rhythm that seemed to shake his whole body. And finally everything was ready. Completely exhausted, he sank onto a stool, his body swaying from fatigue. He raised his eyes to the finished blade hanging before him. One word escaped his lips in a whisper filled with reverence: legends. It fell with a heavy, dull rumble, and the sound echoed in the silence of the night under the crescent moon. The night passed, and a new day dawned bright and clear. But with the arrival of the new day came sorrow. In the quiet cemetery spread over the mountains, a small group of mournful people gathered near the open coffin to pay their last respects. Among them, Gerhardt listened as a whisper rolled through the crowd. The apprentice who came to work in the morning found him dead in the workshop. He died during work, they whispered. He looked at the master blacksmith lying peacefully in the coffin, surrounded by white roses. Gerhardt heard that Borbus was already retired, but it seemed he remained a blacksmith until the very bitter end, and Claudius stood nearby with a bouquet in his hands and a somber expression on his face. After the service, Claudia went alone to the nearest river, and kneeling at the water's edge, gently released the flowers one by one into the current. The petals were carried away by the wind. She stood up and watched two men walking away from the shore. She overheard one of them, one with long hair, tell the other that the old blacksmith died while forging a katana, and these words hung in the air, leaving Claudia in quiet contemplation. The young blacksmith named Let's looks up shuddered when the guild elder suddenly pushed a long object wrapped in cloth toward him. The elder told its tragic story. Master blacksmith Borbus was found weakened, clutching this very piece in his hand as if it were priceless, and he sighed mournfully, saying that the great fool died without finishing his work. He looks surprised and asks if he is really being asked to complete the katana for Borbus. Doubt Arisosomion suggests giving this task to Borbus's own apprentices. The elder agrees, saying he thought so too, but circumstances changed everything. Elsewhere, another conversation unfolds. The knight captain with slick-back hair confesses to Mr. Gerhardt that he hardly knows anything about katanas, and the invisible Gerhardt gives him permission to dispose of one as he pleases. Turning back to the explanations, the elder confessed to Lutz that Borbus had failed to establish a true connection with his students, and this unfinished blade was a consequence of that, and with a barely noticeable smile, added that the respect Gerhardt showed while protecting the katana, combined with Borbus's way of life, led to this. As soon as the decision was made, the flame in the neighboring forge roared to life and exploded with a powerful burst. Now in the blacksmith's apron let us stand before the blazing hearth. He gazes into the heat, feeling the full weight of the task he has taken upon himself to complete another's posthumous work. He tossed the embers into the furnace, and the flame flared with a roar into a dull, resonant rumble as he began the final stages of his work. Sweat ran down his forehead, and he carefully examined the task before him. The katana was already about 80 ready, only hardening and polishing remained. However, it was clear, this was the most critical stage. Hardening required a delicate balance of experience and intuition, because one mistake, a moment of inattention, and the blade would crack, destroying the master's work. With a loud hiss of steam, he immersed the red-hot steel into the quenching bath, and that hissing stole his resolve. He vowed not to allow such a mistake here. After kneeling, he began polishing the blade, and, addressing the spirit of the late master, spoke that he might rest in peace. The true essence of the katana reveals itself only after polishing, but by the feel in his hands, he already sensed its quality. When he ran the polishing stone over the steel, a deep admiration blossomed on his face. There was no doubt this was a true masterpiece. Having finished the work, he presented the finished blade to Joslu and Claudia, confident that the knight would be satisfied. Claudia, carefully examining the weapon, asked if she could give it a name, herself suggesting unique steel, and asked him to explain the meaning of this name. Preparing to inspect the new weapon, Burves thoughtfully recalled its creation. He felt it was the pinnacle of human labor, the fruit of tireless pursuit of the true power of steel. He held the katana, its weight and balance spoke of quality, and he took the proposed name for it. Special steel, he murmured to himself, with a thoughtful expression on his face. To truly test its quality, he took the weapon outside. With one quick, smooth motion, the blade slipped out of the sheath. Its polished surface gleamed in the daylight, and a smile of approval blossomed on his face as he said, "I like it." He slid the weapon back into the sheath and pressed it against his thigh. Immediately he felt how heavy it was. He thought the blacksmith didn't have to make such a long and heavy blade. His companion, the master blacksmith, noticed the expression on his face and laughed, joking that the blade was too heavy for an old man and said he should ask Lord Lutz to shorten it, while the servant just grumbled and waved it off. He sharply clapped his hands, rejecting the idea he would not shorten it. He stated this decisively because he had already thought through the blade's design and turned it into his masterpiece, so he would just adjust his stance to wield it. The determination was firm. He continued on his way, but was stopped by a huge, oddly shaped boulder blocking the road. He froze, hesitating whether to simply go around this ridiculously gigantic rock. He stood before the enormous boulder with an impenetrable face, and Master Blacksmith Borvis, crossing his arms and with a confident smile, threw a bold challenge. He was sure the blade would cut the stone in half and persistently urged to prove the sharpness of that unique steel. In response, he released a heavy sack. With a dull thud it fell to the ground, and a sly smile appeared on his face. As he began to draw the katana from the sheath with a sharp hiss, the blacksmith's companion screamed in horror, called the servant a fool, and shouted that the katana was not meant to cut stone, and that such an unrestrained, senseless act would surely break the blacksmith's last masterpiece in half. Ignoring the panicked warnings, he lowered the blade with a powerful, decisive swing. On his face was a mask of concentration. The katana struck precisely, and with a deep groan, the massive boulder split in half. He watched with satisfaction, noticing that there was not even the slightest chip on the blade. Then he raised the shining weapon to the sky and proclaimed it his sacred, legendary sword. He looked admiringly at its impressive quality and the thrilling power that lived within it, saying that the blacksmith had managed to create such a thing at the very last moment. The master blacksmith watched, a proud, knowing smile playing on his face, and with crossed mighty arms he addressed the assistant. "Isn't that so, Borvis? Let's recall the story of Master Borvis. Who is he? Even in his respectable years, he dared to take up forging a katana and in the end left behind the best blade ever forged. Thinking about his skills, he admits, maybe he was a better blacksmith, but he is deeply impressed by Borvis's unbreakable ambition to reach the pinnacle of the craft. This admiration turns inward and makes him ask himself, what about him? Is he really ready for the new challenges that await him as a blacksmith? With a quiet, dull knock, he places the decorated box on the table before him. His mind races, trying to find its purpose. What does he hope to achieve? The answer seems simple but boundless. He wants to forge the greatest blade. When he lifts the lid, his thoughts fly to the master blacksmith. For Borvis, one steel was true greatness, but for Lutz, what will his own best blade be? It looks like a figure wrapped in cloth. He understands. No one will give him the answer he seeks. He sits alone in his workshop. The object lies on the table, and it becomes clearer to him. Even his father did not give an answer. In fact, he suspects that his father did not know it either. His father's face comes to mind, a distant, thoughtful gaze, as if he too was searching for something that always slips away. Imagine, the father does not give a clear answer, only throws vague wisdom, saying that the lesson he saw can only be given by the blade itself. His thoughts scattered when the door suddenly opened. Claudia burst into the room with a loud morning greeting, noticing how early he had woken, especially after his passion the previous night. She froze. Her cheerful smile faded when she noticed his stone silence. He sat with crossed arms and did not even turn to look at her. She called him by name and asked why he was so serious, but his sharp gaze was directed somewhere aside, and he did not notice her at all. He was completely absorbed by the object on the table before him, a broken katana, the steel of which shone with an unnatural light. Following his gaze, admiration and anxiety appeared simultaneously on Claudia's face. She swallowed nervously, said that a powerful aura emanated from the broken blade, and hesitantly asked for permission to touch it. As soon as she stretched out her hand, his voice cut through the air, sharp and anxious. He shouted for her to be careful, warning that the katana was terribly sharp. The warning came too late. Even before Claudia managed to touch the blade, a sharp force shot out, cutting her hand. She screamed in pain as blood spurted from the fresh wound. She jumped to her feet. The chair crashed to the floor, and he rushed to her side. "Claff, are you okay?" he shouted. She sank to her knees, clutching her hand, and behind her a silent, ethereal figure materialized. She looked up, confused, saying that she hadn't even touched the katana. The cut, with a painful pulse, appeared before she could touch it, and he, puzzled, insisted that she examine the wound again. Following his advice, she opened her palm and froze in surprise. There was no wound, not even a scratch remained on her palm. When she voiced her surprise, he began to tell about the strange property of the blade. It was so sharp even proximity felt like being cut, but he warned that without firm determination, one would never master the shield. She gripped the handle in her hand. Fear receded and was replaced by reverence. She said that such an impressive blade could become a national treasure if not for its damage. He countered that the church would sooner declare it a demonic sword and confiscate it. He realized that style was not his. She dismissed the idea and asked when he forged this masterpiece. His gaze became distant as he held the weapon in its sheath. This weapon was forged by my father. He revealed this, his silence stunned her. For a moment she was overwhelmed with embarrassment as the ephemeral woman with the broken katana in her hands passionately inquired about her past, but before he could begin, he insisted that she get dressed. As soon as they settled, she gently asked him to tell about his father, saying he resembled her father. Let's quietly agree probably he does. He begins the story at a simple wooden table, with the broken blade resting between them. His father, Rufus, lived in the city beyond the walls. He had citizenship, was a guild member, and legally worked as a blacksmith among craftsmen. Rufus was not just a craftsman, he was one of the best. His figure emerges in the memory among colleagues, and no one doubted his exceptional talent. Only a blacksmith of such caliber could forge a katana. Let's continue. One day his father was ordered to set out on a journey as a journeyman, a usual, almost ritual step in his craft. However, this tradition had a dark side. In memory, a guild official revealed a vile practice. This is how they sent away talented apprentices who could threaten the master's position, cynically disguising it as military training. After the forced exile, Rufus finally decided. Wandering aimlessly while the old masters firmly hold power would slowly ruin his skills, but if he had a drive, he would master completely new techniques. He stood before the roaring sea, his determination unshakable like a stone underfoot. The wind whipped his clothes, and he declared his intention to cross the ocean, confident that on the other side he would find the very essence of weapon making. The ethereal figure of Camille shimmered with surprise. She pondered what she heard and realized that he really went abroad. She whispered, full of admiration, how proactive he was. Let's confirm her thoughts by explaining that his father really went to an eastern country, where by his own efforts he not only became wealthy, but also shared his craft with everyone he met. In exchange for his knowledge, he eagerly absorbed new sword forging techniques from a master from the east, his eyes wide open with concentration and determination. It was told how for years his father survived by sharpening blades, repairing pots, and shoeing horses, while secretly forging katanas and gaining fame as a creator of unique weapons. After a decade of such self-education, Rufus returned to his homeland, opened a small workshop outside the castle walls, and finally became a true swordsmith. Returning to the present, Camilla admiringly acknowledged that it must have cost incredible effort, and he explained that his father ultimately earned the chance to present a katana to the Marquis. Then he raised a small bottle and showed that the blade was forged, only to make it as sharp as possible, which made Camilla gasp. The demonstration turned out to be even more impressive than she could imagine. In a crowded hall, Rufus swung the katana. In an almost silent whistle, the blade passed through the torso of a fully armored knight. The two halves of the heavy plate armor parted and fell dully to the floor, and the crowd simply froze. The blade did not stop at the armor. With a sharp hiss, it continued its path, slicing through a solid boulder like paper and stunning the spectators. The thrust carried him forward, and he sliced through the massive log with the same unimaginable ease that left no doubt about his otherworldly sharpness. The incredible spectacle caused a wave of whispers among the gathered nobles. They burst into praise, admiring the wonderful and impossibly sharp blade. Among them, Marquis Eldenberger watched intently with a stern, thoughtful expression. His son noted his father's sharp eye and said they saw it only because he did not dismiss the blade as a worthless foreign saber, and another attendant agreed he had never seen such a sword before. He stood proudly, the katana resting on his shoulders. Rufus was confident this was the result of leaving the guild and dedicating himself to the craft. As the crowd praised the work, he felt he had made the right choice. A blade worthy of the Eldenberger lineage, and proof of his conviction that he had become the best swordsmith under the heavens. As the whispers of admiration did not subside, the Marquis's son stepped forward with a confident smile and politely asked for just a moment, saying he very much wanted to try swinging the weapon himself. The father, the Marquis, turned his gaze to Rufus and, recognizing in him his son, gave permission and ordered Rufus to let the young man try. At that moment, Rufus understood everything depended on this. If the Marquis's son liked the katana, his future would be decided, and having received the noble's consent, he had no choice but to comply. I watched as the gathered nobles formed a circle, their whispers filling the courtyard. In the center, Marquis San stood before his armor, ready to test the katana. His eyes narrowed with anxiety. The youth's stance was completely wrong, a weak posture, no hint of a trained swordsman, and yet the Marquis's son, with a self-satisfied smile, confidently drew the blade. The young nobleman seemed to understand that the incredible sharpness of the blade came at the cost of it being thin and fragile. He grinned boldly, confident that with a simple vertical strike he would cut through anything, and told the crowd to just watch. Realizing the boy's reckless intent, Rufus shouted for him to wait. warning that even the slightest mistake in the swing could lead to disaster. But he was not heeded. The Marquis's son delivered a powerful downward strike. The blade shattered on impact. Instead of cutting through the armor, the katana cracked into pieces, the clang of breaking metal echoed, and the young nobleman staggered backward and lost his balance. Rufus just stood and watched. His warning had come true in the worst way. The broken hilt spun in the air, still protruding with a jagged shard of the blade, and it flew straight into the sun of the advertising shield, slicing his face with a horrible screech. Blood splattered from the wound, and Rufus let out a strangled cry of horror. He watched in horror as the young nobleman clenched his face and screamed that he was in pain and the bleeding wouldn't stop. Realization struck Rufus. His creation had just seriously wounded the son of an influential marquis. He froze and watched as chaos erupted around. The Marquis's servant fell to his knees and begged the young master to calm down and look at the blade, pointing out that there was not a drop of blood on it. The Marquis's son, with a face mask of distrust, insisted that he was not wounded anywhere. In the crowd, whispers turned into giggles. People mocked his panic and guessed that the sword was so sharp that he only imagined he had cut himself. But when the young nobleman clenched his teeth in pain, suddenly Rufus was struck with insight. The Marquis's son, who had fallen to the floor, pointed an accusing finger at the blacksmith and roared that this was a fraud. This weapon could not possibly cut through armor, and Rufus was a charlatan. Rufus just looked back, completely bewildered by these accusations. He continued to rage fiercely, insisting that Rufus had staged a cheap trick during the demonstration with the armor and the log, shouting that everything went perfectly for the blacksmith, but when he tried himself, the blade could not cut through the log. His voice rose with indignation as he declared that the broken blade was a danger that could injure not only him but others in the room, and the very thought that some ordinary fraud dared to try to deceive them with such a fragile, worthless sword drove him mad. The crowd buzzed in agreement with the young nobleman, and Rufus's thoughts raced. He internally rejected the accusations because he knew in his heart his katana was sharper than all, but the spectators were convinced. Such a thin sword could not cut through armor, and the fact that it crumbled so easily was obvious proof that the entire demonstration was a deception. The verdict was announced. When the Marquis with his wounded son were already leaving, surrounded by their retinue, one of their escorts turned and called the blacksmith Rufus. He froze in stunned silence when Mark H. Eldenberger delivered the final verdict. The nobleman's voice was cold, tinged with sadness, but he insisted that Rufus must leave and take the failed blade with him. And so he was expelled from Marquette. He walked away alone from Grand City. His only chance was extinguished, and there would be no other. This is the story Lutz now told. His father, overwhelmed with disappointment, drifted aimlessly until he met Lutz's mother and spent the rest of his days in that neglected house. It was there that Lutz was born. Claudia listened, her face thoughtful. She pointed out that in the same house the son, who inherited his father's techniques, now forges amazing blades adored by nobles, and aloud asked whether he managed in this way to lift the burden of regret from his father. He pondered, and his thoughts carried him to a memory of his father. Rufus was never too strict in teaching, never demanded that Lutz take revenge or become his copy. He simply said that he had taught the boy all his techniques and that he was free to use the forge as he wished. This memory brought a gloomy expression to his face. Obviously, the episode with the Marquis left his father disappointed. He held himself as if he expected nothing good from the world anymore. Then he recalled his father's words about that infamous katana. Rufus said it was made without thinking about practicality or the one who would hold it, and according to him, it was the perfect embodiment of his own empty life. He remembered his father's last tired plea. When Rufus was dying, his father looked at his son and ordered him to get rid of that failed blade after his death. Returning to the present, he confessed to Claudia that he had not fulfilled that last order. He could not write off the katana as a simple failure. He saw in it his father's challenge, and that every time he imagined the perfect blade, his thoughts returned to this sword. He admitted that despite his father's words, the katana seemed to push him forward, urging him to continue the competition, and Claudia, listening, recalled Borvis's work and felt how that memory plus the encounter with this katana ignited her blood. She desperately wanted to draw it from its sheath. Later that night, when the moon shone brightly outside the window, he lay in bed sleepless, lost in thought. His serious expression did not go unnoticed. Claudia, pressing against him, turned and quietly asked what he was thinking about. He was silent for a moment, then gently answered her. Lying in bed, they thoughtfully gaze at the ceiling. He turns to Claudia beside him and says he was thinking about making a sword, and her eyes widen in surprise, and she asks again, "A sword, not a katana." He is absorbed by the image of a blade forged by Master Borvis. He recalls the weapon called Unique Steel, an amazingly skillfully made creation, deceptively simple in appearance, but created solely to cut any target. He continues, confessing that he never thought Borvis capable of such a feat, and acknowledges the katana as worthy of the title of the greatest blade. Nearby, Claudia stands up and lets out an unimpressed sound. She playfully pinches his cheek and says he sounds as if he is already admitting defeat. Then she asks if Borvis really forged only one outstanding blade in his life, and this causes a bunch of embarrassed pauses and reactions. When she tugs his face, he suddenly understands. The fact that Borvis, a complete novice in forging katanas, managed to create such a masterpiece feels like a direct provocation. Suddenly, the image of Borvis with a proud challenge in his eyes flashes in his mind, as if the master blacksmith is mocking, saying he can compete in Lutz's craft, and now he is challenging Lutz in his own trade. He breaks free from her hands, in his voice irritated determination. He insists that even if it's just his imagination, it would be unfair not to try, especially since he has already forged swords, and Claudia is completely irritated and accuses him of simply making it up. He stood firm, clenched his fist. Claudia still couldn't believe it, and asked why he was forging a sword if no one ordered it. He admitted that he didn't know how well he could compete with Master Bordas, but forging the greatest blade was a challenge he had to accept. His determination wavered for a moment due to a practical detail. He was so eager to start, but he ran out of iron sand. Noticing this, Claudia softened his voice, apologized for always complicating things, but then encouraged him and reminded him that the best path for them was never easy. Leaning down, she gently kissed him on the cheek, encouraging him not to lose focus now, and added that she was sure this was also part of the process. Later that night under the full moon, her words of faith lingered in the air for a long time. She completely trusted him, certain that he would forge a wonderful sword that would even impress Master Borbis. The next day the valley, bathed in sunlight, was filled with the roar of rushing water flowing between rocky banks. Here, right on the very shore, let's get to work sifting the silt from the riverbed to collect its iron sand. He paused for a moment, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his thoughts were already revolving around the design. He wondered what kind of sword he would forge. Determination hardened within him. He realized that Master Borvis had gone beyond his craft to create this masterpiece, so he simply couldn't say it's impossible. If he didn't respond with the same challenge, he would be the one to lose. The young blacksmith thoughtfully studied the image of his next creation. Swords behave differently in hands depending on their purpose, and a katana is usually held with two hands. He knew if he forged it without a clear idea, it would turn out to be a useless, half-finished piece. As he poured iron sand into a wooden bucket, an age-old question arose in his mind. What, or who, will this sword be made of fire? He sharply turned to his companion and directly asked Claudia, is there someone she would like to cut down? She froze mid-word, completely stunned by the question. At lunch she asked a strange question. He explained that he needed a clear purpose for the sword he was going to forge, although he quickly added that he did not mean for her to actually use it. Pressed for an answer, asked who she would choose if she could cut someone. After a moment of thought, a smile appeared on her face and she named her choice, those knights with Debbie. She confirmed that she meant the knights who illegally detained her. Her long-standing resentment was felt in every word as she described a grim fantasy to strip them all naked and display their severed heads for public viewing. Inspired by her revenge, he began to devise a plan. Knights were usually in the barracks, so it seemed a logical place to hunt them. To charge a large group alone, he reasoned, a longsword was needed, a weapon with enough reach to sweep away several opponents. But he immediately dismissed this idea. A longsword indoors is impractical. A new concept began to form in his mind. The sword should be short, so one could thrust and parry with one hand, and the blade itself had to be thick and sturdy to not fail in a duel. Lost in these grim calculations, he sank into thought, and Claudia could only watch, troubled by his wildly disturbing ideas. His mind was seized by the grim purpose of the new blade. He imagined a brutal, close-quarters fight, and muttered to himself that a weapon was needed that would cut down one knight, then two, until all fell. His dark contemplation was suddenly broken. He turned to Claudia with a grim smile, thanked her, and said he could now make a very interesting sword. His intensity frightened Claudia. She noticed that his eyes scared her, and asked if he was all right. Noticing his anxious expression, he quietly muttered that he had to be careful. Her anxiety sharpened. She was unsure if this was really normal, pointed out that he was designing a weapon based on the idea of a raid on the knight's barracks, and with wide-open eyes warned that if someone overheard, they might think he was preparing a rebellion, and her words seemed to hit Lutz, who responded with a tense groan. He tried to brush off her worries, saying it was his blacksmith nature. Once the forge flared and an idea entered his head, he admitted he couldn't restrain himself. He had to forge it. He turned away, recalling his father's advice, forge at the fire as you wish, and with a smile he thought that nothing could be done with sword fanatics. Even the great council of masters had to find their own way. With determination in his heart, he set to work under the full moonlight, the rhythmic clanging of the hammer on steel filling the night, and as he worked, he thought of Master Borvis, who was finding his way learning to make katanas, and realized that because he was not working automatically, he inadvertently acted too forcefully. This katana became his first truly focused sword in a long time. When the fires died down and the hammer stopped striking, he raised the finished weapon high, squinted along the blade, and scrutinized his work, asking himself if it was even and symmetrical, and if both sides of the blade were hardened equally skillfully. It was a real test after all. It was pointless. If a double-edged blade has different sharpness on the two sides, it makes no sense. Even if one edge cuts perfectly, the other has to be made so that it does not cut at all. And yet, despite the difficulty, he was filled with a wave of excitement. With every loud clang of the hammer on steel, he felt the thrill only intensify. With a light smile, he understood that the irritation from something not working out and the feeling of rivalry with another master was something he had never felt working alone. When the noise of his work filled the forge, a thought flashed through his mind. He was forging tools meant to cut down people, and yet he derived immense satisfaction from it. When Claudia finally saw the finished blade, she froze. Saying this, she asked Lutz if he ever knew how to calm down, because he gets too fired up, and exclaimed that he had made not just an excellent sword, he had forged a magical sword. Her expression sharpened into a smile of gratitude. She acknowledged that such a perfect thing could only arise because he had poured all her hidden anger directly into the steel. She continued, saying that the blade was made so masterfully that it seemed to draw with a sinister force and squeeze the heart, warning that anyone who lifted it might feel an irresistible urge to storm the knight's barracks. The weapon itself, in her words, seemed to scream with the insatiable thirst of its creators to kill the knights, so it was better to hide it and not even give it a name. Stunned by her analysis, Let's lay the sword on the table. He scratched his cheek and admitted that he didn't mind putting the sword away, but before that, he wanted to give it a name. Claudio, intrigued, asked if he wanted her to do it. Her eyes lit up. She had already thought of a name, and when the shiny blade was held before her, she suggested the name Night Killer. When he takes the sword back, Claudio, impressed, admits that she thought he would choose a less refined name, like Mr. Knight's Chopper, so let's confirm that with her consent he can boldly name the blade that. She sees that the name not only fits it is truly very good. He explains what he felt. This is the only possible name for this weapon, so he decides to say goodbye to it for a short time. He decides to let the newly named sword rest in the chest. Next to his father's memento, he slides the blade into the sheath with a dull click. The sound seems to draw his attention to the person nearby. It is Count Gerhardt, who looks with a disapproving expression and mutters, "What a pity." Both Letz and Claudia flinched at the sudden appearance. They shouted his name aloud and, full of surprise, asked when he had come. The Count calmly replied, "Just now." Suddenly startled, Claudia appeared and exclaimed that he appears and disappears like a ghost. She noticed that he came just when Lutz finished a new work, and although it is a good sword, it seems rather small. Lutz, embarrassed, tries to explain that it is an auxiliary weapon for close combat to finish off enemies, but Gerhardt's sharp haze interrupts him. It is already visible on his face. He judges the blade only by its length. He continued to wave off, loudly voicing his doubts, and nervous sweat appeared on Lutz's face when he, stammering, said that the sword is intended for a sudden attack on the enemy's hideout. His keen gaze is fixed on the young blacksmith. Gerhardt says he sees through the lie. This is actually a sword created for an imaginary ambush against that group of people with whom Lutz has a history. The revelation stuns Lutz. He shudders, realizing that the Count reads him like an open book, and Gerhardt continues, saying that hiding such a wonderful thing would be a huge loss, like a beautiful lady refusing to leave her room. He squinted with determination, feeling that it was time to give his apprentice a real blade, so he directly asks, "Why don't you sell me that sword?" Let's gas to the offer. He preliminarily checks the sword, says there are problems with it, and asks if Gerhardt understands that the sword was designed to target knights in the barracks. Gerhardt calmly waved it off, sees no problem in this, and noted that few can grasp the true concept of the perspective of this weapon. He listened as the Count made the final offer, 50 gold, and a promise that no one will ever know about this deal. After a minute of thought, he said, "Agreed." When the deal was made, Gerhardt took the sword and left, humming a cheerful song. Lutz and Claudio watched him go, and she loudly asked if his apprentice was a high-ranking knight. Let's just confirm that he was. Meanwhile, that apprentice Yazel was suddenly gripped by an incomprehensible horror. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he was overwhelmed by a sense of inevitable trouble. His anxiety soon came alive. Gerhardt handed him a wonderful blade and ordered him to rejoice, saying that this sword called Night Killer is for him, and Yozo must enchant and forge from it his ultimate weapon. He sincerely thanked his master, although a tiny doubt still flickered in his heart, but Joe resolutely vowed to make from that weapon a wonderful blade worthy of the price paid for it. As soon as his hands gripped the hilt, a dark, evil energy burst forth from the steel. He froze from the sensation of obvious evil emanating from the sword and demanded to know why his master had given him such a sinister blade. While the city sprawled below, Joe begged his master to explain the meaning of this gift. Gerhardt simply replied that there was nothing deeper in his actions. when Yazel vainly tried to read some deep meaning into what was actually just a gift from his master. Meanwhile, events were unfolding within the walls of a noble family's castle, and in its depths lay a treasury full of gold, jewels, and masterfully crafted weapons. As the head of the house, Marquis Eldenberger examined the lavish crown from the collection, but instantly rejected it. "It is not fitting," he thought with a grim expression. He turned away, his cloak swirling behind him, and with a decisive step passed through the vault, leaving the servant behind. He walked, thoughts racing in his head. Even if he turned the entire Eldenberger family treasury upside down, he would not find a single item worth trading. If the usefulness of the search made him stop, his face instantly twisted with rage. He decisively shouted no, directly asked what, after all, those barbarians could want. Beside him, the advisor gave an answer. The lord of those people, Lord Beowulf, was known for his combat skills, so negotiations could only be done with swords or other weapons. The advisor's words sparked an idea in him. Swords, sword, it flashed through his mind as his hand gripped the hilt of the sword in its sheath. He noted that the best sword in their family was actually an heirloom passed down from generation to generation. He quietly walked down the majestic, sunlit corridor, and his companion walking beside him sighed bitterly and expressed their shared concern. If only there was a blacksmith skilled enough to forge a suitable blade for them, all problems would be solved. The Marquis's thoughts were carried back 20 years to one specific case. He recalled an official who pointed to a young blacksmith who came to present a sword of incredible sharpness. The memory was so vivid that it sharply contrasted with his current difficult situation. In that memory, another nobleman wondered if the young man was still around somewhere, and the official admitted that to save his brother's face, they had treated the blacksmith as a fraud back then, but now believed he was truly a great sword master. A sudden realization struck him. Even if that man was already retired, could he still forge a flawless blade that would strike down the barbarians? This thought ignited a spark of hope. He recalled that the blacksmith might have had an apprentice or even a son with the same talent, and an image flashed in his mind of a young man striking a glowing blade with a hammer. In the shadow of the majestic castle, the knight Josel was still tormented by doubts. He grasped the hilt of the new blade, furrowed his brow, and wondered about his master's intentions. Why exactly had he received this weapon, the night killer's sword? His master, Borvis Lada Wirisai, waved his hand dismissively, implying that there was no deep meaning in this gift. Joseph slammed his fist on the table, unwilling to accept such a simple explanation. He argued that although he understood Borvis simply wanted to give him a good sword, its specific name, Night Killer, was too ominous to be a coincidence. He passionately continued to explain, pointing out the unique features of the weapon. The shortness of the blade and the abnormal thirst for blood it emanated convinced him that this was a sword forged specifically to kill knights in confined spaces. His confidence in it grew with every word. For such a sword to come to him, a knight of high rank, it could only be fate. He declared that he felt the invisible hand of God, and Borovis looked skeptically and asked what tale he was telling. Finally, Borvis's face hardened. He leaned forward and in a loud voice insisted that it was by no means a tale, throwing down a challenge to Josel. Don't you also feel that God is preparing something great for you? The confirmation drove Joseph mad. A storm of questions exploded in his mind. What was God planning? Whom did he have to kill? And most importantly, when and where was this destiny to be fulfilled? He stood before his master with an exhausted, worn face and a strained smile, admitting that no matter how much he pondered, he found no answers and had barely slept the last 3 days, and Borovis anxiously noticed that the knight seemed to have lost weight. Curiosity grew and he asked to be introduced to the swordsmith Mr. Lutz. That evening, when Borovis, brandishing the short sword, asked why, his voice rose with anxiety. He declared that he had to know the exact motivation of the master, why this weapon was forged, and which path he should choose next. Forb fell silent, pondering the true motive of the smith. He decided that Lutz simply harbored a grudge against the knights, as he clearly remembered the incident. The knights had arrested his girlfriend on false charges, and in his mind flickered the image of a bound woman surrounded by mocking guards. Orv realized that revealing this information would only further unsettle the young knight. He already imagined how, in anger, he would declare that it was his duty to kill them. So he sighed and decided that perhaps it was better to just let them meet. Having made a decision, he took a pen. "All right," said Borvis. "I will tell you where Mr. Lutz lives." He placed the note with the address on the table with a quiet thud, and Joe Zill sincerely thanked him. But as soon as the knight was about to set off, Borvis's tone sharpened. He tapped the hilt of his sword to emphasize what he said, warned Joe Zoll that he must show the blacksmith proper respect, reminded the knight that those beyond the city walls often looked down on outsiders, and the embarrassed Joe Zoll began to protest, insisting he would never do such a thing. Borbis's gaze was unwavering. He explained that Smith and his men were quite strange, and at the end strictly ordered, keep the answers as short as possible and approach peacefully. They watched as Joes will announced his departure, whispering the last quiet warning, "Be careful." With a dull slam, the bar door closed, and Borvis made a remark about the night sexist. Sitting back at the table, Borvis sighed in despair. He complained that Joe was too stubborn, and pondered that excessive seriousness could also become a big problem. A catastrophic scenario emerged in his mind. Joe's will could cause trouble for Lutz. This thought made him shudder, but he quickly brushed it off with some humble indifference and decided he no longer cared what would happen. Suddenly, there was a sharp knock at the door. Frightened, Borovis aloud asked in surprise if Josel had returned so soon. The door creaked and opened, revealing a dark silhouette. Borvis froze. A drop of sweat froze on his forehead, and from the shadow came a voice that called him by another name, Mr. Gerhardt. From the darkness he appeared with a grim smile, his eyes seeming to glow as he announced his arrival, and Borvis's own eyes widened in shock. He stood speechless at the sight of the young man. Meanwhile, in the Swartsmith workshop, a formidable figure cast a long shadow on the threshold, and inside Lutz and Claudia raised their eyes, their faces filled with anxiety at the sudden, grim appearance of the knight, Joseph. Standing grimly in the workshop doorway, calling himself Josel, a knight of high rank, saying that Master Gerhard told him about this place, and next to Lutz, the stunned Claudia asks if this is really the swordsman's dwelling. Lutz, sweating a little, confirms that it is he, and asks how he can help. Claudia suspiciously peers into the night, while Joseph's hand firmly holds the sword hilt. With a sudden, sharp movement, he draws the blade, its tip aimed directly at the swordsman, and he growls that he has come to learn about this very weapon. The sight of the sword awakens a memory in Lutz. He sees Master Gerhardt proudly repeating that it was high time his apprentice had his own magnificent blade, and Lutz realizes with terrible clarity that the weapon in Joseph's hands is the very night killer he sold to Gerhardt, and therefore this knight is his apprentice. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Claudia leaned over and quietly whispered her doubts. Can this supposed apprentice really be trusted, or is he just a scoundrel who stole the sword from Master Gerhardt? Let's quickly dismiss his idea as unlikely. He says that if Hosel had tried to steal from Gerhardt, he would already be dead, because he imagines the master as a terrible, many-armed warrior, and Claudia, unconvinced, presses him and demands an explanation. Keeping calm, he gestured to invite them inside, suggesting to continue the conversation in the workshop. Yazel stands silently, while Claudio looks at him and thinks to himself that, unlike his master, this man truly carries himself with dignity, as if a head taller. She watched their guest intently, her chin resting on her palm. A stifling silence filled the room, occasionally broken only by Lutz's nervous twitches, while Yozel sat opposite with a stern, inscrutable expression. To ease the tension, he lightly nudged Claudia, quietly asking her to at least offer the guests some tea. The knight remained indifferent, and his gaze was directed forward. She could not help but notice that tonight she was sharper. In response to his plea, she simply snorted and muttered that the man would not die from a little thirst. Sharper Tort finally made the knight speak. He paid attention to it and hesitantly asked if perhaps Mr. Lutz was wise. The unexpected question completely threw both of them off balance, and their shared confusion rippled across the table. The question made Lutz realize that he himself did not know how to define their relationship, so he turned to Claudia for her opinion. She paused for a moment and gave a complex answer. They were simultaneously business partners, friends, and lovers, but she said they could not be divided into three, and this explanation left the knight in complete astonishment. Seeing his embarrassment, she suggested, it would be simpler to say that she was his wife or fiancée, and was sure that most people would like that. Let's just agree on that right away, although he admitted that explaining their true relationship was always troublesome. He and Claudia exchanged a glance, both silently confirmed that vague statement at UNICEF. Their synchronized, ambiguous response only confused Josel more. He pointed accusingly, his voice rising as he demanded clarity. What was this supposed to mean anyway? He pressed them for a direct answer, were they married or not. At his demand, Claudia opened her eyes wide and declared that they were married. Wait, we will still decide about her. His face also reflected the same shock. The absurd moment of their supposed marriage threw Josel off balance. He could not believe his ears, accused them of mocking, and insisted that marriage was a serious matter. Meanwhile, Claudia silently looked at him, wondering why her marital status should concern the knight. His rage grew. He scolded them for shamelessness living together, not married, and demanded at least some respect. The situation was so irritating that he had to remind himself to calm down. Clenching his fist, he fought hard to pull himself together, reproaching himself for almost exploding and yelling at them again. His internal struggle was visible in his eyes, and the embarrassed Claudia called him by name. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. He slapped his forehead, recalling the warning of his master Borvis. Those two were known to be quite eccentric. He decided not to respond, and Lutz and Claudia froze, bewildered by such strange behavior. He gathers himself, a calm, almost confident expression on his face, mentally thanking his master for the useful advice. And in the background, let's say this knight is a real eccentric. His gaze turns again to the weapon, lying on the table between them, a sword called Night Killer. He looks straight at the blacksmith and asks a simple, direct question: why did he do it? The answer was just as frank, although he says it is a complicated question. He admits directly, he forged the blade because he hates knights. Yosel assures them, he did not intend to accuse or punish anyone, he just needs to understand the exact motive behind the creation of such a blade. Claudia, speaking on their behalf, confirms that they understand this is the sole reason for his visit. Looking away, he thoughtfully gazed at the tools hanging on the wall. The thought of the sword named Night Killer, which somehow ended up near him, troubled him. A high-ranking knight could not be a mere coincidence. He confirms his suspicions with burning confidence and insists that it was a deliberate act, and Lutz and Claudia clearly flinched at the sudden tension. He continues, his face full of sincerity, confessing that he believes it was fate. Now that this sword is in his hands, a desperate desire burns within him to understand what to do with his life. His dramatic statement stuns them, completely confuses them, turns, shouts, and tells the knight to simply live as it wishes. The knight pays no attention to this, slams his hands, and earnestly asks Lutz to reveal the meaning behind the creation of the blade, while Claudio looks at him, completely puzzled by his behavior. An awkward silence fell over the workshop. Joe leaned on the counter and gasped heavily, while Lutz and Claudia just stood and stared, stunned by what they saw. Knight tugs at his sleeve, and inside him everything boils with indignation. He does not understand how that man went from serious to overly romantic, and now only thinks about how to make him leave. She seeks help from Claudia, who responds with a confident wink, indicating that she will take care of it by inventing a story to send Knight home. We, exhausted, simply ask her to do it. She watches as Claudia clears her throat and instantly draws all of Joseph's attention. Claudia begins and says that first she must explain the events that led to the appearance of the Night Killer. She winked as if she knew more and revealed that the blade was not the product of Lutz's own will. She claimed that it simply appeared, or rather it was forged while guiding Lutz's hand. The word surprised Yosel. He slapped his hand on the counter and demanded to know what she meant by guided. In response, Claudia took the floor and began her story. She says that it all started when Lutz forged an impressive katana for Mr. Gerhardt's close friend. She asks if Joe knows about the culmination of Mr. Burbus's hard work. Knight confirmed this, proudly stating that he is the first apprentice of his master. She vividly recounts the strange creative exchange. The swordsman Lutz forged the katana, and the katana master Burbus, inspired by this, in turn forged a sword. The Night Killer and the singular steel, she sums up, are a pair in their own way, and the story of both blades began with Master Burbus. New information about the Night process, and a look of understanding lit up on his face. He realized what it meant, as if Lutz bore no ill will toward the knights when he plunged the blade. Exactly so, Claudia confirmed saw his grip or intent. When Joe agrees with the fabricated story, Lutz props his chin with his hand, and with an ironic expression, quietly thinks that the one who truly hates knights and wishes them death is called Claudia, not him. He listened confused as Claudia continued her grantil. She told that, inspired by Master Burbus, they set out to forge a sword, but something incredible happened. He lost control of himself, as if possessed by a supernatural force, and before he realized it, the sword was already ready and had received the name Night Killer. That night Josel leaned forward, his eyes shining with a mixture of admiration and disbelief, and he asked if it was true or if it was really possessed. Lutz, finally finding his voice, quietly tried to intervene and tell Claudia that she was exaggerating, but she noticed how Joseph's face changed, a flicker of doubt. He was becoming increasingly skeptical. In response, she leaned toward Knight, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. She pointed to Sir Yazul that the Night Killer is not signed by its creator, a strange fact for such an exquisite set. Then she asked if he knew why, and this question made Yazul fall silent for a moment and acknowledge the correctness of her observation. She finished her story with the last stunning touch. Lutz could not engrave his name on it. She said this with confidence because it was God's work. This announcement stunned both Yazul and Lutz. Knight trembled as the weight of her words settled in the air, and in his imagination appeared a vision of a deity bathed in holy light, forging this very blade before him, Night Killer, a sword forged by God himself, and this realization stunned him. Turned into absolute certainty, he declared that his premonitions were right from the very beginning. Never before had he felt the hand of fate so clearly that the killer of knights was created and ended up in his hands. He explained by God's will. Claudia, with a quiet calm on her face, simply agreed, confirming that he was right. When the knight's fervor subsided, he sighed heavily, propping his head with his hand, and thought about how everything could have escalated so dramatically, realizing that Josel's too serious nature made him believe this fabrication too easily. His thoughts scattered when Azil, raising his sword, proclaimed that he too hears the voice of God, a voice that urges one to become a true faithful subject, to protect the Count not only from foreigners but also from his own people. even from old friends if they become enemies. With a knight assassin nearby, he felt invincible. Completely confident, he mounted his horse, his cloak billowed behind him, and he shouted that his eyes had been opened, sincerely thanked Lutz and Claudia for the wonderful meeting, said goodbye, and rode off with a new purpose. Night silence reigned around. Between Lutz and Claudia, a stunned silence froze for a moment, then they both burst out laughing simultaneously from relief and disbelief. Their laughter faded as they walked away, the burden of their deception weighing on their shoulders. Lutz, drenched in sweat from anxiety, worried that he should not have involved God in this story, and agonized over what to do if Jocelyn returned to complain, while Claudia indifferently advised to just pretend he was not home. Reaching the nearby stream, she knelt on the bank and splashed water on her face. With a deep sigh, she admitted to herself how exhausting the whole performance had been. He did the same, pouring a bucket of water over himself, and complained that he had unpleasant sweat from so many lies. As he spoke, Claudia's face became serious. She warned not to jinx it, confessing that she felt their day was not over yet. Lutz Bays calls Claudia from the shore and invites her to join. She refuses, calls him a pervert, and says she cannot be completely naked outdoors, but he tries to calm her, assuring that no one comes here and the water is incredibly pleasant. Giving in, she agrees that maybe it is not so scary after all, and begins to lift her skirt, telling him to give her a minute, but thinking to herself that she did not intend to go that far. She can go, a voice echoes from the forest, giving permission and calling Mr. Lutz. Claudia instantly froze, eyes wide open in shock, and Borvis emerges from behind the trees, waving his hand. The sudden interruption stuns Lutz. He turns around, sees the approaching servant, and sharply asks what he is doing here. Borvis cheerfully says he came looking for him, and nearby Claudia feels her heart pounding. With horror, she realizes she was seconds away from being noticed. Or even to slaps, saying that he needs to consult with Lutz about something. Nearby, his companion Patrick looks grim and wonders who the other person is. His gloom suddenly disappears, and he bursts into a wild scream. He shouts loudly that he wants to see her, meaning the wail of his little demon, and the force of his shout seems to physically shake both the Lutzes and the Borvis group. We were left completely bewildered by that strange statement, and Borvis suddenly turned sharply and shouted fiercely at the idiot Patrick, telling him not to shout right into his ear. In response to the outburst of anger, Borvis pushed the man's head under the surface of the river. Bubbles burst out, and the scream instantly died down. Holding the struggling man, Borvis calmly introduces him to Lutz. His name is Patrick, he explains, the very master of ornaments who worked on the demon whale. He continues the story, recalling how that day Patrick came into his room and desperately begged to be shown his dear little demon whale, pleading to be allowed to see the blade he had given to the Count. The memory fades as Patrick breaks free from the water, spits out water with wild eyes. Claudia grabs him, trying to calm him down. He screams, pleading to see the girl once more, and exclaims that of all his masterpieces, the little demon whale is the best. He breaks free from her grip and shouts that he knows it is a masterpiece. His craft blood is boiling and he cannot resist, and Claudia, though embarrassed, tries to persuade him, reminding him that it was a gift to the Count and maybe they could just ask the Count to show it. Other words do not work. Patrick continues to go mad, unable to restrain himself, consumed by the desire to see his dear little angel again, and nearby we watch this spectacle with pure irritation, mocking the thought that this is Patrick's greatest masterpiece, muttering that he himself created it. Chaos continued, and Claudia sighed in despair. Her premonition came true. Just as she thought they had gotten rid of one strange man, an even stranger one appeared. She watched as Patrick, in despair, knelt in the water before Borvis, splashing and begging. He asked Borvis, the Count's most reliable master, to put in a good word for him, but Borvis remained calm and cold, saying that although he was favored by the Count, there were limits he would not cross. He vividly described the political atmosphere in the castle. It was already tense due to favoritism, and such a bold statement would only worsen the situation, because even if the Count himself agreed, other nobles would definitely oppose, and everything would end in a deadlock. Turning his attention back to Lutz, Borvis, when the fabric ran out, briefly summarized the difficult situation, then directly asked the blacksmith if he wanted to find a way for Patrick to see the demon whale again, and admitted that he had previously misunderstood Lutz's words. He thought Lutz was asking for help to please the ornamentalist. Nearby, Patrick stopped begging. His behavior became quiet, burning with determination. He muttered to himself the names Mr. Gerhardt, Borovis, Odomative, and decided that he could not leave this unpaid and must find a way to force the debt to be repaid. Determination turned into a shout towards Borvis. He demanded that Borvis definitely tell the Count that he himself decorated the blade, because he was sure that this admission would bring him more work. Let's splash water in his face while watching the scene. He noticed that Borovis had really gotten into debt to a very difficult person. While Patrick was shouting in the distance, Borovis quietly ordered him to be silent. Still, it must be admitted, he himself was very interested in how that guy was doing. He delved into the details, and his professional curiosity flared up. It was interesting what shape the blade took after decoration. He admitted that he would very much like to see it again, and a broad smile blossomed on Borvis's face. He sincerely agreed. He explained to Borvis that after the decoration was completed, he applied his forging spell and raised the blade to an even higher level. Patrick let out a cry of disbelief in amazement. Patrick is boiling, pointing his finger and accusing, demanding to know why Lutz is deliberately provoking him. Borvis growls in response that Patrick's complaint sounds like a cry about first love, which suddenly becomes even more beautiful in previously unknown manifestations. He waved off disapprovingly and gestured, ordering the ornamentalists to stop saying such disgusting things. Let's smile at this quarrel, but it is disgusting and serious. Bagnalaging says that it will still be difficult for all of them to see the katana again. Nearby on the riverbank, Patrick voices this concern to Claudia and wonders aloud how they can naturally admire the demon whale, as he calls it, when it has such a noble owner. The problem hung in the air. Lutz, Borvis, and Patrick froze in silent reflection over the dilemma. Their reflections are interrupted by Claudia's voice. She interrupts them with a confident smile, asking if they are really serious, and says that the solution is very simple, something a true master should have already thought about. She unfolds the idea. If the direct appointment fails, they need to approach the matter from another angle. Let's just return it. They ask if she means that they should invent a story for the Count, and Borvis, on the contrary, nods with interest, recalling that a similar trick worked well one recent night. Claudia, with a confident smile, explains her plan. If the Count does not allow them to see his blade, she says, then they will simply have to create a reason themselves to see it. The words ignited a faint glimmer of understanding in him, and the borrower quietly whispered that he understood, while Lutz was only puzzled and asked what she could mean. Answering his question, Claudia grandly announced her idea. Borvis, standing in the river, instantly grasped the essence and suggested that they could take on the care of the katana. Patrick's plan suddenly comes together. He even exclaims that he understands everything. Under the guise of a technical inspection, they can ask to see the demon's spine, and he enthusiastically praises Claudia for her cleverness. But their enthusiasm is cooled by Lutz's practical remark. He says that since the Count does not use the katana in battle, it is unlikely to be chipped or damaged, and Claudio aloud wonders if it even needs any maintenance. Borvis Paws expresses his opinion. He admits that the idea of maintenance is good, but they will have to provide the Count with a compelling reason for this proposal. His thoughts did not last long. The idea struck like lightning. A gathering. He remembered that the Count occasionally attends social soirees where weapon enthusiasts from the nobility display their collections, and Patrick immediately understood. It is quite natural that the Count will submit the blade for inspection before the next gathering, and there, he will definitely display the demon's spine. On the territory of the Borvis castle, he openly expresses his doubts to Claudia. Whether the Count, known for his meticulousness, will ever entrust them with his favorite katana, he admits that this is a great test, and Claudia calmly says that all that remains is for the Count to agree to their proposal. Her confidence really seems justified. Later, when Lutz and Patrick are resting in the river, she stands on the shore and firmly states that she is confident in their success because she is convinced that she knows the Count's character well and can easily predict his consent. The plan is put into action in the spacious, magnificent castle of the Count. Numerous spires reach toward the sign. Inside, the noble lord listens to the proposal, his face inscrutable, and he repeats their words. They want to take care of his blade. Initial skepticism disappears. A radiant smile appears on his face. Count Xander calls the proposal thoughtful, and addressing a servant named Gerhardt, gives his consent, insisting that the blade must be in perfect condition for the upcoming gathering, and blesses them to act. Having received the council's permission, they are presented with the legendary katana. Lutz, Patrick, and Borvis gather around a wooden table as the demon's cry is placed before them, and its powerful aura immediately envelops them. Each man is noticeably moved. Borvis smiles with deep paternal tenderness, comparing this moment to a reunion with a daughter. They stand in reverence, finally seeing the ready demonic spine, and Patrick is overwhelmed with emotion. A single tear runs down his cheek, and he lets out a sigh of sincere reverence. Let's look at Katana's sheath. He honestly admits that he was never particularly fond of decorations, while Borvis looks at the weapon fatherly, gently calling it their dear daughter, and saying that it looks as lively as ever. Thoughts drift to many impressively decorated but useless weapons he encountered in his career, and he repeats to himself again. For him, the main thing is the quality of the blade and how well it cuts. But when he lifts the legendary weapon, he is struck by the craftsmanship of its sheath. A sincere surprise appears on his face, and he says it is so perfectly made that he would like to have just it, even without the blade. Corvus burst out laughing at the blacksmith's unexpected praise of the decoration, noted that Lutz's gaze seemed to have changed a little, and turned to Patrick to make sure he heard the comment. The loot throws Patrick into euphoric shock. He trembles with the realization that a first-class blacksmith admires his work and, tightly gripping the blade, whispers how wonderful his deer is. Borvis joins the admiration, his words painting a picture of the blade's perfection. He points to the engraved ancient runes glowing with a shade of pale green, to the delicate but bold wavy steel pattern, and to the flawlessly silvery white sharp edge, saying that the word beautiful is simply not enough here. A powerful wave of praise turns Patrick into a mess of tears and sweat, his face contorted with emotion. He proclaims this weapon a true princess. Borovis, as always caring, warns, "Don't put your face so close, don't breathe on the blade, and don't dirty it." Lutz held the katana in its sheath and watched the emotional ornamentalist. He thought Patrick was a weirdo, but seeing such a beautiful cover, he understood the pride and sense of ownership the creator felt for his work. His thoughts were interrupted by Patrick's new theatrical act. Overwhelmed with emotions, he declared himself a first-class ornamentalist, brandished the naked blade, and gently called it Little Demon Whale, tearfully offered himself to the weapon, asked why it didn't cut him, as if he wanted to become its first, and Borvis shouted from the side to stop. The command, apparently, was given hotly, and after inspection, the katana in the sheath lay on the table confirmed that it had not a single scratch. Depressing silence hung in the room. 3 men stood around the table, silently examining that amazing weapon involved in the recent emotional outburst. The silence was broken by Patrick, who suddenly suggested they unite again and create an incredibly powerful katana capable of surpassing even the demonic whale. Orbis laughed heartily, delighted at the prospect of forging many wonderful blades together, and Lutz, confused, admitted sadness over the inevitable team breakup and acknowledged that the 3 of them are the best at their craft. He gazed intently at the flawless blade of the demonic whale, feeling the weight of Patrick's proposal looming over him. The thought of forging a katana, even mightier than this masterpiece, was overwhelming. His reflections were interrupted by Borvis. He coldly brought that bold idea back to reality, saying that Patrick was presenting everything too simply, and insisted, who would pay for the production. This made Patrick freeze. He grimaced, recalling that the cost of the gems embedded in the demon whale was so high that he shuddered. He says that the decoration is also expensive and insists, without a sponsor, this project cannot be realized. Lutz, whose face changes expression, then asks if there is at least some clear way to take on the challenge to create the perfect katana. At his question, Burbis calmly draws from his pipe and predicts that after the next meeting, they will be approached with a request. Surprised, Lutz immediately asks how he can be so sure. Imagine this scene, a gathering of weaponsmiths with the demonic whale attracting all eyes, even aristocrats like Count Xander, who admire the blade enthusiastically. Borovis asks, "Let us consider the inevitable consequences of such popularity." Understanding flashed in Patrick's eyes. He declared that the demon whale would be the key to securing a sponsor. We remained skeptics and wondered aloud whether any aristocrat would really give up such a valuable treasure, and Borovis, with a sly smile, replied that someone would either demand to buy the sword or order an exact copy, like yours. You enthusiastically talk about the secrets of the upper world, say that for the nobility these gatherings are not about trade, but about forging important alliances, and warn. If you don't know how to establish them, their holdings will be at risk, so selling a valuable reward is a small price for a powerful connection. When this complex social arithmetic settles in the mind, Let scratches the back of his head awkwardly and mutters that it all comes down to politics. One of the elders looked at him, noticing his youthful gaze. Lutz, leaning against the shelf, said directly that he did not like the idea that his blades were merely political tools. He admitted why he hesitated. He did not want to associate his craft with the feeling of being used a cinnamon he was already too accustomed to. Overcome with growing passion, he turned to them and said that the desire of his soul was to devote himself to blade smithing, away from all political noise and distractions. Borvis listened, and nothing was readable on his face. The response, Borva placed a hand on his shoulder as if encouraging him and advised not to be so harsh. Patrick joined in, embraced the young smith, and reminded him that the future was still unknown. Then he leaned closer, a mischievous spark playing in his eyes, and asked, wouldn't it be funny if their new thing was really used in political intrigues? He thought that creating a blade so wonderful that it could influence negotiations would be a true victory. Smiling broadly, Borvis emphasized what was said and asked what could be even more interesting. The idea seemed to take root in Lutz's mind, and a slow smile spread across his face as he grasped the essence. When attention scattered, Lutz's determination took on a new meaning again. He declared that together they would forge the finest blade. Patrick gladly agreed and promised full support, while Borvis, watching with satisfaction, thought about the final result. Whether it would happen sooner or later now depended on the Count's negotiation skills. With new goals in their hearts, they set off on the road. The heavy wheels of their wagon thudded dully over the uneven road. In the elegantly decorated carriage, Count Xander placed his hands on the katana sheath. His servant said with relief that the blade was in perfect condition, turned to his master and asked if he was nervous, to which the count, with a drop of sweat on his temple, quietly replied that he was. The carriage rumbled along the dirt road, and he pondered the circumstances. There was no choice, he thought to himself. The man had invited him to his castle, an invitation he could not refuse. He knew that at this gathering, there would be no better political gain than to make friends with the host. The scene shifts to the hall where a group of influential nobles gathered, and among them Marquis Beowulf stood with a haze of confidence, stating that he hoped his sword, the demonic whale, would attract the guests' attention, while nearby Count Gerhardt and his courtier Borvis watched this formidable marquis closely. Under the light of the full moon stands the luxurious residence of Marquis Eldenberger, and he is hosting a dazzling ball. Inside, the hall lives with music and movement. The nobility whirl and celebrate in the most exquisite attire. But while excitement raged in the main hall, several guests quietly one by one retreated to another room. Among them was Count Maximilian Sander. He moves purposefully down the quiet corridor. Unnoticed by the rest of the party guests, he and those who slipped away quietly all have the same goal. He stands by his tents and watches tensely as the servant opens the heavy door and lets him inside. The door opens into a private room. This is not a party, but a gathering of sword enthusiasts. Noble guests, among familiar faces Gerhardt and Borvis, have gathered at the tables and are carefully examining various blades. A drop of sweat appears on the count's forehead as realization sinks in. For the nobility, these balls and social receptions are not just entertainment, but places where serious matters are decided. For the upper circles, these lavish events are not merely amusement. They are a chance to nurture personal passions, learn what is currently fashionable, and socialize with like-minded people. Through carefully built contacts, they acquire key connections and make close allies among other nobles. Thus their status strengthens and their influence over the lands expands. This gathering of weapon enthusiasts is one such event. Amid the noisy chatter, Count Xander stands aside, looking somewhat bewildered by the fencing displays and arrogance. He overhears another guest admiring a magnificent sword with fascination, and his thoughts involuntarily drift. Recently, a talented blacksmith in his holdings has been rapidly gaining fame. He quietly admits to himself that he is not good at speaking, but he truly enjoys these gatherings. He cannot help but wonder what others really think about the sword being discussed. His reflections are suddenly interrupted by a loud nobleman who thrusts a shiny sword under his nose for inspection, boasting that he paid 100 gold coins for it, laughing and saying it is a beautiful and perfect weapon for him, then asks the count if he thinks it was a good purchase. Plump nobleman, having read approval in the count's focused gaze, addressed him as Lord Maximilian, and extended the blade for a closer look, and Xander accepted it with a polite smile and said that of course he would like to see it. He found himself in the midst of a familiar scene, a gathering of nobility proudly and eagerly showing off their prized blades. Although he was not skilled at conversation, praising someone's blade was easy for him. When the well-fed nobleman raised his weapon, another man wearing glasses remarked that he likes swords. This makes conversations at such events easy and helped him make acquaintances, after which he turned to Lord Maximilian and asked if he had brought a sword to show. Seizing the opportunity, Count Xander watched attentively as Lord Maximilian confirmed that he indeed brought a sword. The plump nobleman pompously declared that he finally had a blade worthy of such a demanding audience and extended it so everyone could examine it. He snorted smugly, confirming his bold statement. Leaning closer to the weapon in the scabbards in Xander's hands, he said that although the new thing looks impressive, the head of a beast is elegantly carved on the hilt. It seems too thin and unreliable. The man in glasses agreed it's hard to judge a weapon only by its appearance. Lord Maximilian continued the criticism, openly doubting whether such a thin blade could really be effective in battle. For Count Xander, the time had come to draw the will of demons from the scabbards. With a strong grip, his thumb pushed the guard forward, a sharp click sounded, and the blade began to come out of the scabbards. He draws the katana with one smooth motion. The blade sang as it broke free from the scabbards. The polished, curved surface catches the light and draws a dazzling arc in the air. The gathered nobles froze, their eyes wide with amazement at the sight of the fully revealed weapon. The stunning spectacle left the two loudest skeptics speechless. Lord Maximilian's jaw dropped, and the man beside him only stammered in disbelief. He looks at their stunned faces with a confident smile, then asks what they think of his favorite katana and calls it Demon Whale. The name hung in the air, rolling like a wave of whispers among the guests. One man trembled, completely captivated. Others whispered among themselves, asking what kind of creature it was. They had never seen such a form, and all agreed on one thing. It was beautiful. Their first shock was pure, genuine admiration. Lord Maximilian called it beautiful, and Count Xander, looking at his blade, said it was beautiful, fantastic, even erotic in its perfection. Stunned, Lord Maximilian drew his sword with a metallic clang and looked at it with new contempt. Compared to the katana, his weapon was nothing more than a stick. He fell to his knees before Count Xander, his voice trembling with emotion. He admitted that he was seeing the real thing for the first time, and exclaimed that it was so beautiful he wouldn't mind dying by its blade. Count Xander laughed and addressed the Lord on his knees. Smiling apologetically, he explained that he was not going to part with the blade. Undeterred, Lord Maximilian, with eyes shining with greed, declared that he wanted to have the katana and demanded to know its price. At the soft refusal, Lord Maximilian's shoulders drooped, and he, surrendering, admitted, of course, if it is his property, he would never sell it either, no matter the offers. He raised his gaze and, with hope in his voice, asked at least to be allowed to take it in his hands and look closer, and the noblewoman nearby gladly agreed and said he should not hesitate. The moment the katana was in his hands, pure, genuine admiration spread across his face. His wide-open eyes, reflecting the steel, caught every detail of the blade. He exclaimed that 5 ancient runes were engraved on it. The noblewoman explained that such symbols on the blade endowed it with magical properties. Another nobleman noted that he had never seen a sword with 5 chambers before and doubted if it was just for show. But Lord Maximilian insisted that the runes allowed the demon whale to withstand enormous magical power. When Count Xander took the blade again, his hands began to tremble. He was convinced that this power was truly real. He felt how immense magical energy penetrated the blade. The stunned spectator loudly asked where he had managed to find such a weapon. He stood amid the whispering crowd, all eyes in the hall fixed on him. He would never have thought that being the center of attention could be so pleasant, and finally understood why other nobles boasted about their blades and competed with each other. He basked in the pleasant attention, noticing how the hall had come alive, and at that moment the heavy doors creaked open, and a formidable man with a strong presence entered the room. The nobles parted before him as he approached. His gaze fell on the sword. He praised this amazing thing created by Gerhard and asked if he could also see it. When the nobles recognized the new guest, silence suddenly fell in the hall. It was the chief guest, Beowulf Eldenberger, and his powerful aura filled the corridors. Count Xander watched him approach, and a drop of sweat appeared on his temple. He immediately realized that there was nothing more valuable at this gathering than the friendship of the Marquis. His fear was confirmed. The sharp eyes of the Marquis fixed on the katana. The demonic wail completely captured his attention. The tense silence was broken by Lord Maximilian. He loudly greeted Marquis Beowulf, said that too much time had passed, and was glad to see him in such good shape. The Marquis dryly said, "Thank you," and his attention was clearly fixed on the sword. Then he addressed Lord Maximilian directly and said that he intended to examine the blade, and Count Xander, with hands sweaty from nerves, handed over the katana and invited the Marquis to examine it freely. When the Marquis took up the weapon, the surrounding nobles held their breath. Someone asked aloud what the Marquis would decide, and another added that his approval would elevate the katana to the status of a national treasure. He stared intently at the blade, while Count Xander proudly pronounced its name. Demons howled, and the Count boasted that it was the most valuable exhibit in his entire collection. His gaze sharpens. He had only asked to see the weapon out of curiosity, but now he feels that it is something much more important. A drop of sweat crawls down his temple as he examines the weapon, a slender katana. A burning desire flares within him to swing it and dismember his enemies. He wants it. He glances at the strange name, Demon Whale, and asks where it comes from. Count Xander, with a drop of sweat on his forehead, says the Marquis will understand the moment he swings it. The Marquis, accepting the challenge, turns to the gathered nobles and asks everyone to step back a little. When the crowd parted, he raised the katana high. His face was tense from the effort, and he prepared to test the blade. He lowers the weapon down in a powerful whistling arc. The force of the swing cuts through the air and makes the spectators flinch. When the emotion subsided, a look of understanding appeared on his face. He finally understands this katana and exclaims, "Whales, so that's where the name comes from." Nearby stood a nobleman, captivated by the spectacle, who asked Count Xander if this formidable blade was forged by the magic of the wind, and Count Xander, with drops of sweat on his forehead, could only agree. The tone on E deepens. The Marquis with the katana notices his gloomy expression and asks if everything is all right. Xander falters, says no, but inside him there is a storm. He realizes that the Marquis made the demon's wail sound much better than he ever could, and this left him with a deep, troubling feeling. This feeling emerges as a very personal and humiliating image, as if he had just seen his own wife in the arms of another man, moaning with a passion she never showed him. The shocking image shakes him, and a deep sense of inadequacy washes over him. He tries to shake it off, repeating that the demon whale is a sword, not a person, but the inexplicable jealousy oppresses him and gives him no peace. While he struggles with his inner conflict, the Marquis's voice cuts through the air. His eyes blaze. He demands that Xander sell him the katana, promising to pay any price, even to give an entire castle for the blade, and the Count is left speechless, mouth agape. Somewhere in the hall, another nobleman greets Lord Maximilian on his success. The Marquis clearly approved the blade, and the surrounding guests quietly agree that Count Xander has just gained a valuable connection and will not refuse such an influential person. The burden of the proposal and the expectant looks of the court weighed on Count Xander. He is silent, his face a mask of gloomy reflections. After a long pause, his face tightened with determination. He looked straight at the sign and announced his decision. He fears he will not be able to sell him the sword. His refusal caused Arcade Beowulf to look completely incredulous, and he only made an embarrassed sound. While the Marquis stood stunned, Lord Maximilian turned to Count Xander, and with undisguised surprise asked why he refuses such a chance to get closer to the mighty lords through the sword, known as the Demon Whale. Gathering his courage, the Count explained that the sword was made specifically for him. The length and weight were adjusted to his feeble strength, and it was also filled with wind magic to make it lighter. At that moment, Marquis Beowulf made a trial swing with the blade. The metal whistled in the air, and he was struck by the strange lightness of the sword, after which Count Xander immediately began giving advice. It is said that the craftsman who forged the demon whale could forge a new katana made especially for the Marquis of Desires. Lord Maximilian leaned in and quietly advised, Xander should take advantage of this situation to establish connections with other nobles, not lose the sword. The Marquis, sensing a private conversation, glanced at them, and his face became even harsher. But his gloomy mood instantly melted away. A broad smile blossomed on Marquis's face as he announced that Xander's idea was excellent, and placing the blade on his shoulder, enthusiastically agreed to the plan. He hides the katana with a quiet, soft click. All his attention is now focused on Count Xander. He asks if something is wrong, then he glances aside. He asks Lord Max a million to temporarily hold off on his request. He paused for a moment, touching his chin. Count Xander, noticing his thoughtfulness, assured him that there was no rush and they could arrange the order whenever it was convenient for him. The Marquis accepts the proposal with a broad smile, turns to the crowd, and says that he is a bit tipsy and will go out to get some fresh air, urging the other guests to enjoy the evening. When the Marquis leaves, Count Xander quietly sighs with relief and mentally acknowledges, agreed, although the Marquis's presence made him extremely nervous. After a few moments on a secluded balcony overlooking the city bathed in moonlight, Count Xander taps his fingers on the railing, leans slightly, and whispers quietly to the Marquis that what he is about to tell is highly secret. The Marquis spoke, staring intently at the distant horizon, and proclaimed that the war with the so-called pagan barbarians has lasted 10 years, turning the southern border into an eternal, fruitless strip of battles. Count Xander listened, quietly feeling the full weight of this truth. Then he turns to the Count, and determination stiffened his face. The skirmishes will end soon, he says, and adds that secret peace negotiations with the barbarians are already underway. The old high priest quietly recalls the recent war. At first the church was unshakable, the pagans must be converted, but the battles dragged on with no victor, and the first to have doubts were themselves. After a long futile struggle, no one gained anything, so both sides were forced to make a truce. This truce gave rise to a new, delicate problem, which Marquis Beowulf is now explaining to Count Xander. The Count, visibly upset, says he does not want to say anything that could be taken as criticism of the church. The Marquis smiles mockingly, well understanding Xander's fear of getting into trouble. The story continues, revealing the barbarian custom of reconciliation, the exchange of gifts between the parties. Having bribed one of the chiefs, the Marquis learned that they intend to present a special diamond called the Eye of the Lord. At first, Anders, pleasantly surprised, says that the diamond sounds wonderful, but a drop of sweat on his forehead immediately reveals it is not that simple. His unspoken fear is confirmed by the announcer, who with grim certainty explains, they must bring a gift of equal or greater value. If not, their kingdom will be considered inferior. He settled on the railing near the large window overlooking the land and lamented with sorrow. If they fail, news of their failure will spread like wildfire through neighboring countries, and the entire kingdom will be disgraced. The burden of this responsibility crushes him, and he leans back on the bench. The Marquis confesses to the worried Count that he has been racking his brains and tormenting himself for weeks, not knowing what gift could match the diamond, a vase, a sculpture, or perhaps a precious sword. Nothing seems sufficient. The man with the long braided beard says anxiously whether they really have to try so hard and pick a gift exactly to the tastes of the hostile ruler. Xander silently listens with a gloomy face. He understood everything. The peaceful negotiations were initiated by their native kingdom, so they have no choice. They will have to adapt to the customs of the other side. Military advisors informed him that this diplomatic gift is an old tactic of pagan allies. They explained that the opponents will most likely find fault with any gift to gain an advantage in negotiations. This practice, repeated over time, expanded their alliance and cracked the first fissure in the kingdom's defense. Xander clenches his fist, realizing that a wrong gift can be used and it will lead to disaster. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he stands up in a heavy fur coat, with a katana in its sheath in his hand, and addresses the Marquis Beowulf, announcing that circumstances force him to take the demon whale, and asks if there are any objections, in a tone that leaves no room for dispute. She smiled mockingly, and a sparkle flashed in his eyes. He did not expect the Count to demand something in return, and that is exactly why he values him. Now Xander, in turn, looks at the Marquis in a new way. He considered Beowulf a docile sheep, but he was completely wrong. This man is not docile, but a wolf hiding his fangs, and Xander turns the game around, asking Beowulf what he will get in return for his cooperation. The Marquis waved his hand, saying, "This is to be expected from a nobleman. A man without fangs cannot be his partner or accomplice, and in exchange for the sword, he promises Xander unobstructed access to the royal palace and offers a favor come to him whenever he wishes." Miles begs Count Xander not to say such frightening things. It makes him want to repay as soon as possible, and the Count, casting a knowing glance, hints that this second offer could be very beneficial for both. But having agreed on the terms of their new deal, both men sincerely laughed on the balcony, their voices echoing in the night. Their prolonged conversation left the dinner on the table, untouched. The food had long since cooled. Returning inside, Count Xander asks for at least some confirmation of their agreement, and the Marquis, still sitting, says regretfully that it will not be possible to formalize the agreement on paper, but he does not object. He doubted that demand for proof to himself, as he perceived it as a test of his character. He thought about how much one can trust a man with whom he had just spoken humanly, and he decided, sometimes you have to make bets without a guarantee of victory. Gesture of boundless trust, he draws the blade from the sheath and presents it to the Count. He explains that this is the cherished sword of the Eldenberger family, a weapon many have seen on the battlefield. The Marquis declares, if he ever breaks his vow, the Count must take this very saber and hand him over for trial. Stunned, Count Xander recognizes the saber as a family heirloom, a worthy item passed down through generations, and understands. This is not just a pledge, but proof of the Marquis's absolute sincerity, so now he must respond in kind. The Count is embarrassed and sweating. He responds to the Marquis's proposal by presenting his sword forward and insisting that Beowulf agreed in his place, while stammering, trying to find words to thank him for this enormous gesture. On the balcony under the moonlight, Marquis Beowulf doubts the obviousness, but Count Xander firmly says simply, they are making a deal. He agrees with a confident smile, suggesting that they can switch back when everything is over, and the Count's expression softens, accepts the terms. Their palms touch to exchange blades. Marquis, Beowulf assures, I will take good care of the Count's sword and keep him informed of any events. The deal is concluded. Count Xander bows deeply and formally as a sign of respect. Marquis Beowulf watches the gesture, his face revealing nothing. Marquis Beowulf grips the hilt of the newly acquired sword and thinks, although he accidentally came across a wonderful blade, the very meeting with Count Xander was an even greater find. Leaving the Xander quarters and walking through the great hall, he felt the weight of the Marquis's sword pressing on his hands and slightly making him stagger, and he realized that the Marquis Beowulf might have become his best find of that night, and not just in one sense. While his carriage rattles through the dense forest this night, Yozel sits inside and reflects on the Marquis's words. Next to him, servant Borvis draws the blade from the sheath they received in exchange and immediately recognizes it as the valuable sword of the Eldenberger family. Joseph grabs the sword and holds it up as the carriage shakes on the ruts. He says it is a truly formidable thing, both beautiful and strong. Opposite them, Count Xanderest seems to be dozing. Then someone expresses doubt, asking if a sword really needs such qualities. Borovis looks intently at the blade, his face showing a critical expression. The old man sharply throws out a word, noticing that the weapon lacks shine, and says, from a purely practical point of view, beauty is superfluous, and the intricate carvings on the scabbards are a complete waste. His voice burns with passion. He leans forward and insists, a blade that a warrior trusts with his life cannot be simply sharp, it needs something more. When Count Xander finally spoke, he sighed, acknowledged their arguments, but reminded that the Marquis is a fierce warrior who fights on the front lines, and asked them to imagine how lonely such a man must be without his precious katana. He continued, painting the image of the previous owner of the sword, Marquis Beowulf. In his imagination, the Marquis appeared as a man of incredible strength, bare torso, muscles rippling as he swings the blade, and Xander thought that perhaps the demon whale is crying, but already in the rough, powerful hands of its true master. He burst out laughing, emphasizing that these would be tears of joy, a sharp contrast to the days when the sword was with him. His servant Borvis grumbled as if his wife had just been stolen, and Joswell looked away, completely puzzled by the conversation. The laughter died down, a fierce determination appeared on his face. Gripping the sword's hilt, he swore not to be defeated and decided that, upon returning home, he would relentlessly train with the blade. He was driven by the thought that one day he would master it and wield it even more skillfully than the Marquis himself. Suddenly the carriage horse neighed in fright. The coachman sharply pulled the reins. The carriage braked sharply, throwing 3 men forward. The precious sword slipped from the Count's hands and clattered against the inner wall. He struggled, trying to regain balance, while Joe approached the window and demanded to know what had happened. He noticed that their destination was still very far, but the driver only barked back in shock. Ahead of the carriage, the reason for the sudden stop became clear. A huge fallen tree lay across the road, completely blocking it, and one of the riders shouted back, reporting the obstacle and suggesting that someone might have placed it there as a joke. Inside the carriage, a thick atmosphere of suspicion prevailed. Borbus doubted the timing, whether this ambush was connected to their secret meeting with the Marquis. Count Xander was silent, gloomy, and Yozel, drenched in sweat, whispered with desperate hope that it might just be a joke. Outside, Kucher moves to remove the obstacle, but Joseph's voice cuts through the air, ordering to wait. The eyes of the knight open wide with realization as he shouts a warning. It's a trap. His warning instantly puts the guards into action. They quickly form around the carriage, creating a tight defensive circle. Joe sternly orders all civilians to stay inside. He is sure the bandits are lying in ambush. From the carriage, Count Xander calmly assures that he trusts the captain of the guard. Josel, his face set with determination, swears to his lord that if they are abandoned they will be destroyed, and at that moment, the carriage door behind him opens, and Marquis Beowulf steps out. The signboard thudded dully against the ground. The heavy stomp of his boots broke the tense silence, and he surveyed the surroundings with a sharp, focused gaze. He confidently draws his sword in a dramatic gesture. The polished steel gleams in the light, and with a loud cry he addresses his companion Ricardo, ordering him to be ready. With a sly smile on his lips, the Marquis declared that his fee for escorting would surely be justified, and looking at him, Josel felt a surge of confidence. Ricardo had become so reliable, and how glad he was to have him as the Lord's personal guard. He and his partner guard stand ready, swords drawn. Nearby, Marquis Beowulf raises his hand, and in a quiet, low voice orders silence. Everyone listens tensely to the sounds of the forest. The tension is palpable. Josel feels the burning thirst for blood emanating from the trees, and Ricardo confirms it, saying that although he senses their deadly intent, he does not see the enemy nearby. Suddenly, a projectile cuts through the air, a swirling gleam of metal flying from the dense forest and shattering the thick silence. The weapon, a throwing axe, sinks deep into a fallen trunk. The mirror is a few inches from the signboard. Here remains completely unmoved, while Ricardo flinches from sudden, brutal blows. A cunning smile appeared on his wolfish face as he addressed the invisible attackers. He mockingly brushed off their naivety and asked if they really believed they could kill him by throwing such cheap weapons. From the shadows of the forest emerges a band of bandits. Their leader, a bald man with a large axe on a long shaft, loudly announces their goal. They heard that the Count carries a valuable sword and intend to take it for themselves. Joseph strides forward resolutely and, demanding to know if they attacked the carriage, realizing that a Count was inside, warns them of the grave crime they are committing. In response, one of the bandits, a burly man with an axe, growls at them not to show off and lunges forward, swinging the axe at the bewildered Ricardo. He roared to his 2 comrades to protect the carriage and shouted that he would fight the bandits from afar, while the bandit leader, bald with a contemptuous smile, mocked the young warrior's audacity and mockingly asked if he really believed he could face them all alone. Before the bandit could finish his taunts, Ricardo exploded into motion. A silver lightning bolt instantly closed the distance. As he disappears into the fray, Joseph anxiously asks if Ricardo can handle it alone, but the Marquis calmly assures him that Ricardo will be fine, adding that it would be much worse if Ricardo started swinging his sword, and Camilla is very close. The Marquis's confidence is immediately justified. Abandoned, his thorn can still rise. He lets out a final hoarse cry as a pure dark line passes over his torso. His body splits in half as Ricardo rushes past. Watching this brutal spectacle, Joe acknowledges the truth of his lord's words and confirms to himself that the Night Killer is truly strong in open combat. Now he stands before the remaining 4 bandits, his back to them as if they are no threat to him. One of the men, nervous, asks if he really believes he can handle them all at once. Ricardo glanced over his shoulder, pure contempt on his face. The gang leader returned the look, smiled confidently, mockingly said, "Mr. Hero," and offered to teach him the difference between courage and recklessness. The mockery was addressed to Spartus, and suddenly Ricardo was pierced by a sharp realization. The man called him a hero, but more importantly uttered a nickname that should have been known only to the people of the My Council, and a drop of sweat rolled down his temple. The gang leader continued speaking confidently, loudly noting that Ricardo also had a fine sword, then added that it was strange how the bandits passing by could have known that this was the Count's carriage, and this only confirmed the suspicion growing in Ricardo's mind. The suspicion was confirmed. Ricardo's sword flared with life, wrapped in crackling dark energy. He gripped the hilt tighter. His face became a mask of stern determination. Was this attack planned? He wondered what kind of trouble he had gotten himself into. With a fierce roar, the bearded bandit swung his sword, but Yazel moves with deadly grace. He ducked under the furious blow, and his blade flashed in a swift rising arc as he slipped past. Shock froze on his face, blood spurts from a huge slashed wound on the torso. Joe, already having turned his back to him, calmly says that he did not just dodge, he cut him as he passed by, and the bandit stands in disbelief, not even noticing the fatal blow. Without stopping, he sharply turned and made a devastating horizontal slash with his sword, cutting off the head of another bandit who could only watch in horror. Head a clearing soaked in blood, and Yazul stands in the middle of this slaughter. Borovis with his wavy-haired companion approach, inspect the place, and Borovis notes that all the men seem to have been killed with a single blow each. Wondering why such excessive cruelty was needed, a simple, precise cut is enough to kill a person. There is no need to get carried away and cut them in half. Pinion apologizes, admitting that he put in a lot of useless work. Borba says their job here is done, although he notices that Josel seems too excited by the clean cuts, and adds that he doubts Ricardo, the hero, will lose his fight, so he has other plans just in case. Meanwhile, Ricardo stands ready. His hand firmly grips the hilt of the katana in its sheath, eyes narrowed with sharp concentration, silently swearing that if the opponent proves worthy, he will definitely take the blade of Camellia for himself. Fingers clenched, the blade slipped out of the scabbard. He glanced at his opponent, the bandit leader, with a long axe, and Ricardo feels the disadvantage. The enemy's strike range is much greater, so fighting him with a katana will be difficult. He throws back his head and growls a command not to the enemies, but to his weapon, "Wake up, Camellia." Powerful energy bursts from the katana. A ghostly, beautiful woman with long, flowing dark hair. The spirit of Camellia materializes behind him. Her ethereal figure spins into existence among the stunned bandits. The bandit leader's eyes widened. Sweat ran down his forehead. He felt a strange, disturbing power emanating from the slender blade, something much stronger than ordinary steel. Ricardo also feels her presence. A sweet fragrance envelops him, and he senses a female figure hovering slightly behind him, a quiet but powerful ally. Noticing the sudden change in the course of the battle, the bandit leader shouted to his men, "Careful, this is no ordinary sword. Be ready." The warning is useless. With dazzling speed, Ricardo's blade flashes and cuts the bandit's throat. As blood spurts, a smile of bliss blooms on the dying man's face, and he hoarsely murmurs that he feels so good, terrifying his comrades. Enraged, Ricardo grabs another bandit's axe and smashes his skull, but his thirst for blood opens a path. The leader lunges forward and deeply stabs Ricardo in the side with his battle axe, and the knight falls to his knees, screaming in pain as the leader drives it in again and again. He was helpless while the bandit leader laughed mockingly, repeatedly stabbing the pickaxe into his body with cruel delight. So the victory turned out to be only an illusion. In a moment, the bandit leader was on the ground. His weapon was broken. Around him, the motionless bodies of comrades. Ricardo, somehow still standing, looked down at him. He looked at the fallen man, and the terrible truth slowly dawned on him. It was not his blade that killed them. They all ended their lives themselves in a strange, ecstatic rapture. The source of this madness became clear when the bandit leader, looking past Ricardo, opened his eyes wide in a mixture of horror and admiration. He saw the ghostly figure of a woman with flowing dark hair, the spirit of the katana, and this sight both frightened and fascinated him. Ricardo, catching his breath, noticed the last survivor. However, the gang leader was no longer himself. He spoke of the torment caused by such beauty teasing him, leaving him empty, and with desperate fervor begged Ricardo to do him a favor to kill him with that very katana. Before he could react to the strange request, the sharp crack of a crossbow broke the silence of the clearing. An arrow flew past his face, and several more struck the bandit leader's body, silencing his pleas with a hoarse groan of pain. He turned sharply and saw another attacker emerge from the forest with a crossbow in his hands. An instant assessment of the distance chilled him. The man stood a full 10 meters away, completely out of Camilla's charm range. He lunged forward, gritting his teeth with determination. The only way to survive was to close the distance. Crossbowman was already reloading. Realizing he wouldn't reach him in time, Ricardo placed all his hope in his blade and threw it into the air, roaring and hoping that Camilla would strike that man before he could release the second bolt. In flight, the katana released its spirit. The ethereal figure of Camilla burst forth, a ghostly woman flying straight at the crossbowman. The bandit froze, his face a mask of pure horror as the phantom descended upon him. The attack was devastating. The bandit's head exploded in a fountain of blood, the body collapsed to the ground, and standing over the corpse, Ricardo exhaled in gasps, relieved that he made it in time. A familiar voice cut through the silence. Borovis, the Count's servant, emerged from among the trees, stunned to see him alive. Ricardo barely managed to smile, realizing that he owed his life to a reliable comrade. In the threaded past, Ricardo finally collapsed onto a nearby bush. Exhaustion from the battle caught up with him. Borvis thanked him reservedly and said that the victory was thanks to the power of the spell created by Camilla, but then his eyes narrowed and fixed on the weapon Ricardo had picked up, and he asked what it was, suspicion evident in his voice. He looked closer, his face becoming serious. A crossbow, he noted, is expensive equipment that an ordinary bandit cannot afford. Nearby a knight listened, a drop of sweat rolled down his temple, and a troubling suspicion settled between them. The suspicion turned into a crushing certainty. This attack was not a random bandit raid, it was carefully planned. Someone warned the bandits, armed them, and deliberately sent them to attack the district. Ricardo, holding the crossbow in his hands, looked at the fallen attacker and said sadly that one of them should have been left alive for interrogation. When Borvis addressed Ricardo, a voice came from a nearby carriage. Such an attempt would be in vain. Count Gerhardt stepped out of the carriage while his guard closed the door. Ricardo staggered and asked if it was worth investigating further to track down the mastermind. The Count calmly waved it off and explained that he did not believe the organizer of the attack would reveal himself before ordinary bandits, so any forced confession was pointless. Ricardo froze at the Count's indifference and loudly asked if he really intended to just let the culprit go, and Gerhardt, with a barely noticeable smile, only said that the way was clear and it was time to depart. Ricardo suddenly realized, as he looked at the Count, he and Abelman seemed to think exactly alike. When the carriages rolled away with a clatter of wheels, his thoughts sharpened. Could someone from the Count's closest circle be behind all this? Letts and Claudia are delightedly gazing at the newly finished chief. It shines, adorned with incredibly detailed engraving of a phoenix. Creator of this work, the ornamentalist Patrick, adjusts his monocle with a self-satisfied smile, asks what they think, and proudly says that he made their lovely love letter even more beautiful. Turning back to the workshop, he literally gaped in surprise. Claudia, holding the blade in the sheath, enthusiastically confirms that Patrick carved the phoenix exactly as she requested. She then asks a thoughtful question. Noticing that alphanix, like legendary birds in general, usually has only one, he placed one on the hill and the other on the scabbard. With a charming smile, Patrick explains his simple logic. The poor creature would feel completely lonely. The scene shifts back a week ago. Claudia and Lutz entered Patrick's workshop and ordered him to decorate the handle and scabbard of the blade. When Patrick examines the bare blade forged by Lutz, it is clear he is fascinated. He asks if Lutz made it for his wife and exclaims that the work is dazzling and pure, a true work of love. His words become true. On the surface of the blade appears a delicate, shining inscription, "For you, my beloved." He froze, his cheeks reddened, as Claudia joyfully clapped her hands and explained to the decorator Patrick that her husband loves her so much that he carved those words right on the tang of the blade, and Lutz, surprised by her bold statement, shouted at Patrick not to look so intently. But the decorator did not even glance at him. In his gloved hand, he held the bare tang. His face was full of reverence, and he muttered one word, "Precious." His admiration suddenly exploded into drama. Patrick leaned back, overwhelmed with emotion, declared that this work was too precious, an overdose of love, exclaimed that he wanted to stop being human and become a flower, and Lutz and Claudia could only watch the onlookers in stunned silence. Having composed himself a little, Patrick raised his hand. His glasses gleamed. He announced that the very theme of this ikuchi was love, and asked why they did not paint two eternal doves on it. Lutz muttered to himself. His embarrassment was still noticeable, and Claudia simply watched him with a knowing smile. The ornamentalist turned to Claudia and insisted that she try to pull the blade out of the sheath. When she reached out her hand, she said that Mr. Patrick might be a little strange, but as an ornamentalist, excellent, and she was happy because she said she entrusted him with her love letter. When she pulled out the blade, a delicate pattern appeared on the scabbard. Two phoenixes that were close together slid apart in different directions, and only when the blade was placed back into the scabbard did they join. With a pleasant click, the two halves of the sheath slid against each other. The heads of the phoenixes met perfectly, creating the illusion as if they were kissing. The effect puts Patrick into ecstasy. He exclaims that the design is wonderful, a perfect kiss. Claudia agrees, calls it incredibly cute, and notes that Phoenix's kiss appears every time the blade is used, while we sit aside unimpressed. His attention suddenly shifts to more urgent matters. Asks Patrick how the noble assembly went, and whether his sword, Demon's Wail, became popular, to which Patrick grimaced slightly and confirmed that yes, but everything got a bit complicated. He leaned over, his voice dropping to a whisper, as he spoke the shocking news: the Count was attacked. The revelation stunned them both. Patrick further explained that the attack was led by a servant from the Count's very castle. It is told how the Count had long been closely watching a servant, who suddenly became rich and, eventually found the man hanged by the neck. Patrick says that the Count allowed the suspect to wander freely to follow him, but when the servant died, the trail to the organizer was lost. The Count got rid of the body and closed the case, and Patrick, leaning back, admits that he does not know all the details because he heard this story not firsthand. Analyzing this gloomy story, he assumes that depending on who the culprit is, even the count may be unable to administer justice, and perhaps that is why the count decided to do nothing to avoid stirring up an even bigger scandal. When this version is mentioned, the image of a frightened count controlled by a shadowy figure flashes through their minds, and Patrick, sweating with anxiety, doubts whether it is wise to allow a person with such access to remain free. All this becomes unbearable for him. Patrick collapses onto the table, stunned. He cannot believe that people are dying because of the demonic whale and laments how miserable this whole situation has become. He stood up, his face full of anxiety, turned to Lutz and Claudia, and admitted that he never thought it would go this far, then asked the crucial question: what does this mean for them, and what should they do depending on how events unfold? In the grand hall, a nobleman pounds his fist on the large round table, his face a mask of despair, believing that the fate of their country can be decided by a demonic whale, while opposite him, another council member looks on with shock and heavy anxiety. King Radvold Valshade rises from the throne before the assembly in the tents. With a calm but firm voice, he solemnly begins the meeting, announcing their purpose to discuss the upcoming peace negotiations with the Allied states. The negotiator steps forward and reports. The Allied peoples offer a treasure known as Overlord's a pink diamond the size of a fist. Having seen it with his own eyes, he insists that such a stone does not exist in the world, and whispers rise in the council. The idea of such an offer arouses distrust. An old nobleman exclaims that he has never heard of such a huge diamond, and bitterly says that their kingdom clearly has nothing similar in value, and a dark-haired nobleman in response offers their one great possession, a magical sword that bears 5 ancient runes. The offer hangs in the air, but the oppressive reality of their situation falls upon everyone. The kingdom's finances are extremely strained, a harsh truth that silences the room. Only anxious whispers continue to sound. Their empty treasury is no secret. Constant brutal clashes with barbarians and even with allies. They sold their treasures to pay for the war, and now, as if mocking fate, they would like to have them back to finally put an end to it. Radvold quietly and sharply cut through despair with a statement. He informed everyone that he sold it a long time ago for a good pile of gold, but before his words could fully impress, the negotiator intervened, saying that the envoys still have something to say. He relayed the envoys' words, explaining that their kingdom surely has another amazing treasure to offer. The council members listened, stunned and confused, asking what other treasure could be meant. The negotiator simply confirmed that it was exactly what the envoy said. The secretary they whispered about turned out to be a person, Lady Rissel, the third princess. The king of the allied country would gladly take her as his 5th wife, as if it were a sign of friendship between the states. This demand immediately sparked outrage. One nobleman roared in offense, not understanding how these low barbarians dare to ask for their princess, but another, more pragmatic voice reminded that for peace, representatives of royal families sometimes have to marry enemies. The discussion intensified. One council member insisted that under such conditions the request was quite understandable, which provoked a sharp rebuttal. Do they really have to just give away their precious princess? Another replied that in the worst case, the princess herself would probably agree to such a decision as her duty. Amid the fierce dispute, all eyes turned to the throne. King Radvold was silent, and his face was completely inscrutable. The silence instead spoke of grim determination. He knew he could not risk the entire kingdom just to protect his dear daughter, who stood alone. The princess seemed to understand this heavy burden. For the greater good, the protection of the kingdom, the father did not even dare to speak of his selfish desire to keep her safe. The oppressive silence exploded when one of the nobles slammed his fist on the table. Making the council flinch, he confidently declared that this alleged deal was nothing but a barbarian trap. He unfolds his accusation, raising the question of whether the council knows the age of the foreign king. A nobleman in glasses insists that King Cassander is turning 70 this year, and a nobleman with spiky hair adds Lady Rissel is only 13, so giving her away essentially means sending a hostage. His voice broke as he insisted that a normal marriage between them was impossible. He shouted that the king was old enough to be her grandfather, and this was reinforced by the image of the young princess next to a frail, trembling old man. And other nobles, his face is worried. He admits that the age difference is troubling, but insists that he be explained why this can be considered a trap. Aspiki heard, Noble explains that the trap is that she will become the 5th wife, and paints a terrible picture, a young, innocent princess, tormented by the other wives of the kings, creepy, demonic figures who have long passed childbearing age. It implied political consequences. Their people would inevitably protest against such unfair treatment of the princess. Another state would call these protests interference in its affairs, and the exchange of accusations would inevitably escalate into an armed conflict. When one of the elders, himself a nobleman, expressed disbelief that the opponents could be so unscrupulous, despite his gray hair, he slammed his fist on the table and roared that they would do exactly that, because diplomacy requires a facade of perfect politeness, and when the trap works, he assures it will be too late. He comes to the conclusion, giving away the princess is a real disaster that would give the enemies the perfect reason to start a war, so he insists one must always prepare for the worst, because otherwise they can betray and stab in the back. The negotiator in glasses sees that Lord Beowulf is right, but his thought is cut off, as if suggesting another point of view, and the other council members listen silently, thoughtfully considering this serious accusation. Then the old nobleman asks the decisive question, if the princess is not suitable, what can they even offer the barbarians? The dark-haired nobleman listens silently, his face revealing nothing. In response, the dark-haired aristocrat with a sly smile on his lips sharply snaps his fingers and says he will have to take advantage of this, mysteriously apologizes to Maximilian, who looks around in complete surprise, and just then the doors creak nearby. A servant appears, extending a katana in its sheath. The dark-haired aristocrat takes the weapon. His smile broadens as he addresses the council and presents the blade under the ominous name Demon Whale. The other nobles freeze in silence, their faces a mixture of shock and admiration. One exclaims how impressive this blade is and how Lord Beowulf could have become its owner. Another notes that it was forged with the help of 5 ancient ruins. A wave of whispers rolled through the council hall. The members were discussing the sword and unanimously said that a masterpiece of such power would impress even the barbarians. Standing before them and holding the weapon, his influence is undeniable. King Radwold himself leans forward, eyes wide open, stunned by the sight of the legendary blade of the Forge of Enchantments. He extends the katana's scabbard to the king, gesturing for his majesty to look. King Radwold leans forward, his face stern and focused, carefully examining the offering. The king takes the weapon, firmly grips the hilt and draws the blade from the scabbard with a sharp metallic ring. His eyes widen. A drop of sweat appears on his forehead as he sees that magnificent steel. The blade sparkles under the light, and the other nobles and council members exclaimed excitedly. One shouted that it was a luxurious and majestic blade, unlike anything he had ever seen, and another said he would very much like to have it for himself. Despite the good quality of the weapon, the king remains cautious and asks Markwil Deldenberger whether the katana can truly match the eye of the ruler. Markwil honestly says he does not know, it all depends on how attentive the opponent will be, and adds that if the offering proves inferior, he has another plan. The mere mention of another option instantly captured the king's attention. He pressed Markwil Eldenberger, asking what the plan was and whether he had any other treasures, and Markwil only responded with a confident smile. A vision of the third princess, Lady Rissel, flashes in the Marquis's mind. Her voice echoes in his memory. Leave it to me, I will definitely protect myself, and this gives him confidence. Having decided, King Radwold claps his hands. The sound echoes through the council hall, and he announces, from now on, negotiations with the barbarians are fully entrusted to Marquis Eldenberger, while the other nobles stand frozen in stunned silence. He gives the Marquis the final order, do as you see fit, and to ensure the mission's success, grants him unlimited access to the royal treasury. The main star bows low, accepting the enormous responsibility with a resolute yes. He remains bowed for a moment, his face grim and determined. The burden of the kingdom now rests on his shoulders. The king's voice fades, his royal mask cracks and reveals the father inside. He confesses that he does not want to sacrifice his daughter and places all his trust in Beowulf. The determination in Beowulf Eldenberger has hardened. He clenches his fist and solemnly swears that he will not be defeated and will justify his majesty's hopes. So a little later, at the border outpost of the royal army, they eagerly await his arrival. A servant with a face full of anxiety calls his name. He arrives on horseback, surveys the camp with a stern look, and says that it is time. The assistant confirms that their colleagues have already arrived, pointing to a temporary tent in the distance. He glanced around the scene around the tent before him. The Royal Army and the Allied Forces Army stood opposite each other, only 5 km apart, and between them, in no man's land, stood a single improvised tent. He considered such a brazen choice of location an open attempt to pressure them and force the conflict to be resolved simply between the two opposing forces. Throwing back the flap of the tent, he went inside and announced his arrival. From inside came a confident voice thanking him for coming. His eyes adjusted to the dim light and settled on the messenger. The man was tall and powerfully built, with an exquisite sword at his side, and Beowulf immediately felt that this was no ordinary courier. It was clear that he was very strong, and the messenger's handsome features and slight smile barely concealed that strength beneath them. As he stood there, his attendant approached and whispered that on the other side was Arzane, the second prince. This revelation instantly sparked irritation in Beowulf. He looked at the smiling prince and felt a sudden, instinctive urge to strike him, and the attendant, sensing his master's agitation, quickly begged him to restrain himself. Both sides sat opposite each other at a simple wooden table. Prince Arzane spoke first. The smile on his lips never fading, he suggested checking the gifts that each country was to provide before the official signing day. In response, Beowulf extended the gift of his people. He drew a long dark blade from its sheath and announced that it was a katana named Whale Demon. The prince nodded at the weapon, then said that, as already mentioned, his people would gift the lords an eye, and at that moment, the attendant behind him moved to reveal their gift. When the fabric covering the gift was sharply torn away, Market Beowulf's eyes widened in surprise. The boy from the allied state called him to look, confident that he would be pleased with its quality. Before him shimmered a huge, perfectly cut diamond. Its size and brilliance fully justified the name Eye of the Lord. It was incomparable to other stones, but in Beowulf's mind a deep suspicion arose. He did not believe that their king would part with such a treasure just for a young bride. The suspicion hardened into cold certainty. This was not just a gift. He realized they wanted to squeeze from Lady Rissel an advantage more valuable than any diamond and fully exploit her position as a princess. While Beowulf pondered their motives, Prince Arzane meanwhile carefully examined the gift, raised the blade upward, its shine cutting brightly under the intense light. So, this is a demon's wail, he thought, recognizing the katana, and understood that with such a gift they could not simply give away the princess. Without saying a word, he checked the blade's balance, sharply swept it through the air, and a swift, powerful swing cut through the silence. The fencing demonstration momentarily took Arzane's breath away. It seemed to him that with one swing he could cut the sky, that the very spirit of the blade was singing, and watching him, Marquis Beowulf wondered if possessing this wonderful katana brought him pleasure. He turned to the Marquis, the katana firmly held in his hand. With a confident smile he said that although the blade was impressive, for the eye of the ruler it still fell a little short, and asked if Bey would agree to that. Brushing off the gifts, he with a confident smile addressed Marquis Beowulf directly, and proposed to return to the original offer to send Princess Rissel to their kingdom, assuring that his father would gladly accept her. Next to the Marquis, a dark-haired nobleman seethed with rage, and the negotiator paled, anxiously asking Beowulf about the next step and hoping that his faith in another plan was not in vain. In response to their panic, Prince Arzames turned to the negotiator and directly asked if they had a blade more valuable. The official stammered that they currently did not. Marquis Beowulf interrupted and admitted that the demon's wail fell a little short of the eye of the ruler, but boldly promised. By the day of signing the agreement, they would bring an even more valuable blade, a promise made, with the bitter awareness that the exhausted King Cass Sendler was looking for a new companion in bed. He looked the prince straight in the eyes and asked what he thought about this new proposal. Beowulf, with unwavering confidence, said that although they did not have such a weapon now, their masters would forge a new blade that would undoubtedly please King Cassander. In his mind appeared images of craftsmen he trusted with this task, and their faces were proof of his determination.